A startup screen for the MeTube live streaming platform glowed in the dark. In a dark room, a young man sat in front of a computer screen, starting a broadcast just to vent his feelings. He turned his back to the screen, blue light reflecting on his hair, his silhouette exuding fatigue and tension. In the chat frame, a viewer named Reman responded, showing empathy. The young man continued to share his burdens about the responsibility of being an older brother and the pressure from the unemployment crisis. His gaze turned to the family photos on the table, showing his grandmother and 2 younger siblings, reminding him of the impending rent debt. He turned back to face the screen, his amber eyes revealing exhaustion as he admitted he had just been discharged from the military and was desperately looking for a job. Suddenly, on his screen, an ethereal female figure with long blue hair appeared amidst an abstract digital space. The figure was silent, her gaze, devoid of clear emotion, directed straight ahead, exuding an unreal beauty. Immediately after, a massive donation notification from Rayman for 5 million won exploded on the screen, overshadowing all other conversations. The young man's golden eyes widened, reflecting the screen's light. Filled with disbelief, he sprang from his chair, his mouth agape in extreme shock, unable to believe what he had just seen. His expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, wondering if this was a prank or a staged social experiment. His gaze sharpened, a decision beginning to form after the days. The image of shoes for his siblings and 6 months of unpaid rent appeared in his mind, reinforcing his determination to keep the money. While other viewers were still discussing animatedly, Reman affirmed that she would not take the money back, sealing the fate of the unexpected gift. Kim Si-woo bowed his head, sweat trickling down his temples in heavy silence. To protect his family, he looked up, making a desperate offer to the unseen entity. The blue eyes of a mysterious entity lit up, accepting his offer. On the screen, Reman's request appeared: rescue a place called Eden. Kim Si-woo was confused by the strange request, but still unconsciously nodded in agreement. The female entity smiled contentedly. A covenant, just established, with light. A dazzling surge of energy erupted, engraving his true name, Kim Si-woo, into the new reality. The digital space confirmed the agreement had been accepted, and the mission to rescue Eden officially began. A flood of memories rushed back, taking him to a brutal battle where blood and magical energy mingled. Kim Si-woo, in a different outfit, delivered a decisive blow to the enemy. He collapsed, coughing up blood after taking a painful counterattack. To end the battle, he stood facing a giant demon named Lucifer, his hand gripping the last of his energy. The demon disintegrated into a purple mist after Si-woo's finishing blow. Back in reality, Kim Si-woo bitterly wiped away an imaginary bloodstain. Cursing the decision that had changed his life, he recalled the moment he was summoned to Eden. Forced to fight with only a crude mace, the female entity appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder as a reminder of the covenant and the power she had promised. Kim Si-woo, holding a staff, protested desperately, arguing that he was not the right person for the task. Facing him, Reman appeared with an ethereal grace, calmly asserting that he was the only one who could save Eden. A vision of grotesque monsters appeared as Reman promised to return him to Earth if the mission succeeded. Kim Si-woo bowed his head, a bitter smile forming, accepting his cruel fate. He set conditions, gripping the staff like an oath. His family must be safe, and he must have a job upon his return. With determination shining in his eyes, Kim Si-woo accepted the covenant, ready to save Eden in exchange for that promise. The memories began from the moment he made the covenant with Reman and was thrown into an uneven battle in Eden. Even with just a staff in hand, he charged into battle, determined to fulfill his promise. His mission was to purify lands tainted by dark forces. A divine symbol of the Reman order appeared, marking the beginning of his new role. He was summoned into the order, becoming a pope in this strange world. Clad in the pope's vestments, Kim Si-woo wielded divine power in his hands. To save Eden, he had to destroy all the demons and confront the 7 powerful demon kings. After a long decade, he watched the last remnants of his enemies vanish into nothingness. He pondered the fate of his family back home, standing in the saved world. Kim Si-woo worried about whether he could return to a normal life. Amidst the divine light, Reman gently touched Kim Si-woo's cheek to express gratitude. But he coldly looked away, with a relieved but weary smile. Kim Si-woo accepted the end of the covenant that had bound him for a decade. The scene shifted to the clear blue sky of the world of Eden. A peaceful beauty contrasting with the price he had paid. A vibrant field of flowers appeared. A paradise he had saved but felt bitter about. Reman stood beside Kim Si-woo, both looking out at the peaceful land. And he admitted a fleeting hint of lingering attachment. Kim Si-woo turned his back, his gaze resolute, ready to leave this world and his past behind. As his body began to dissipate into a teleportation gate, he waved casually at Reman. A sarcastic farewell. Reman, now just an indistinct figure, stood silently as he completely vanished. In the spatial tunnel, her final apologies and thanks echoed, sending the hero back. Kim Si-woo closed his eyes, a contented smile on his lips as he felt his journey home nearing its end. Amidst the vast universe, the image of the blue planet Earth appeared like a promise of peace. The view narrowed, focusing on the map of Korea, the homeland he had longed for. But the sight that greeted him was not peace, but a city engulfed in smoke and fire beneath a strange pink energy sphere. Dragon-like creatures soared through the skies of Seoul, sowing chaos and destruction. Kim Si-woo's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme shock as he faced the harsh reality. The sky blazed with explosions as wyverns fiercely engaged military helicopters, shattering any hope of a peaceful life. Kim Si-woo stood silently watching the soldiers desperately holding out against the explosions, their shouts echoing calls for aid. Amidst the chaos, he heard familiar curses in Korean, a bitter irony appearing in his eyes. His feet stood firm on his homeland soil after a decade away. Surrounded by the sparks of battle, his gaze was fixed forward, where the wyverns were wreaking havoc on the city, shattering the image of a peaceful Earth in his mind. A bitter smile formed on Kim Si-woo's lips as he wondered if this was just another nightmare in Eden. He closed his eyes, a harsh acceptance evident as he dismissed the thought. Reality faded, bringing him back to the moment of farewell with Reman, her voice echoing with pride for his achievements. Reman, in her divine form, smiled meaningfully at her pope. Kim Si-woo faced her, his eyes devoid of joy, only the weariness of a soldier who had just finished a war. He called Reman's name, his tone cold and distant. He questioned her about the ended covenant, but Reman only looked at him as if he didn't understand the situation. She feigned sadness, gently reminding him of her goddess status and the credit for bringing him back. He turned his face away, his unspoken reply filled with resentment, blaming her for the hardships he had endured. Reman remained silent at his bitterness, her eyes gleaming with something deeper. He turned back to face her in extreme astonishment as she revealed a shocking truth: staying on Earth meant death. Reman smiled powerfully, asserting her status and understanding far beyond mortals. A system warning sounded as Reman, a divine entity, intervened on Earth and forced time to stop. In the frozen space, Kim Si-woo watched in astonishment as Reman appeared amidst the ghostly figures of the frozen wyverns. Si-woo looked directly at Reman, his eyes filled with wariness and suspicion at her sudden appearance. With a confident smile, Reman extended a new offer, her hand slightly open as an invitation. Si-woo erupted in anger, the image of an exploitative past contract appearing in his mind like an accusation. Reman asserted that this time he would accept voluntarily, as a glowing contract interface appeared before Si-woo. To explain his loss of power, Reman and Si-woo appeared in a simplified illustration. Reman playfully touched Si-woo's nose, breaking the tension with a teasing gesture about the complexity of moving between dimensions. Kim Si-woo's patience shattered, and he gritted his teeth in helpless rage at her attitude. Reman changed her demeanor, her eyes becoming gentle and empathetic, acknowledging the burdens he had endured. At his question, Reman tilted her head blankly, pretending not to understand. Faced with the harsh reality, Si-woo roared an unspoken command, demanding she proceed with the contract immediately. Reman smiled in surprise at his sudden change. Si-woo closed his eyes in acceptance, a stream of divine light connecting him and Reman, officially completing the pact. As the system interface confirmed the contract, Siwoo stood with his back turned, listening to Reman's final instructions. Reman seriously explained that she could not stay long, and there was an urgent mission he had to undertake immediately, in a divine space. Reman explained that divine power required faith, instructing Kim Siwoo to gather followers on Earth. Kim Siwoo looked away, his face full of skepticism upon hearing about having to establish a religious order for Reman. With a playful farewell, Reman vanished, leaving a flustered Siwoo reaching out in vain. A blue system interface suddenly appeared before him, announcing that a new mission had been activated. Siwoo read the mission content in shock, realizing he had to establish a Reman order right there in Korea. He screamed in utter panic as reality set in. With a swarm of wyverns wreaking havoc in the city sky, an invisible force stunned Siwoo. His body momentarily pushed back. He snapped awake, his eyes flashing with awareness as he faced danger. A giant wyvern plunged straight down, targeting Siwoo like prey. Instead of fleeing, Siwoo turned around, his eyes blazing with determination to confront the enemy. His amber eyes flared with the light of divine power. Blue lightning bolts began to emerge and gather around his hands. Siwoo's entire body was enveloped in a surge of fierce lightning energy. Ready for battle, he soared into the air, unleashing a devastating lightning attack directly at the monster. The wyvern was torn to shreds, blood and body parts raining down onto the ground below. Fully armed soldiers could only gape in astonishment at the sight of a man single-handedly destroying the monster. Amidst the dissipating lightning, Kim Siwoo stood firm with a streak of blood on his cheek, his gaze resolute. He paused, his expression shifting from determination to utter surprise as he realized something. Not far away, a special forces team witnessed the scene with expressions of stunned disbelief. To address the situation, Kim Siwoo unexpectedly smiled beatifically, placing a hand on his chest and extending a solemn invitation. The soldiers looked at each other, their astonishment turning into utter bewilderment at the strange act. Kim Siwoo gave a wry smile, his gaze shifting to an invisible system window. Realizing his desperate situation, the mission window clearly displayed the absurd requirement to gather 10,000 followers, starting from 1. The irony was cut short as his hand, glowing with blue energy, crushed the wings of a wyvern. With his cold gaze returned, Kim Siwoo swung his hand, unleashing a destructive lightning bolt. His amber eyes flashed with a deadly gleam, focused on the aerial target. A massive lightning bolt struck down, felling a wyvern flying in mid-air. From the ground, a commander and his team observed. Realizing the monster had fallen out of fear, a soldier reported to the commander that their equipment detected no signs of magical energy from the attack. The commander narrowed his eyes, concluding that this power far exceeded the rank of an ordinary returner. Kim Siwoo's solitary figure stood firm against the swarm of wyverns, exuding an aura of disaster-level power. With a serious expression, the commander raised his radio, requesting an immediate full-force mobilization. Over the radio, an urgent voice reported the situation was out of control. The report confirmed the presence of an immeasurable anomaly. As Kim Siwoo unleashed an overwhelming surge of lightning from his hand, Dongshik, the commander, ordered support while deciding to approach the target himself, his eyes gleaming with recklessness. After the battle, Kim Siwoo stood in the open ground, lightly kicking a fragment. Looking disappointed that he found no one, he turned around, calling out into the empty space, searching for the soldiers who had witnessed his power. In response, Dongshik and his special forces team stepped out, forming a line facing Kim Siwoo. Dongshik narrowed his eyes, assessing Kim Siwoo, trying to analyze the potential threat from the young man before him. Suddenly, Dongshik's stern expression vanished, replaced by a radiant and inexplicably friendly smile. He eagerly grasped Kim Siwoo's hand, offering help with suspicious enthusiasm. Kim Siwoo was completely stunned by the sudden change in demeanor, his amber eyes wide with confusion. The scene shifted to an apartment complex in Gwangmyeong City, Gyeonggi Province. Kim Siwoo, still in his priestly attire, stood silently before an apartment door. In an office, he seriously faced Dongshik, his eyes filled with questions about his family's fate. Dongshik, seated at a computer, informed him that Kim Si-woo's siblings were safe in Gyeonggi, and his grandmother was in the U.S. With a reassuring gesture, Dongshik placed a hand on Kim Si-woo's shoulder, promising full support from the Bureau of Ability Management. Kim Si-woo pondered deeply, trying to accept the fact that 10 years had passed and the world had changed. With a friendly smile and encouraging gesture, Dongshik offered surprising information to reassure Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo listened, his serious expression gradually relaxing as he learned his family was safe. The image of a happy family flashed through his mind, igniting a longing for reunion after so many years apart. Standing before the apartment door, Kim Si-woo hesitated, his heart pounding with anticipation. He took a deep breath and then decisively reached out to press the doorbell. The silence stretched on. With no answer from within, he waited patiently, the silence only increasing the tension. Kim Si-woo pressed the doorbell again, and this time, a voice came from the intercom system. He cleared his throat, trying to force out the friendliest smile possible in preparation for the encounter. He greeted them, his smile radiant, but somewhat forced. Si-woo's smile stiffened and then broke as he heard the suspicious reply from the other side. The voice through the intercom coldly refused, mistaking him for a missionary due to his attire, threatened with a call to the police if he didn't leave. Si-woo stood frozen, utterly helpless. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to anger, as he was harshly rejected by his own family. Violent banging sounds echoed, shaking the entire hallway. Inside the apartment, In-wook jolted awake from sleep, crying out in alarm at the sudden aggression from outside. In-wook was stunned, his initial panic fading, replaced by an unbelievable realization. Kim Si-woo maintained a calm expression, his amber eyes glinting with a hint of teasing, challenging his bewildered younger brother. The baseball bat slipped from In-wook's hand in astonishment, an unspoken question clear on his face. Brother. Instead of a reunion hug, In-wook was grumbling by the stove, cooking noodles at the request of his brother who had just returned from the dead. Kim Si-woo ate the noodles with reverence, as if they were the most precious meal in the world. The familiar spicy taste of the noodles, after 10 years of separation, brought a surge of emotion, a satisfaction that was almost painful. In-wook erupted in helplessness, unable to believe the sight before him, while Kim Si-woo calmly continued eating in the background. He quickly wiped away a tear, a mix of joy and exasperation as his presumed dead brother devoured one packet of noodles after another. Kim Si-woo finished the bowl of noodles, completely oblivious to his brother's emotional turmoil. After the initial shock wore off, In-wook began to question, pouring a glass of water and demanding an explanation. Kim Si-woo replied casually, dismissing his brother's worries, as if 10 years of absence were just a long trip. In-wook's expression grew serious. He would not accept a superficial answer for the years of waiting. Sitting in front of his computer setup, In-wook asserted that he wanted to know everything, what had happened and how his brother could have returned. Kim Si-woo paused, a strained smile appearing as he prepared to recount his story. A violent stream of memories flooded back, a fleeting glimpse of a bloody battlefield where a lone figure fought amidst ashes and blue light. Back in reality, Kim Si-woo's gaze became distant, heavy with unspeakable memories. In-wook showed his annoyance at Kim Si-woo's evasiveness, as his brother calmly drank water and ignored him. Kim Si-woo turned his back, his posture becoming distant as he admitted that his story was not a happy one. Memories transported him back to a desolate battlefield, where he stood amidst lightning, his hands stained with blood, clutching the glowing red energy core of a fallen giant demon. Back in reality, Kim Si-woo rested his chin on his hand, his gaze distant as he looked at an invisible system screen, contemplating his sacrifices in another world. The system screen displayed a grim requirement: gather 10,000 followers. With the current progress showing only a single person, Kim Si-woo looked helpless, realizing that the power he had painstakingly gained could vanish if he failed to complete the task. At the same time, In-wook returned to his desk, sitting in front of 2 brightly lit computer screens. In-wook explained that he had become a video editor for the MeTube platform to make a living during his brother's disappearance. Kim Si-woo looked at his brother with surprise and a hint of pride, recalling that In-wook had always been interested in video editing. In-wook showed his brother a video on the screen, introducing people called players who specialize in handling spatial gates and monsters. Kim Si-woo stood curiously behind In-wook's chair, while his brother explained that players also use skills and system windows. A spark ignited in Kim Si-woo's golden eyes as he realized a connection, a potential solution to his problem. The MeTube platform logo appeared, symbolizing the idea that had just popped into Kim Si-woo's head. Kim Si-woo suddenly perked up, his excitement startling In-wook, who was sitting in front of him. A new system window suddenly popped up in front of Kim Si-woo, announcing that his cult characteristic had been activated. A detailed information panel about the Reman cult appeared, outlining a plan to attract followers and accumulate divine points. Kim Si-woo crossed his arms, pondering the system interface that had just appeared after he came up with the idea of starting a MeTube channel, but noticed everything was locked. His eyes suddenly lit up as his fingers scrolled to a specific characteristic, a glimmer of hope appearing in his mind. In-wook turned around, curious about his brother's intentions, but immediately skeptical of its chances of success. In response to his brother's warning, Kim Si-woo simply offered a confident and mysterious smile. In-wook proudly thumped his chest, naively offering to take care of his brother, whom he assumed knew nothing about the current world. Kim Si-woo smiled with amusement, responding with a rhetorical question about how he could have found his family after 5 years of separation. Memories took him back a few hours earlier. Standing in front of his apartment complex with Dongshik, the commander directly asked about his future plans. Kim Si-woo calmly declared his intention to expand his cult. On the sidewalk, he passionately explained his faith to a skeptical Dongshik. Dongshik burst out in surprise and admiration upon learning Si-woo was a pope, making him offer a strained smile at the exaggerated reaction. Regaining his professional demeanor, Dongshik announced that Kim Si-woo was now under the management of the Bureau of Ability Management and would receive support. The clear blue sky above the apartment complex marked his official return to Earth. Dongshik solemnly welcomed Kim Si-woo, Korea's first irregular, back in reality. In-wook was speechless, stammering incoherently as he realized the extraordinary truth about his brother. Kim Si-woo simply responded to his brother's shock with a calm smile, confirming his identity. In the high-tech workspace, In-wook pointed at Kim Si-woo with an unspoken threat. Si-woo maintained a smug expression, arms crossed, while In-wook, behind him, clutched his head in despair. In-wook crossed his arms, his eyes full of skepticism as he assessed his brother's plan. Si-woo showed a hint of worry, admitting the difficulty when no one on Earth knew of his deity. A confident smile spread across Si-woo's lips as he prepared to reveal his trump card. An illustrative image appeared, an ordinary man enveloped in blue digital energy, his eyes glowing with new power. In-wook's jaw dropped in shock, his initial skepticism clashing with the realization of the plan's immense potential. Si-woo stood solemnly, his hand resting on a glowing blue interface that materialized from thin air, offering tangible proof. The interface displayed details about a divine characteristic, promising even a small chance to awaken as a player. The truth hit In-wook hard. He pointed a trembling finger at the screen, the prospect of becoming a player burning in his eyes. Si-woo explained his method with a reassuring smile, pointing to another system window that showed the follower requirement, currently at 1/10. Lean. The moment In-wook made his decision, the number on the digital screen immediately jumped to 2/10. Lean. All skepticism vanished, replaced by an eager and ready expression. In-wook's eyes sparkling as he clasped his hands over his chest. In-wook's face lit up with an almost fanatical zeal, fully committed to his brother's cause. Si-woo flinched, his amber eyes wide with astonishment at his brother's sudden and intense faith. In-wook shouted an oath of faith towards the ceiling, while Si-woo looked at him with a mix of bewilderment and amusement at his first follower. Kim Si-woo outlined his plan, resting his chin on his hand as he considered the final details. In-wook confidently affirmed his plan, his eyes full of determination to reassure his brother. A sudden doorbell chime rang, interrupting the brothers' conversation. In-wook appeared mysteriously excited and patted Si-woo's shoulder, leaving his brother completely bewildered. The door swung open, revealing a young girl, stunning Si-woo just as he called out In-wook's name. Siwoo froze, cold sweat breaking out as he recognized the identity of the uninvited guest. With wide, skeptical eyes, Siyeon hesitantly recognized the brother she thought she had lost. Attempting to break the tense silence, Siwoo offered a strained smile, awkwardly asking his sister how she was. Seon responded, the silent accusation that she had thought him dead hanging in the air. Guilt washed over him, and Siwoo knelt before Seon, seeking to atone for his sudden disappearance. All suppressed emotions burst forth, and Seon sobbed uncontrollably, pouring out her pain and relief onto her brother. Completely bewildered by his sister's reaction, Siwoo desperately appealed to Inwook, who only responded with a teasing remark about karma. The scene shifted to a school the next day, signaling a new beginning. Before school, Seon and Siwoo pinky swore, making a promise to eat together after school. Seon happily waved goodbye, her small figure full of energy as she blended into the crowd. Now in casual clothes, Siwoo stood there, quietly waving with a warm, calm, contented smile after a tumultuous day. Seon sobbed, while Kim Siwoo and Inwook stood by, helplessly. The next day, the clear blue sky signaled a new beginning. The scene shifted to a tall government office building, where an important meeting was about to take place. In a luxurious office, Kim Siwoo sat opposite two high-ranking officials, beginning negotiations about his future. Yu Seon, Minister of the Bureau of Ability Management, placed his hand on his chest and officially welcomed Kim Siwoo. Kim Siwoo maintained a calm expression, recognizing the importance of meeting a powerful figure like Yu Seonho. Yu Seonho inquired about Siwoo's missionary activities plan, which he could only awkwardly confirm. Kim Siwoo calmly agreed to the government's request to publicly reveal his identity at a press conference. A video played, showing Kim Siwoo unleashing a powerful stream of blue lightning from his hand. All three people in the room watched the video of Siwoo's power on a projection screen. Yu Seonho pledged to assign agents to protect Siwoo, an assurance of his safety. Facing Yu Seonho, Kim Siwoo listened to the explanation about the shortcomings in managing an irregular. Kim Siwoo smiled slightly, indicating his understanding and acceptance of the minister's explanation. Back home, Kim Siwoo sat at the dining table, on the phone, with a somewhat regretful expression. His expression quickly changed to a warm smile, promising the person on the other end of the line that he would take good care of Inwook and Seon. Kim Siwoo ended the call, a rare moment of peace after a tumultuous series of days. In the kitchen, Inwook recounted the story, making Kim Siwoo ponder his grandmother's belief in his return. The scene faded, revealing an image of Siwoo fighting winged monsters alone, a recreation of images from his dreams. Back in reality, a rare smile of understanding and relief appeared on Siwoo's lips. Inwook smiled, admitting that his brother being alive and returning as an irregular was still hard to believe. Siwoo remained silent, his amber eyes revealing no thoughts. Memories took him back to the moment when the three siblings, as children, happily ran together after the family tragedy. Looking at his younger brother in the present, a fleeting sense of guilt crossed Siwoo's face. Inwook abruptly changed the subject, suggesting they go reclaim the money for the forest grave they had built for Siwoo. Siwoo narrowed his eyes, completely unconvinced by his brother's joke. Inwook turned away, his expression becoming serious. Ready for an important discussion, he cleared his throat, signaling he had a plan, and directed Siwoo's attention towards the computer screen. On the screen was the MeTube channel of someone named Player K, a highly successful streamer. In the video, Player K, with a refined appearance, confidently presented monster hunting tactics. Inwook slyly gestured with his hand, implying Player K's popularity came from his appearance and clean reputation. Then, he proudly displayed the official MeTube channel of the Reman Order that he had created. Inwook raised a finger, beginning to present the strategy for their channel to stand out. Inwook continued his presentation, pointing to the logo of the Newbie Military Academy channel as an example of content Siwoo could participate in. The screen displayed Player K's playlist, which Inwook used to explain the established content ecosystem. Inwook described another MeTuber, Gummensu, who was envisioned as a young man contemplating his enormous viewership. He explained that there was an open spot on Gummensu's team, illustrated by a scene of 3 players fighting. Standing behind Inwook, Kim Si-woo smirked, challenging the idea that he could be considered a rookie. Inwook's eyes lit up, a perfect idea striking him to solve Si-woo's problem. A presentation slide appeared, revealing the core plan, a show about a hidden master protagonist, a rookie who was actually an irregular. Inwook excitedly presented his perfect channel plan to a stunned Si-woo. Sitting in front of the computer, Inwook confidently asserted that Gummensu would like the concept, urging Si-woo to go for an interview. Si-woo watched his brother laugh excitedly. Wondering if he had just awakened a capitalist monster, the scene shifted to lush green foliage, signaling a new journey about to begin. A car glided along a winding road, heading towards distant mountains. The destination was revealed through a vast landscape of the majestic Mount Magam. Kim Si-woo and Inwook stepped out of the car. Standing at the foot of the mountain in the dim light, Si-woo scanned his surroundings, while Inwook confirmed it was the correct location. Though admitting the atmosphere was somewhat strange, Inwook raised his phone, the screen showing an outgoing call to Gummensu to begin the meeting. Upon arriving at Mount Magam, Inwook frustratingly looked at his phone, which had lost signal, while Kim Si-woo stood beside him, quietly observing. Suddenly, Kim Si-woo's amber eyes narrowed. Sensing something unusual, the mountain forest scene was tinged with an eerie purple, signaling a dark presence. Inwook was startled when Kim Si-woo suddenly suggested they leave, canceling the interview plan. Despite his brother's protests, Kim Si-woo firmly refused to go deeper into the forest. He asserted that, with his combat experience and blessed senses, he perceived a deadly danger. A dense stream of demonic energy emanated from deep within the forest, which could only belong to monsters or demons. Kim Si-woo turned to Inwook, his sharp gaze inquiring about Gummensu's true nature. Inwook hastily waved his hand, adamantly asserting that Minsu was a famous and reputable MeTuber. Kim Si-woo tilted his head, his tone stern as he warned that if they were normal returnees, they would have died the moment they set foot here. He looked directly into his brother's eyes, a silent warning about his deadly naivety. Inwook froze, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. To emphasize, Kim Si-woo pointed at Inwook's face with an exaggerated expression, scolding him for being too trusting, leaving Inwook bewildered. For a moment, the image of a cheerful white-haired entity making a V sign flashed through Si-woo's mind as his younger brother compared him to a victim of contract fraud. Kim Si-woo immediately became flustered, forcing a laugh and weakly waving his hand in denial. When Inwook explained that Minsu had paid for their grandmother's hospital bills, Si-woo's wary expression softened, replaced by contemplation. Kim Si-woo mused, hand on his chin, considering the possibility that Gummensu was genuinely a good person. Turning to Inwook, Si-woo decisively pointed towards the taxi, ordering his brother to go home because the place was too dangerous. Lightly dusting his shoulder, Si-woo closed his eyes, deciding to switch to a more direct contingency plan. A stream of blue energy and digital data fragments enveloped Si-woo, beginning the transformation process. In a halo of light, Si-woo's attire transformed into a solemn black priestly vestment, exuding power. Inwook froze, his mouth agape in astonishment at the extraordinary sight. Unable to believe his eyes, without a word of explanation, Si-woo used his foot to push Inwook straight into the taxi despite his brother's vehement protests. As the car drove away, Si-woo's expression became somber, a hint of regret as he watched his brother's retreating figure. The silent night sky above the forest signaled a false calm before the storm. His new boots landed on the ground, where arrows of light pointed the way deeper inside. A blue system interface appeared before his eyes, announcing that he had entered the Abyss Zone and received the Salvation Quest. Si-woo stood before the entrance to a gloomy forest, confirming it was the Abyss Dungeon filled with demonic energy. He cautiously stepped inside, the surrounding space eerily silent. Si-woo walked through the eerie mist, his figure solitary but steady. His face became sharp, his amber eyes sweeping through the darkness, highly vigilant. A sarcastic smirk appeared as he faced the danger, commenting on the nice weather. A 4-person film crew was startled when a figure suddenly blocked their path in the gloomy forest. Facing Kim Si-woo in his formal priestly attire, the film crew leader hastily explained their purpose to de-escalate the situation. Sul Semyoung friendly struck up a conversation, warning about the dangers of the nearby dungeon, and received a straightforward answer from Si-woo that he was there to meet Gummensu, observing with his arms crossed. Si-woo listened as Semyoung confirmed that he knew about the returner's appointment through Minsu. Si-woo presented his phone, which had no signal, as an explanation for his sudden appearance, causing Semyoung to show slight annoyance at the inconvenience. With an inviting gesture, Semyoung motioned for Si-woo to follow them to the meeting point with Minsu. Along the way, Semyoung enthusiastically presented the grand plan they were preparing for Gummensu's channel. Semyoung curiously asked about Si-woo's attire, but only received a brief answer, denying it was part of an image. Si-woo's expression clearly showed his discomfort with Semyoung's incessant praise and excitement. In the middle of their conversation, Si-woo suddenly stopped, his gaze shifting as he sensed something unusual. He directed his attention towards the 3 remaining members, who stood motionless, with empty eyes, eerily silent. In stark contrast, Semyoung laughed and dismissed Si-woo's concern, innocently asserting that they were still talking normally. Si-woo's amber eyes narrowed and emitted a faint glow, as he used his ability to see through the true nature of things. After Sul Semyoung introduced himself, Si-woo made a silent gesture, preparing to reveal an important truth. Blue divine energy gathered around Si-woo's hand as he explained that Semyoung was fortunate to possess innate demonic energy resistance. He placed a hand on a completely bewildered Sul Semyoung's shoulder, offering an implied piece of advice about the divine gift he possessed. Kim Si-woo placed a hand on Sul Semyoung's shoulder, offering sincere but implied advice about cherishing life. Blue lightning suddenly erupted from Kim Si-woo, enveloping both of them in a display of divine power that astonished Sul Semyoung. Sul Semyoung's eyes widened, reflecting the dazzling blue light as he realized the true nature of the person standing before him. The other group members screamed in pain as dark specters were expelled from their bodies. To protect Sul Semyoung, Kim Si-woo covered his eyes with his hand, preventing him from witnessing the horrifying purification scene. Kim Si-woo pulled the panicked Sul Semyoung away from the dangerous area, decisively leading him deeper into the forest. A MeTube group member collapsed to the ground, his hands trembling as the last remnants of demonic energy dissipated. Still trembling, Sul Semyoung stared at Kim Si-woo, trying to stammer out questions about his identity and purpose. Kim Si-woo merely smiled calmly and somewhat mysteriously. With a reverent gesture, he placed his hand on his chest, indicating his purpose was to spread the goddess's word. Sul Semyoung was completely stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard and seen. A swirling black spatial gate appeared on the ground, and a system notification popped up, signaling their entry into the dungeon. Inside was a vast stone corridor. Another notification revealing the dungeon was undergoing abyssification. Kim Si-woo stood alone, facing the system notification that the dungeon had been transformed and an urgent quest had been issued. He clasped his hands together, his expression turning serious as he sensed the increasingly dense demonic energy around him. Kim Si-woo's system interface displayed a labyrinthine map, revealing the locations of other players attempting to resist inside. Kim Si-woo stopped on the cracked stone floor, his gaze sweeping the surrounding area to pinpoint his location. He glanced at Sul Semyoung, who was still dazed, then turned his attention to the other unconscious individuals. He realized the MeTube members were still breathing, a sign of life. His amber eyes narrowed as he discovered a horrifying truth. Their faces had completely vanished. He suddenly understood the nature of the creatures he had eliminated before entering the dungeon. An analytical image appeared, describing the mimic monster species that specializes in knocking out and impersonating victims. A thick white liquid began to ooze from the blank face of a MeTube member, confirming the transformation. Si-woo deduced that these low-level creatures, unable to exist independently, must surely have a leader. The tall, sinister figure of a doppelganger appeared in his mind, and a system window confirmed the keyword. The system interface officially announced that the boss of this abyssal dungeon had been revealed as a doppelganger. Kim Si-woo nodded calmly. The result, exactly as he had predicted. An illustration showed the deadly danger of a mimic transforming into a close ally. Siwoo's gaze suddenly sharpened, as he wondered if there were truly survivors ahead, or if it was just a doppelganger's trap. He cast aside his hesitation, a steely determination appearing on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, his cloak fluttering in the gloomy space of the dungeon. At the end of the path, a dazzling light source flickered, promising either a confrontation or a glimmer of hope. Kim Siwoo squinted, his amber eyes scanning a crowded space that the camera couldn't clearly capture. A combat boot stomped down, his decisive action abruptly cut short. The true scene was revealed: a film set with dazzling stage lights. An unseen voice echoed from the camera's direction, decisively signaling to stop the shot. A film crew member wearing a cap angrily pointed, loudly scolding the person who had ruined the shot. Kim Siwoo, still in his priestly attire, looked bewildered and offered an awkward smile, realizing he had stumbled into an unexpected place. Amidst the chaotic scene of the film crew preparing to reshoot, Siwoo stood out, an unusual presence in an ordinary setting. He bowed slightly, raising his hand in a conciliatory gesture to apologize to the annoyed film crew member. With a sincere expression, Siwoo explained that he was there to find Gummensu. The film crew member froze. Then his expression shifted from annoyance to recognition as he connected Siwoo's identity with the name Returner. The staff member's irritation vanished, replaced by excitement as he realized he was standing before the famous figure they had been waiting for. A friendly female film crew member put her arm around her colleague, happily taking on the task of leading Siwoo to Minsu, led by the female staff member. Kim Siwoo walked through the crowded film set, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the actors. An actress in warrior attire was rehearsing her lines, speaking about some people not yet being corrupted by demonic energy. The actress's line served as a wake-up call, and Kim Siwoo's eyes suddenly sharpened as his senses perceived a real danger. The figure of the female guide appeared, but her face was now a horrifying blank, revealing her monstrous nature. A grotesque hand reached out, its dark red energy signaling a mass illusion being cast by the doppelganger. Strands of demonic energy bound the souls of a faceless crowd, turning them into puppets in a horrifying play. Kim Siwoo realized that even uncorrupted players were being affected by this illusion. He concluded that the doppelganger's power had significantly increased, which was why demonic energy was leaking outwards. A pitch-black, swirling demonic gate on the ground was evidence of that energy leakage. The film crew member tried to reassure Siwoo with a confident smile, asserting that everything was under control. Siwoo squinted skeptically, while the film crew member cheerfully gave a thumbs up, boasting that they had captured the dungeon boss. Hearing that, Siwoo was stunned, completely disbelieving his ears at the film crew's recklessness. A scene was recreated: the colossal figure of the doppelganger, chained by actors, weakened to serve the filming. Siwoo looked away, a complex expression appearing as he realized the horrifying cruelty and efficiency of their method. He rested his chin in thought, concluding that the film crew had brought disaster upon themselves by confronting the doppelganger. It was karma. The film crew member pointed towards a large door, cheerfully announcing it was the boss's room and bidding Siwoo farewell. Siwoo stood alone before the boss room door, his expression turning serious as he sensed the true danger within. At the same time, inside the room, a faceless mimic silently approached Gummensu and his busy colleagues. Gummensu and his group turned around. Noticing the one who interrupted their work, he fully turned around, a bewildered expression clearly visible on his face as he faced the silent stranger. At the dungeon film set, Kim Siwoo introduced himself as Inwook's older brother to the person in charge of the place. Gummensu, a famous MeTuber, smiled brightly, showing that he had anticipated Siwoo's arrival. With a friendly gesture, Minsu invited Siwoo to sit down to begin their conversation. Minsu turned to assign tasks to the film crew members before turning back to fully focus on his guest. He offered Siwoo a cup of instant coffee, a simple but sincere gesture of hospitality. As Siwoo listened, Minsu explained that they needed a lot of manpower to ensure the authenticity of the project. He revealed that these staff members were actually weak players, whom he paid generously to work. Hearing this, Siwoo thoughtfully sipped his coffee, his gaze briefly passing over the image of his younger brother. When Minsu inquired, Siwoo explained that Inwook couldn't come because he wasn't feeling well. A fleeting thought appeared on Siwoo's face as he recalled his younger brother also often getting sick. Minsu continued to be amiable, praising Inwook to build rapport with Siwoo. Siwoo gave a subtle smile, showing amusement at Minsu's outgoing personality. Siwoo's unexpected reaction made Minsu slightly flustered for a moment. Both laughed as Siwoo clarified that he was thinking about his younger brother. Breaking the awkwardness. After creating a comfortable atmosphere, Minsu changed direction, preparing to make an offer. However, Siwoo interrupted, his eyes becoming serious as he directly asked about the safety of the film set. Gummensu extended an invitation, asking Kim Siwoo to see something behind the red curtain with an understanding attitude. Gummensu pulled the curtain aside, revealing the scene inside while Kim Siwoo watched with a wary expression. Kim Siwoo's amber eyes narrowed, assessing the scene before him with intense focus. Behind the curtain was a humanoid monster, tightly bound by countless chains. Introduced by Gummensu as proof of safety, Gummensu reaffirmed his commitment to safety. Contrasting it with other dangerous content on MeTube, Siwoo questioned a member who had left the project, but Minsu dismissed it, claiming it was due to unrelated illness. With a confident smile, Gummensu suggested Siwoo observe before deciding, showing understanding for his situation. A calculating glint appeared in Kim Siwoo's eyes, as if he had already made a decision. Kim Siwoo raised a glass of water to drink, a silent gesture of agreement that made Gummensu visibly happy. With a confident smile, Kim Siwoo extended his gloved hand, offering a handshake to formalize the agreement. Gummensu happily reciprocated, welcoming Siwoo to the team. The two hands clasped, but a surge of blue energy suddenly erupted from the point of contact. The blue lightning enveloped both, leaving Gummensu stunned and pushed back by an invisible force. Gummensu screamed in pain as his body was submerged in the divine energy. The perspective focused on Kim Siwoo's resolute face amidst the lightning. A system interface appeared, confirming skills synchronization, while Kim Siwoo smirked triumphantly amidst the lightning bolts. In the seemingly friendly handshake, Kim Siwoo's blue energy exploded, corroding Gummensu's hand. Gummensu threw his head back and screamed in extreme pain as the divine current enveloped his body. Standing firm against the energy storm, Kim Siwoo coldly observed his handiwork. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Kim Siwoo's lips, breaking his previous docile facade to expose the truth. He pressed his hand firmly, channeling all his power into Gummensu, revealing his own charade. The attack pushed Gummensu's mind back to the fateful moment in the ruined dungeon. He recalled the feeling of being invaded by a dark entity, with red and black veins crawling across his body. The memory showed that a doppelganger, had successfully usurped Gummensu's appearance. The doppelganger stood, watching the real Gummensu, now transformed into a soulless monster, slumped at its feet. In the chaos, Gummensu's teammates, unaware of the swap, rushed to attack their own transformed leader. The doppelganger, in Gummensu's guise, smiled maliciously as it watched its former teammates hung up like puppets by its own hands. It recalled the face of the real Gummensu, imprisoned in the monster's form, helplessly watching the tragedy unfold. After setting the trap, the doppelganger drew the curtain, preparing for its final act. It stood among its defeated teammates, beside the real Gummensu, who was kneeling in chains. Back in reality, Gummensu the doppelganger found himself bound by energy chains, a reflection of the imprisonment he had inflicted. He was haunted by illusions of his trusting teammates, now looking at him with the horror reserved for a monster in another dimension. Gummensu's consciousness cried out a desperate plea. His monstrous body knelt, an image of helplessness and brokenness. In response to the cry for help, a surge of blue divine energy erupted. The spiritual attack struck the doppelganger directly, making it scream in extreme pain. Reality dissolved, bringing Kim Siwoo into a sanctuary of the mind, where he confronted the source of suffering. Inside that space, the original Gummensu's eyes lit up, a sign of awakened consciousness. Siwoo turned, his amber eyes resolute, accepting the silent plea to save a soul. Meanwhile, the doppelganger continued to writhe in the purifying blue flame, its mind chaotic between reality and illusion. For Gummensu, the flame caused no pain, but brought an unusual warmth, like a purification. Siwoo looked directly at the creature before him, breaking through its monstrous facade by calling his real name Gummensu. Gummensu was stunned, unable to believe that someone could see through his true nature, while Siwoo affirmed it with a powerful gesture. With a confident smile, Siwoo indicated that seeing through the truth was simply due to his good eyesight. To create a connection, Siwoo revealed his identity as In-wook's older brother. Hearing the familiar name, a feeling of warmth and goodwill arose in Gummensu's consciousness. Siwoo brought up the past, mentioning that Gummensu's younger brother had disappeared 5 years ago. Delving deeper into his tragedy, Siwoo's eyes sharpened, and he silently observed, assessing Gummensu's reaction to the painful truth. Kim Siwoo extended his hand towards Gummensu, his gaze firm, making a solemn offer to decide the enemy's fate. He clenched his hand, a decisive gesture showing that he was shaping 2 paths for Minsu to choose from. Gummensu lifted his head, his soulless eyes flashing, confirming the painful truth of his stolen identity. The dark entity made a silent plea, wishing to be freed by death, which momentarily stunned Kim Siwoo as Gummensu continued to beg for death. Kim Siwoo quickly waved his hand, vehemently rejecting the idea. Kim Siwoo smiled reassuringly, placing his hand on his chest to affirm his sincerity, asking Gummensu to hear out his proposal. Kim Siwoo's eyes became cold and mischievous as he presented 2 bloody paths of revenge for Gummensu to choose from. Siwoo tilted his head, offering a malicious piece of advice on how to inflict extreme pain. Completely shocking Gummensu, hatred flared. Gummensu tensed, his eyes blazing with a single decision to make the enemy suffer torture until death. Kim Siwoo winked and gave a thumbs up in approval, happily accepting Gummensu's request for brutal revenge. In the real world, the blue holy flame erupted, incinerating the doppelganger's body amid screams of pain. At the same time, the purifying flame spread to the chains binding Gummensu, causing them to crack and shatter. Completely freed, Gummensu stood upright, feeling freedom for the first time after a long period of captivity. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming that Gummensu had received salvation and an hidden objective had been completed. A divine entity with long white hair and a radiant aura appeared, responding to the act of redemption that had just occurred. Gummensu looked up, reaching out towards the warm light emanating from Reman, who had just descended. In the spiritual space, Reman's gentle gaze looked down, an unspoken comfort conveyed. She gently lifted Gummensu's chin, his monstrous form beginning to dissipate under the divine light. Gummensu's body was completely regenerated. He touched his face, tears streaming down. Unable to believe the miracle that had just occurred, he looked up to the sky, embracing salvation in a moment of infinite gratitude. Reality returned. Kim Siwoo, thoughtfully gazing at the system windows, displaying rewards for the newly completed quest. He glanced at Gummensu, now back in human form, lying unconscious on the cold floor. Kim Siwoo's eyes gleamed with calculation, assessing the situation that had just concluded. Suddenly, Reman materialized right before him, her smile both friendly and a little mischievous. In a humorous moment, Reman cheerfully explained that she hadn't expected to see him again so soon. She whispered to Kim Siwoo. While he appeared reluctant to listen to her explanation, Reman pointed to a pulsating blue energy mass, explaining that it was a spatial rift allowing her to appear. Kim Siwoo sat down, hand on his chin, pondering the meaning of this spatial rift in an abyssal dungeon. Reman teased, suggesting he was pretending to be unhappy but was actually very glad to see her. Kim Siwoo explained that Gummensu's unconsciousness was due to direct exposure to her divine power. Reman smiled kindly, expressing affection for a good person like Minsu. She placed her hand on Siwoo's shoulder, asserting that she would help those who would become his future allies. Reman looked at Kim Siwoo with a serious expression, preparing to broach an important topic. Siwoo replied, his eyes reflecting unease, admitting that everything about his world now felt strange. To explain, Reman gently took Siwoo's hand, preparing to reveal a truth she had kept hidden. Her action recalled the moment they made their covenant, bringing Siwoo back to the foundation of their relationship. A visual representation of cosmic laws appeared, warning that Reman's presence had interfered with Earth's karma. This image illustrated Reman's explanation that she, an extraterrestrial entity, was fundamentally forbidden from affecting the world. Siwoo immediately retorted, summoning sacred blue flames in his hand as undeniable proof of her influence. He continued to question, recalling how she had just used her power to heal Minsu, pointing out the clear contradiction. In response, Reman showed an image of a cosmic scale, explaining that their covenant was a permitted exception, but it placed a burden on one side of the balance. Siwoo's eyes sharpened. He immediately understood that there must be an equivalent price, an invisible burden on the other side, to maintain balance. Reman merely smiled silently, an unspoken acknowledgement that she was forbidden from revealing what that price was. Siwoo became pensive, realizing there was a force even higher than Reman governing these laws. He sighed wearily, feeling the weight of his known world having irreversibly changed. Reman looked at him with concern, awaiting an angry or disappointed reaction. Contrary to her expectation, Siwoo turned back with a completely calm expression, asserting that he did not blame her at all. Reman was stunned, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, completely surprised and moved by his maturity and trust. Reman smiled mysteriously, her cosmic aura shimmering. That smile startled Kim Siwoo. He looked at her with confusion and suspicion. Reman turned her back, her white hair flowing as she prepared to leave, making Siwoo hesitate. He silently watched her back, a complex expression of lingering attachment fleeting across his face. Without turning back, Reman offered a promise of a future encounter. She turned to face Siwoo, her smile both warm and challenging, expressing a desire to meet him in a better place. Reman's gaze sharpened, posing an unspoken question that made Siwoo flustered. Radiating divine aura, Reman clasped her hands, entrusting him with the supreme mission to build a temple and gather more followers. She vanished in a brilliant blue light, at which point Gummensu startled awake with a scream. Fully conscious, Gummensu sat bolt upright, frantically searching for the vanished goddess. Realizing he had missed her, Minsu's face flushed with disappointment and a hint of infatuation. Noticing Minsu's reaction, a calculating and opportunistic smile of a missionary appeared on Kim Siwoo's lips. The scene shifted to a bustling city street, signaling the passage of time. Siwoo thoughtfully looked at the system interface, where his number of followers had increased. In the car, Siwoo and his younger brother Inwook together reviewed a report on the doppelganger incident on a holographic screen. Elsewhere, a victim of the incident clutched their head in pain, enduring severe mental aftereffects. In the car, Kim Siwoo pondered his upcoming visit to Gummensu. He began to explain to Inwook, who was sitting beside him, the true danger of the doppelganger. Inwook flinched in surprise at the seriousness of his brother's warning. With a confused expression, Inwook asked again about a terrifying concept he had never heard of. Siwoo's train of thought illustrated the true form of the doppelganger, a hideous creature known as a prideful skirmisher. He continued to explain a horrifying memory from Eden, where a doppelganger summoned a gigantic demon gate by sacrificing an entire village. Images of victims drained of their life force to fuel the ritual appeared in his mind. Back in reality, Siwoo's eyes narrowed. He realized a disturbing truth was hidden. He wondered if the appearance of the demon gate before him was coincidental. A glowing golden scale lit up in his mind, symbolizing the law of karma that Reman had spoken of. Siwoo clenched his fist, determined that he needed to act more decisively to attract followers. His train of thought was interrupted when Inwook raised his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. On the screen were messages from Gummensu, showing fervent devotion to Siwoo as the Pope. Inwook looked at his brother with an accusing gaze, imagining Siwoo deviously brainwashing Minsu to exploit him. Inwook's expression shifted from confusion to complete skepticism. Kim Siwoo's mouth fell open, his expression comically indignant at his brother's absurd accusation. Kim Siwoo's thoughts replayed the moment Reman saved Gummensu, who was completely overwhelmed at the time. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo comically tapped Inwook's head with his fist to emphasize his point. Inwook rubbed his head with a miserable but resigned expression, While Siwoo explained the difference between Reman's benevolence and his own nature, Siwoo's amber eyes narrowed, showing deep understanding of a mortal's reaction when confronted with the divine. The memory returned to Gummensu's first awakening. His face alight with undisguised reverence and astonishment. Reman's image appeared, majestic and radiating divine energy, a presence powerful enough to convince anyone of her divine nature. Sitting in the car, Inwook excitedly suggested Reman appearing on their channel, while Siwoo pointed out the potential danger. Despite the warning, Inwook still smiled optimistically and gave a thumbs up, expressing his wish to meet Reman someday. Inwook's attention was suddenly drawn to a notification on his laptop. The Player K channel had just uploaded a new video. The screen displayed the video title, "I'm Sorry," and the channel name, Playerk, with surging viewership, confusing both of them. In the video, Gummensu appeared from the hospital room, beginning his speech as Player K to clarify the truth. Kim Siwoo and Inwook gaped in astonishment, unable to believe what they were witnessing on the screen. The scene shifted to Guro University Hospital, where Minsu was recovering. Without hesitation, Inwook pushed open the hospital room door and rushed in, followed by Kim Siwoo. Gu Minsu, in a patient gown, smiled serenely to greet them, looking completely healthy. Kim Siwoo stood, with his arms crossed, hand on his chin in thought, observing the interaction between Inwook and Minsu with an analytical gaze. Kim Siwoo coughed awkwardly, flustered by Gu Minsu's reverence. Siwoo leaned in to ask Minsu, while in the background, Inwook, stealthily, tried to leave the room. Siwoo tried to suggest a more informal address, but was powerless to refuse Minsu's adoration. Outside the hospital room, the morning sun shone on the building. Inside the room, Siwoo sat opposite, listening to Minsu explain the video he had just uploaded. Minsu smiled serenely as he recounted the video's content, which had reached 1 million views. He placed his hand on his chest, eyes closed in reverence, as he mentioned his savior and goddess. Siwoo crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful and analytical, seemingly not entirely satisfied with the results. On the tablet screen, a series of comments appeared, showing public skepticism and ridicule. Siwoo's amber eyes widened in surprise as he realized everyone thought this was just a gimmick. He turned, holding the tablet towards Minsu to question the video's authenticity. Minsu replied with a resolute gaze, asserting his sole purpose was to spread the word about the Reman order with absolute loyalty. Minsu declared his readiness to dedicate everything to the goddess. His eyes blazed with fanaticism, vowing to consecrate all his assets to this cause. Siwoo flinched back, raising his hands in silent dismay at Minsu's declaration. Despite Siwoo's reaction, Minsu stood there with a contented smile, radiating an aura of pure devotion. Kim Siwoo received a system notification directly in front of him. The notification stated that Gu Minsu's confession had transformed him into a fanatical follower, granting Siwoo divine points and unlocking the judge profession. A forced smile appeared on Siwoo's face as he realized he didn't have enough points to purchase the new profession, while Gu Minsu observed from his hospital bed. Sensing Siwoo's concern, Minsu enthusiastically reassured him, asserting his experience as a MeTuber. To prove it, Minsu held up a laptop, revealing that he had prepared a video with Sul Semyoung to spread the faith. Siwoo's expression shifted to one of realization, perhaps understanding the source of new followers. Interrupting Minsu, Siwoo stood up with renewed determination, signaling his follower to listen. Siwoo leaned forward, whispering a new directive into Minsu's ear, who appeared astonished by the significant role assigned. A confident and serene smile appeared on Siwoo's face. He believed this plan would please Reman. His train of thought led him elsewhere. The hospital scene dissolved, giving way to a vast sanctuary where cloaked figures bowed. In that sanctuary, a leading figure placed a hand on a kneeling person, formally anointing them as a warrior. The newly appointed warrior was entrusted with the task of dedicating both soul and body to participate in a grand plan. With a fervent shout, the warrior demonstrated their resolve to fight for the supreme will. Drawing their sword, the warrior charged into battle, a streak of white and purple light hurtling into the darkness. The warrior stood alone, facing a giant purple demon and its army. A battle to the death was about to begin. The violent scene faded, replaced by a fleeting memory of a sunny day at an amusement park. Siwoo and Sion strolled together. He affectionately recalled an old memory that surprised and delighted her. An unexpected call interrupted their moment. Siwoo looked slightly annoyed, while Si-yeon urged him to answer. Siwoo put the phone to his ear, his expression turning serious as he heard Dong-shik announce an urgent meeting. The scene shifted to a modern office building at night, where Siwoo had arrived to meet the caller. In the office, Dong-shik offered a formal apology for the sudden meeting. Siwoo nodded in acceptance. Siwoo looked directly at Dong-shik, correctly guessing that this meeting was to discuss the incident at the Abyss dungeon. Citing time constraints, Dong-shik pushed a tablet towards Siwoo, preparing to show him a video. On the tablet screen, cloaked figures in white gathered in a circular room to perform a warrior selection ritual. A cloaked warrior raised their sword with reverence, swearing allegiance to their ideals amidst a surge of purple energy. The army of white-cloaked figures faced a giant purple demon and its minions, their blades shining defiantly. Back in the office, Siwoo rested his chin on his hand. His amber eyes narrowed as he meticulously analyzed the footage. Siwoo bluntly remarked that it was a cult, causing Dong-shik to chuckle at his honesty before Siwoo dismissed it as a joke. Siwoo directly questioned Dong-shik's purpose, while the team leader hastily waved his hand, denying any intention of interfering with Siwoo's order. Dong-shik's expression turned serious as he pointed at the tablet, clarifying that the real concern was an organization called the White Brilliance Order. The video of the white-cloaked warriors was replayed, as Dong-shik confirmed they were the main culprits behind many incidents the Bureau had handled. Dong-shik's finger glided over a digital map, pointing out an alarming connection between red outbreak gates and purple abyss dungeons. Dong-shik presented a serious problem, emphasizing the recent sudden and unusual increase in teleportation gates. He revealed that a mysterious group in white cloaks, the White Brilliance Order, always arrived to handle the gates even before the government. Siwoo listened, his eyes skeptical as Dong-shik explained that this cult had grown rapidly in just the past 6 months. Dong-shik showed an image of a cult member, explaining that they claimed to possess prophetic powers and operated with extreme secrecy. Siwoo subtly smirked, recognizing the absurdity in the cult's claim of prophetic abilities. Siwoo looked directly at Dong-shik, getting straight to the point about the Bureau's true intentions, causing the team leader to awkwardly clear his throat. Regaining his serious demeanor, Dong-shik admitted that the Bureau was overwhelmed and needed Siwoo's cooperation to deal with this cult. Siwoo listened silently to the offer, weighing his options. Standing up, Siwoo lightly tapped his finger on the table, declaring he would make the cult regret revealing themselves. He agreed to cooperate, causing Dong-shik to openly show his joy and relief. Dong-shik expressed that Siwoo's presence brought hope for their future. With immense gratitude, Dong-shik unexpectedly bowed deeply, startling and confusing Siwoo. The team leader maintained his posture, immersed in feelings of relief and hope. Siwoo's gaze became distant, wondering how much Korea had changed during his 5-year absence. The scene shifted to a previous Bureau meeting, where they analyzed an anonymous player who had torn apart a wyvern. They concluded that the flame in that player's hand was holy fire, a power capable of inflicting immense damage on monsters. Kim Siwoo scrolled on his phone, watching a MeTube channel that promised to invite a mysterious figure in the next episode. The screen displayed a series of audience comments, expressing skepticism and ridicule. A system interface appeared, indicating he had gained more divine points, and Siwoo began to outline his plan. He smirked, envisioning the ease of attracting followers through a popular MeTuber. Inwook, his younger brother, looked at him skeptically, bluntly questioning the foolishness of his brother's plan. Suddenly, both brothers were startled as their phones simultaneously vibrated with an emergency notification. The warning from the Bureau of Awakener Management stated that an outbreak-level teleportation gate had appeared in Guro, right near the hospital where Min-soo was being treated. Inwook frantically ran to wake Sion for evacuation, while Siwoo froze in shock at this deadly coincidence. Siwoo narrowed his eyes, realizing the hand of causality was interfering with his plans all too clearly. Inwook, already wearing his backpack, held his still sleepy younger sister Sion in his arms and looked towards his brother. Inwook urged Siwoo to evacuate with the family, but Siwoo remained silent, his gaze indicating he had no intention of leaving. The doorbell rang, and a special forces team from the Bureau of Awakener Management appeared. Calling Kim Si-woo's name, the leading female special forces member announced they would escort his family to safety and requested him to meet team leader Kim. Si-woo quietly observed them, his amber eyes gleaming with deep calculation. A car sped down the highway at night. Heading towards the dangerous area, the car stopped in front of a building, above which a gigantic, fiery teleportation gate was tearing through the night sky. Amidst the chaotic scene of the evacuation, Kim Si-woo calmly entered the sealed-off area. He quietly observed the despair and chaos around him. A manifestation of the unfolding disaster, a system warning appeared, signaling the presence of an immense evil energy source from the gate. Without hesitation, he steadily advanced deeper into the heart of the event. Ahead, groups of players had gathered, forming a separate zone, while Si-woo approached alone. His appearance drew the attention of other players, who showed surprise upon recognizing him. Si-woo noticed a stark contrast within the players' area was calculated calm, while outside were cries of lament. Dongshik approached, explaining to Si-woo that this delay was a familiar procedure, especially in emergency situations. He pointed towards the guild representatives, who were busy dividing territory on a tactical map, treating the disaster as an opportunity. Si-woo's expression turned cold, his initial curiosity giving way to unconcealed disgust. Dongshik reiterated their conversation from the previous day, probing Si-woo's intentions. Turning his back to Dongshik, Si-woo declared he would handle this gate alone, leaving the commander stunned. He closed his eyes, and blue divine energy began to gather around his hands. His casual clothes dissolved, replaced by a majestic ceremonial robe. As his power erupted, a powerful wave of energy emanated from Si-woo, causing all surrounding players to recoil in astonishment. In his new form, Si-woo stood tall amidst a pillar of divine light, ready for a display of absolute power. Below, the astonished civilian crowd looked up at the night sky, which had suddenly become magically radiant. On the hospital rooftop, a system notification declared the Sanctification skill activated, resetting Earth's conditions, right above the swirling teleportation gate. In his combat ceremonial robe, Kim Si-woo stood firm as another notification explained that this skill would weaken demons and undead in the area. His figure became small as a colossal cosmic eye, the embodiment of the law of karma, opened in the sky to oversee his actions. Si-woo bowed his head, silently calling Reman's name with absolute reverence. He clasped his hands before his chest, beginning the ritual to enact divine punishment upon those who disturb the peace. With amber eyes blazing with determination, Si-woo vowed to dedicate himself to completing his mission. Meanwhile, a horrifying scream tore through the air from inside the hospital. A hideous horde of undead, eyes glowing brightly, was swarming through the corridors in a frenzied attack. Amidst the chaos, a man in a suit urged Gummensu to flee from the approaching monsters. But Minsu, in a patient gown, swung a magnificent sword, cutting down an incoming undead. His comrade frantically asked about the boss's location, while Minsu continued to repel the enemies. Both realized they couldn't wait, deciding to rush into danger themselves to find and eliminate the boss. Minsu appeared anxious, aware that the difficulty of the teleportation gate was increasing, exceeding their capabilities. His comrade cried out in despair, feeling abandoned by both the guilds and the Bureau. Amidst the panic, Minsu tried to reassure his friend, clinging to the faint hope that help would arrive in time. Before the elevator door, an urgent decision was made, as someone realized they knew someone who could help. The elevator door was forcefully pushed open from within. Gummensu and his comrade rushed out, urged by another person to run to the rooftop. Minsu hastily dashed through the door, leading to the building's rooftop. Upon arrival, the group was stunned by the horrifying sight awaiting them. On the rooftop, Minsu faced a massive army of zombies under a purple sky. He froze, realizing the true scale of the threat. A system notification appeared, revealing the identity of the leader Lich Lycaeus, a terrifying entity. Lich Lycaeus's figure loomed, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Minsu realized his helplessness before a high-level undead. A sense of despair began to set in. Standing beside his comrade, Minsu looked up at the sky, accepting that this might be the end. He let his hands drop, his sword falling to the floor in an act of abandoning physical weapons to seek a miracle. In his final moments, Minsu clasped his hands together, offering a heartfelt prayer. The prayer was answered as a pillar of divine light descended directly from the heavens. Energy exploded into purifying lightning bolts, sweeping across the rooftop with destructive power. Amidst the electrical smoke, Kim Si-woo appeared, looking at Minsu praying and acknowledging his faith. Amidst the purple lightning, Kim Si-woo stood firm, turning back with a confident smile and offering a silent reassurance that he would handle everything. Minsu, his comrade, and another survivor were stunned, relief evident on their faces. As their savior appeared, Si-woo looked at those he had just saved, a gentle smile confirming their safety was now assured. He turned back to face the danger, his expression becoming serious as a system interface confirmed he had arrived just in time thanks to Minsu's prayer. Si-woo's back directly faced Lich Lachias and his massive undead army. An uneven confrontation was about to begin. The system interface announced that the karmic test had been passed, a detail Si-woo seemed to pay little attention to. Lich Lachias roared in anger, realizing Si-woo's divine power was an annoying obstacle to his plans. With fanaticism, Lachias declared that this land would become a sacrifice to great pride, revealing a greater force behind him. Si-woo looked confused by the declaration. While another system interface provided him with information about a new skill, he raised his hand, and a brilliant blue sphere of holy energy formed, ready to be unleashed to purify evil. Divine light exploded from Si-woo's hand, sweeping away the undead army in a wave of destruction, making them vanish with screams. Shocked and wounded by the unforeseen power, Lich Lachias cried out a desperate question about his enemy's identity. Cornered, Lachias roared in humiliation, unable to accept being disgraced by a slave of God. In a fit of extreme rage, Lachias swore he would let no one escape alive from here. A surge of dark energy erupted, transforming the entire area into a cursed wasteland, a dangerous necropolis. Amidst the ruins, a final, glowing red warning echoed the area's karma had been completely destroyed. Kim Si-woo listened calmly as the dark curse was unleashed. Faced with Lich Lachias's arrogant challenge, who was engulfing the city in death energy, Si-woo responded only with a cold gaze. Provoked by the word helpless, he clenched his fist, summoning a brilliant blue sphere of divine energy. A silent warning to the one who dared to insult him. Without hesitation, Si-woo raised his hand to the sky, unleashing his full divine power. Determined to end his enemy's existence, he lunged, delivering a lightning strike to Lich Lachias, easily piercing through his demonic defenses. An explosion of holy light engulfed Lachias, blowing Si-woo into the air while his enemy was torn to shreds. The purifying energy spread, sweeping away all traces of the dark curse on the rooftop. Si-woo landed on the ground, facing the remnants of his enemy, listening to his desperate last words about fate with a contemptuous sneer. Si-woo dismissed Lachias's words, simultaneously realizing he was behind the previous attacks. Lich Lachias's afterimage appeared, frantically accusing Si-woo of ruining the plans of a greater entity. To stop the meaningless babbling, Si-woo raised his foot, preparing to extinguish the Lich's last remnant. A powerful stomp descended, crushing Lachias's afterimage into countless energy fragments. Even as it vanished, Lachias's curse still echoed, threatening to turn this land into a city of the dead. To completely extinguish the threat, Si-woo delivered a final punch into the air, causing the remnants of the curse to vanish with a painful scream. Amidst the silence, a system interface appeared, confirming that Kim Si-woo had successfully destroyed the gate's core. The Lich. The subsequent notification about completing all conditions to purify the Chaos Gate again made Si-woo's face clearly show annoyance. Kim Si-woo stood looking at the defiled city, aware of the danger of the necropolis turning it into a dead land. He closed his eyes, showing reluctance at having to consider a skill he absolutely did not want to use. Si-woo turned his back, his discomfort evident as he thought of a skill that was both ostentatious and awkward. His thoughts turned to the White Brilliance Order, a mysterious sect dressed in white robes, Siwoo issued a silent warning. His gaze sharp, as a system interface confirmed the wings of purification skill had been synchronized. A blazing red sphere of defiled energy exploded in the sky, signaling the beginning of the purification. From within the explosion, a pair of colossal phoenix wings of pure light emerged, their power beginning to purify the area. The white wings of light spread fully across the city sky, emitting a brilliant, overwhelming aura. On the ground, Inwook and Sion's family looked up in astonishment, light feathers gently falling around them. In another room, Gummensu and his teammates also watched the extraordinary sight through the window. Stunned, mid-air, Siwoo calmly closed his eyes, a light feather resting on his chest as a testament to his power. The expressions of Gummensu and another teammate with a goatee showed overwhelming disbelief. Siwoo's system interface continuously updated, showing his number of followers skyrocketing from a meager few to thousands. The crowds on the streets looked up at the colossal wings, completely captivated by the display of divine power. The brilliant wings of light slowly dissipated, leaving trails of light and sparkling feathers falling upon the purified city. Immediately after, Siwoo and Dongshik stood on stage before a forest of cameras, beginning an emergency press conference. At a press conference, Dongshik solemnly began his speech to the media. He summarized the events at the chaotic gate, while reporters diligently took notes and photos. With a serious expression, Dongshik prepared to make an important government announcement. Kim Siwoo stood backstage, calmly facing the camera flashes pointed at him. Dongshik continued his speech, officially recognizing Siwoo as a disaster-level returner. Based on the collected evidence, he smirked meaningfully, announcing the appearance of an irregular in Korea under the nation's attention. Kim Siwoo smiled confidently, ready for his official debut. Reporters were momentarily stunned before erupting in astonishment at Siwoo's announcement of the establishment of the Reman Order. The entire hall descended into chaos as reporters realized the significance of the recent announcement. A storm of questions erupted as reporters from various news agencies vied to raise their hands. A reporter loudly questioned the nature of the organization Siwoo had just announced, implying it was a cult. Facing the skepticism, Kim Siwoo merely smiled knowingly, maintaining his composure. He suddenly raised his fist with an enthusiastic gesture, showing his determination to prove his faith through action. Siwoo concluded with an exaggerated, radiant smile, confidently declaring his new role. Standing beside him, Dongshik was speechless, looking at Siwoo with an utterly helpless gaze at his theatrics. Amidst the chaos, a young reporter cheerfully waved, trying to attract attention to ask the next question. During the press conference, Kim Siwoo singled out a young reporter, recognizing his potential for fanaticism. Reporter Seo Taeho eagerly introduced himself and asked about the future activities of the Reman Order. To maximize influence, Siwoo announced that the Reman Order would begin operating on the MeTube platform. Siwoo looked at Seo Taeho with an amused expression, thanked him, and called him a future follower. To the reporter's astonishment, the press conference concluded under the night lights, but reporters still swarmed around, seeking more information. A blue system interface appeared, announcing that Siwoo had over 10,000 followers and had completed the task of establishing the order. The scene shifted to a peaceful morning, with green foliage and birdsong. The scene showed a modern apartment complex. Siwoo's residence. Siwoo, in his pajamas, sat on his bed and scrolled through his phone with a pensive expression. The phone screen displayed a series of mixed public comments about his identity and actions. Siwoo turned to ask Inwook, who was brushing his teeth, about the impression he made on the public. Inwook frankly remarked that Siwoo didn't look holy enough for a religious figure. Siwoo flopped onto the bed, his face displeased by Inwook's comment. To tease him, Inwook made an exaggerated gesture, suggesting Siwoo should flap his wings and transform like a magical girl to attract followers. Siwoo dismissed the idea and began to explain the limitations of using his power. The explanation led the viewer to an abstract space, where an image of Siwoo faced the karmic compatibility test notification. A silver karmic scale appeared, symbolizing the power limit Kim Siwoo had to adhere to. Siwoo was pensive, realizing he could not arbitrarily use large-scale divine skills. At home, Inwook held out his phone with a worried expression. but Siwoo merely glanced at the negative comments with a calm demeanor. An image of Reman appeared, a reminder of Siwoo's long-term plan to build credibility for his order. In a metaphorical image, Siwoo stood proudly in ceremonial robes, determined to change society's prejudices. Back in reality, Siwoo gave a thumbs up optimistically, surprising Inwook with his positivity. Suddenly, a transparent system interface appeared before both of them, catching Inwook's attention. The interface displayed a new purchasable role, Missionary, making Siwoo exclaim in delight. He pointed at the screen. Realizing the importance of this new role for the Order's development, Siwoo's joy suddenly faded as he read the conditions to unlock the role. A seemingly impossible requirement. Siwoo buried his face in the table in despair, while Inwook stood there with a sarcastic question. An image representing the missionary role appeared, emphasizing the importance of spreading doctrine. To tease the suffering, Siwoo, Inwook playfully spread his arms, mimicking a flapping motion, making Siwoo snap in annoyance. Siwoo lay on his side, his gaze fixed on a glowing blue system interface before him. A notification appeared, stating that a prophecy from Reman was about to be bestowed, indicated by a glowing phone icon. The phone icon hovered before the stunned Siwoo, and a voice emanated from it. While Inwook astonishingly recognized it as the goddess, Reman's invisible, cheerful voice rang out, teasing Kim Siwoo about his relationship with his family. Walking amidst the lush green space, Siwoo responded to the divine presence surrounding him with a ring of blue energy. Questioning this sudden appearance, Siwoo showed annoyance as Reman continued to tease him through the glowing system icon, reminding him of his own lack of doctrinal understanding. Faint memories appeared, showing an image of Reman standing behind Siwoo, reaffirming her promise to always help him. Back in reality, Siwoo gave a self-satisfied smile. Accepting the goddess's offer of help, he challenged Reman, asking her to reveal the solution she had prepared for him. A system window appeared before Siwoo, announcing a new option, sending a missionary from Eden to Earth. Siwoo gaped in astonishment at the prospect of being able to bring someone from another dimension here. Their dialogue was envisioned as a humorous argument, with Siwoo accusing Reman of kidnapping while she tried to defend herself. Siwoo continued to question, accusing Reman of having a habit of unfairly kidnapping others. He was stunned to learn that the missionary had not only been chosen from volunteers but would also arrive tomorrow. With a determined frown, Siwoo extended his finger and pressed the purchase button on the interface. System notifications confirmed the purchase and declared that the first missionary had received the summons. Siwoo sighed in relief, his hand resting on the glowing system icon, thanking Reman for solving the problem. Curiosity rising, he asked Reman about the identity of the incoming person, expecting a familiar answer. Siwoo's expression tensed as Reman playfully refused to answer, leaving him with a sense of unease about this unexpected gift. In Kim Siwoo's mind, the ominous figures of potential missionaries appeared. A man and a woman with glowing eyes. Another figure, hooded and mustached, appeared in his thoughts, with hands clasped in an unsettling prayer. Back in reality, Siwoo forced a smile, the anxiety about his upcoming companions evident on his face. The scene shifted to an office building, where Dongshik began a discussion about an urgent matter concerning Gate C-51. In the office, Dongshik informed Siwoo that the Bureau could not intervene with Gate C-51, as it could provoke a backlash from other alliances. Siwoo, trying to remain optimistic, asked if there was any way, believing that Reman sending a missionary would resolve everything. Dongshik explained that the problem lay in the gate being assigned to the Goblin Guild, a powerful entity symbolized by their demon face emblem. The image of a burly guild leader appeared, symbolizing the unyielding power of the Goblin Guild, sponsored by a major corporation. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Siwoo bit his nails anxiously, while Dongshik observed his reaction. Dongshik's jaw dropped in astonishment as Siwoo revealed that a real person from Eden would arrive, not a usual returner. After the initial shock, Dongshik rubbed the bridge of his nose, explaining that an extraterrestrial making contact with a guild could cause serious problems. His warning was illustrated by the image of a humanoid demon, representing how guilds typically perceived beings from the gates. Siwoo directly asked if that meant war could break out, and Dongshik reluctantly confirmed the danger. After a moment of consideration, a confident and determined smile appeared on Siwoo's lips as he decided to personally handle the matter. Outside a high school in Anyang City, Gate C51 swirled, emitting a dark purple energy. Nearby, a figure in a black priest-like robe ordered his group to prepare, signaling another faction was ready for action. Under the purple sky, signaling a chaos gate, Kim Siwoo sat in contemplation amidst the bustling crowd. Siwoo turned as a burly man approached. He stood up to greet the person he was waiting for. The man introduced himself as Choi Seojin, leader of the Goblin Guild. With a confident smile and an overwhelming demeanor, Kim Siwoo also introduced himself, his eyes betraying his astonishment at the immense mana emanating from his opponent. Choi Seojin warmly shook Siwoo's hand, expressing admiration for an irregular and calling him the Black Priest. Siwoo smiled contentedly, looking at his system interface while the handshake continued. However, his smile stiffened as a series of system warnings appeared, indicating he was under an invisible mana pressure from Choi Seojin. Choi Seojin smirked upon seeing Siwoo still standing firm, the system confirming that his high resistance had completely nullified the probe. To show goodwill, Choi Seojin offered to join the Reman Order, causing Siwoo to happily extend his hand in invitation. Choi Seojin ostentatiously thumped his chest, assuring his sincerity regarding the offer, unexpectedly putting an arm around Siwoo's shoulder. Choi Seojin agreed to the request for the gate, but his tone contained a subtle sarcasm. Kim Siwoo wore a self-satisfied smile, believing he had easily achieved his goal. Immediately, the friendly smile on Choi Seojin's face vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. A surge of fiery red energy enveloped Choi Seojin's legs, signaling an imminent hostile action. Choi Seojin stomped his foot down, unleashing a powerful wave of pressure to assert his strength. Much to Siwoo's astonishment, Choi Seojin's face hardened with anger, his eyes boring into Siwoo as a silent accusation for daring to disrespect the Goblin Guild. Kim Siwoo suddenly came to a realization. Seemingly understanding someone's intentions, his memories brought him back to the conversation, where Dongshik warned about Choi Seojin's erratic temper and shared a coping secret. Dongshik concluded his advice, proudly calling it the survival secret of a seasoned public servant. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo proactively took Choi Seojin's hand in an enthusiastic gesture. With an overly flattering expression, Siwoo expressed his admiration for the Goblin Guild, catching Seojin completely off guard. Meanwhile, on a schoolyard, a surge of dark mana began to gather, signaling an impending event. A system interface appeared, announcing that the Chaos Gate would appear in 10 minutes. The conversation continued. Choi Seojin laughed heartily at Siwoo's compliments. Seemingly convinced, Kim Siwoo maintained a polite smile, but his cunning eyes revealed that it was all a carefully calculated act. On the schoolyard, the Goblin Guild members had taken their positions, forming a tight perimeter around a massive energy crystal. Choi Seojin proudly boasted about his members, asserting their experience and skills. Kim Siwoo unexpectedly probed with a question about healers in the guild, causing Choi Seojin to pause. While taking a sip of water, Siwoo realized that the shortage of healers on Earth was a golden opportunity for the Reman Order. The energy crystal began to vibrate violently, purple magical swirls signaling the imminent opening of the Chaos Gate. A blinding explosion of light erupted as the Chaos Gate officially appeared, simultaneously assigning a new quest to Siwoo. The quest required him to meet and escort a missionary from Eden. Just as the first trolls began to pour out of the gate, a horde of muscular trolls with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows of the gate. An attack from a Goblin Guild member was only enough to splatter blood on a troll's face, indicating the power disparity. From a distance, Kim Siwoo observed Choi Seojin, who appeared completely confident in the abilities of his elite guild members. Siwoo gave an understanding smile at Seojin's loyalty, but also recognized his somewhat naive assessment. A sudden system warning flashed, announcing that the Chaos Gate was expanding abnormally. The Goblin Guild members, poised for battle, suddenly froze, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. Fresh blood splattered on the ground just inside the gate, signaling a massacre occurring out of sight. The trolls' expressions shifted from aggressive to utter panic, They were fleeing from an even more terrifying threat. Troll bodies were mercilessly hurled out of the gate, falling haphazardly among the stunned Goblin Guild formation. A guild member frantically reported the strange situation to Choi Sojin, whose face was stunned, while Siwoo remained calm. Choi Sojin turned to Siwoo, his eyes full of astonishment as he realized this was the display of power Siwoo had orchestrated. Seojin's shock quickly transformed into an excited, belligerent grin, a powerful surge of energy erupting around him. Kim Siwoo looked perplexed, realizing he had misjudged. Seojin was not a business partner, but a battle maniac. Siwoo quickly regained his composure, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute as he observed the situation. The head of a troll was severed, soaring through the air and dissolving into dark energy. The head of another troll exploded in a flash of violence, ending its existence. A man in priestly attire, Leo Rumen, appeared with an aura of purple power swirling around him. From Leo Rumen's perspective, he observed Kim Siwoo and Choi Sojin being introduced as the Archbishop of the Reman Order. With a self-satisfied smile, Leo Rumen's most fearsome moniker was revealed, Mad Dog of the Order. Kim Siwoo recognized his presence, his face showing clear annoyance and vexation. In contrast, Choi Sojin erupted with a battle aura, his eyes blazing as he found a new, worthy opponent. Leo Rumen looked directly at Choi Sojin, a silent challenge issued. Choi Sojin responded with an ambitious smirk, claiming ownership of this hunt. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Sojin lunged like a bullet, swinging a fiery fist towards Leo Rumen. Leo Rumen calmly watched the approaching punch, with no intention of dodging. With just one hand, Leo Rumen easily blocked Choi Sojin's full-force attack. Choi Sojin froze, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unimaginable power disparity. With a gentle movement, Leo Rumen flung Choi Sojin backward. The energy from the impact exploded, tearing up the ground around them as Leo Rumen stood firm, unharmed, standing afar. Kim Siwoo could only offer a resigned smile. Realizing the situation was beyond his control, a close-up of Leo Rumen's gloved hand effortlessly restraining Choi Sojin's blazing wrist. Choi Sojin's face was filled with utter bewilderment and shock. Leo Rumen stood firm amidst a storm of purple energy he himself created. The ground around him shattered. Kim Siwoo closed his eyes, a resigned smile on his face as he realized the situation had completely spiraled out of control. From above, Choi Sojin was pinned motionless to a tattered net, while below, the Goblin Guild members stood stunned. Looking at Leo Rumen, the Goblin Guild members stared at the scene in horror, unable to believe that their S-rank leader had been defeated so easily. Leo Rumen ordered the panicking Goblin Guild members, telling them to remain calm and not interfere unnecessarily. He covered his mouth, feigning disappointment at the meaningless conflict that had just occurred. Leo Rumen declared that he did not want to fight, as it would displease Reman. Kim Siwoo slapped his forehead in utter helplessness at Leo's shamelessness. Leo Rumen turned to face Kim Siwoo, who was looking at him with an inquiring and annoyed expression. With a solemn gesture, Leo Rumen bowed his head and began to formally introduce himself. He declared himself a loyal servant of Reman, bowing to Kim Siwoo as the Pope and sole apostle. Kim Siwoo interrupted, using his gaze to ask how someone from Eden could speak Korean. Leo Rumen's thoughts returned to a magnificent sanctuary in Eden, where he received grace from Reman. Reman's image appeared in Kim Siwoo's mind, waving playfully and leaving all the troubles for him to resolve. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo's patience ran out, and he lunged forward, lifting Leo Rumen off the ground. Kim Siwoo roared in anger, venting all his frustration at Leo Rumen for his arbitrary and reckless actions. Kim Siwoo turned with a horrified expression, while Leo Rumen behind him merely indifferently raised a hand to his temple. A massive pillar of purple energy descended, crushing the ground and narrowly throwing Choi Sojin off balance. The scene shifted to a solemn introduction, where Leo Rumen was honored as a virtuous archbishop of the church. But the reality was revealed. Leo was an exception, a battle hero, and the leader of the battle priests. Back in the present, Kim Siwoo frantically rushed to intervene, but was calmly held back by Leo Rumen, Even as Choi Sojin's fighting spirit flared, Leo gently pushed Kim Siwoo aside, trying to explain the situation while Choi Sojin still burned with intensity in the arena. Choi Sojin, instead of being afraid, smiled confidently, declaring that he knew Leo was not an enemy. His eyes became fervent, asserting that a warrior's dream was to face someone stronger than themselves. Kim Siwoo was dumbfounded by that insane logic. While Leo Ruman smirked with amusement, Leo Ruman turned to Kim Siwoo, offering to demonstrate Reman's power for the warriors of Earth to behold. Without waiting, Leo blocked Choi Sojin's fiery punch with just one hand, standing on the sidelines. Kim Siwoo no longer looked worried. Instead, a delighted smile spread across his face as he witnessed a top-tier battle. His smile became more sinister. Completely engrossed in the merciless fight, Choi Soo-yin took a devastating blow to the face. Unable to react to his opponent's speed, Leo Ruman, with a determined expression, launched a lightning-fast attack. He swooped down like an arrow, putting all his strength into the finishing blow. Between two defeated Goblin Guild members, Kim Siwoo stood with a challenging expression, posing a silent question about the cost of ambition. A pillar of blue light descended from the sky, signaling the system's intervention. The system interface appeared, definitively announcing that the Chaos Gate had been completely destroyed. Another notification confirmed Kim Siwoo had completed the quest and received a reward from Leo Ruman. With a smoking crater behind him, Dongshik helplessly covered his face, while Kim Siwoo couldn't hide his delighted smile at the chaos. Standing between Kim Siwoo and Choi Sojin, Dongshik tried to mediate, suggesting they let everything go and let the Goblin Guild clean up the mess. With a confident smile, Choi Sojin ignored the mediator and directly made an offer to Kim Siwoo. Choi Sojin proposed an alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Reman Order, completely surprising Kim Siwoo. To persuade him, Choi Sojin pointed out the formidable power of the Reman Order. When Kim Siwoo and Leo Ruman stood side by side, listening together, Choi Sojin warned Siwoo that many eyes were on him, and some forces had already begun to act. With a wink and a playful gesture, Choi Sojin showed his excitement and gave Siwoo time to consider the alliance offer. Choi Sojin announced his departure, his car quickly disappearing, leaving the three men in silence. Dongshik sighed, announcing he would handle the procedures for Leo, while Kim Siwoo gave a wry smile, admitting he had caused more trouble. Dongshik wiped away a tear of emotion, while Siwoo secretly thought he should buy supplements to nourish the dedicated team leader. The scene shifted to a quiet apartment complex under a starry night sky. In a cozy apartment, Kim Siwoo, Leo Ruman, In-wook, and Si-yeon sat together around the dining table, sharing a peaceful dinner. A lavish Korean dinner was laid out, including soybean paste stew, fried fish, and white kimchi. Leo Ruman nodded politely in gratitude, while In-wook happily invited him to eat. Kim Siwoo covered his mouth, his face worried that the traditional dish might not suit the guest's taste, while In-wook looked at him in confusion. Si-yeon happily chatted with Leo, making In-wook embarrassed but pleased by the implied compliment about his cooking skills. In response to Si-yeon's friendliness, Leo Ruman smiled and politely used chopsticks to pick up food. Kim Siwoo observed everyone's reactions, surprised by Si-yeon's composure when facing a powerful figure like Leo. Leo Ruman carefully brought a spoonful of soup to his mouth to taste. After a moment, Leo's eyes widened, his face shocked and deeply moved by the taste of the food. In-wook, initially startled, was now amazed and touched by Leo's unexpectedly positive reaction. With a relieved and enthusiastic expression, In-wook eagerly offered to teach Leo how to cook, and Leo happily nodded in agreement. The four of them, Kim Siwoo, Leo Ruman, In-wook, and Si-yeon, enjoyed the meal together in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Kim Siwoo quietly smiled, feeling a magical connection as his earthly family and his representative from Eden had met. The next morning, the morning sun shone upon the peaceful apartment complex. A Reman artifact, a necklace with a green gemstone, emitted a sacred light. Kim Siwoo held the artifact in his hand, his gaze becoming serious as he realized Reman's intention behind this gift. The system interface appeared, granting Kim Si-woo a new main quest to build a temple to expand his congregation. Kim Si-woo looked at the artifact in his hand, a confident smile spreading across his face as he realized his next mission had arrived. The system interface appeared, officially assigning the main quest, expand the congregation by building a sacred temple. A vision of a magnificent temple, a center of faith for believers, appeared like a promise of the future. Sitting on the sofa, Si-woo thoughtfully looked at the artifact, contemplating this significant step for the Reman order. His train of thought was interrupted when Leo Ruman, in casual clothes, diligently pushed a vacuum cleaner past him and gestured for him to lift his feet. Si-woo froze, a flicker of doubt in his eyes as he realized the absurdity of the situation. Leo calmly explained, holding up a small notebook, stating that Sion had instructed him on how to use modern appliances. He pointed to a perfectly folded stack of clothes, revealing that Inwook had also taught him how to do laundry. With a hand placed on his chest, Leo affirmed that serving the Pope was his duty, even in the smallest matters. Si-woo burst out laughing, his initial surprise turning into satisfaction and deep impression at the unexpected, perfect butler. He intimately put an arm around Leo, who was still confused with a mop in his hand, deciding that such a capable assistant must always be by his side. Si-woo announced his next plan, asking Leo to prepare to go out and consult with new followers. The scene shifted to a modern and bright office building in Hapjeong. Mapo, Gummensu, in polite business attire, stepped out to greet them with a humble smile, apologizing for Si-woo having to come all this way. Si-woo and Leo entered the office, Si-woo reassuring Min-soo that he didn't mind the trip. Min-soo explained that this building, a result of his successful MeTuber career, would now serve the purpose of the order. Inside Gummensu's modern office, he explained his income sources beyond MeTube. A steaming, sparkling cup of coffee was placed on the table as a welcome. Leo Ruman took a sip of coffee, expressing delight at the novel taste. While Kim Si-woo observed his reaction with satisfaction, Gummensu smiled hospitably, inviting them to have more if they wished. Si-woo gestured towards Leo, beginning to introduce his companion's true identity. After hearing the introduction, Gummensu sprang up from his chair, hands on the table. With a look of utter astonishment, Leo Ruman politely introduced himself, and Gummensu responded, confirming his identity with clear reverence. Leo narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through Min-soo's exterior, seemingly sensing something deeper. A warm divine light flashed from Min-soo's chest, and Leo confirmed that he could see Reman's mark on this follower. Si-woo silently reevaluated the situation, realizing Min-soo's faith was far more intense than he had thought. Seeing that everyone understood each other, Si-woo smiled and reached into his jacket, signaling it was time to get to the main point. He took out the holy relic, Reman's token, a necklace glowing with divine power, and a system window appeared describing its use. Gummensu stared at the holy relic on the table, his eyes wide with reverence and awe. With a serious expression, Si-woo announced their plan to use this holy relic to build the first temple for the Reman order. Gummensu was completely stunned by the announcement, his mouth agape and speechless. In extreme excitement, Min-soo slammed the table and declared he would start fundraising immediately, forcing Si-woo to raise a hand to curb his hasty enthusiasm. Kim Si-woo thoughtfully admitted he still had no idea how to build the Reman order's first temple. Gummensu listened, then asserted that was precisely why he had invited Si-woo here. With a sudden surge of confidence, Min-soo offered Si-woo and Leo Ruman 10 minutes to present his solution. A projector screen lit up, displaying the title, Reman Order Temple Project Plan. Min-soo began his unexpected presentation, astonishing both Kim Si-woo and Leo Ruman. Si-woo raised a hand, appearing skeptical of Min-soo's speed, but Min-soo proudly revealed that the plan had been prepared in advance. A stream of memories took Min-soo back to the dark dungeon, where the goddess Reman appeared in a halo, saving his life. Back in reality, Min-soo declared with devotion that building a temple for Reman was his mission. Si-woo was stunned by Min-soo's intense piety, while Leo Ruman observed with a serious expression. Suddenly, Leo's composure broke as he clapped his hands in applause, tears of emotion streaming down his face at Min-soo's faith. Leo Rumen rushed forward and embraced Minsu in a brotherly hug, leaving Siwoo frozen. Watching them awkwardly, after the emotional moment, Minsu regained his professionalism, presenting on a tablet about a public vote. An illustration showed the public connecting with each other, voting via their smartphones. Minsu confidently explained the strategy, emphasizing that letting the public decide would create an image of a cooperative and progressive religion. Siwoo listened, his initial surprise gone, replaced by intense focus as he considered Minsu's proposal. Minsu smiled, remote in hand, signaling that he already had location options for the vote. Gummensu began his presentation, displaying an image of Gwanghwamun enveloped by a colossal blue energy wall. Another image appeared, showing a desolate, ruined urban area, identified as Ground Zero. Old documentary footage of Gwanghwamun Gate was projected, illustrating the spatial gate opening disaster 5 years prior. Scenes of destruction on the streets with destroyed cars were shown, testifying to the sacrifices made to close the gate. Another perspective of the ruined city highlighted the consequences of mana pollution. An image of a purple energy explosion illustrated the appearance of other spatial gates after the first disaster. Kim Siwoo looked stunned, unable to believe such a tragedy had occurred in Seoul. Gummensu continued, using a glowing atomic diagram to explain the 5-layered mana wall preventing pollution. Kim Siwoo listened with a serious expression as he understood the danger of mana accumulation. A close-up image of a single wild flower growing from the cracked earth illustrated the stifled life. Documentary footage of a grieving crowd looking up at a building emphasized the nation's historical pain. Kim Siwoo looked at Gummensu with an inquiring gaze, reconfirming the intention to build the temple in that very place. Gummensu nodded decisively, his eyes full of confidence in his plan. The image of the wild flower reappeared, this time emitting a faint halo, symbolizing hope and salvation. Kim Siwoo appeared skeptical, raising a hand as if to object to the feasibility of building on the contaminated land. Gummensu raised his fist enthusiastically, vowing to prove it was possible with the goddess's help. Leo Rumen, eyes red behind his monocle, clenched his fist with fervor, showing absolute agreement with Gummensu's plan. Kim Siwoo, initially flustered by Leo's enthusiasm, then became serious as he considered more important matters. Faced with Siwoo's skepticism, Gummensu smiled calmly, reassuring him that there was nothing to worry about. Gummensu confidently asserted that he had a solution for every problem, his smile exuding certainty. Siwoo looked at his phone, his face astonished as he saw the results of the public vote showing 96.4% support for building the temple at Ground Zero. Immediately after, a system window appeared before Siwoo, announcing that the main quest had been updated, compelling him to build the temple at Ground Zero. Siwoo's train of thought was interrupted by documentary footage of the past suffering of victims who had lost their families in the Ground Zero disaster. Back in reality, Siwoo looked at his phone, a half smile, sarcastic yet somewhat amused, appearing on his face. The scene shifted. Dongshik appeared with a stern expression, flatly declaring his opposition to Kim Siwoo entering Ground Zero. Siwoo and Dongshik stood facing each other on an outdoor walkway, the atmosphere between them growing tense. Holding a glass of water, Siwoo appeared surprised by Dongshik's strong opposition. As the latter tried to explain his stance, Siwoo directly asked for the reason. Dongshik hesitated, trying to carefully articulate his concerns. Siwoo froze, his eyes wide with astonishment, as Dongshik revealed the shocking secret beneath Ground Zero was a magic stone mine. Images of purple magic stones, crystallized from pure magical energy, appeared to illustrate Dongshik's explanation. Dongshik explained that this magic stone mine had formed simultaneously with the teleportation gate and was the cause of the area's contamination. Siwoo listened, his gaze sharpening as he realized a similar truth even in Eden. Places with high energy density also formed magic stones. With a serious expression, Dongshik began to reveal a little-known truth about the battle for the magic stone mine at Ground Zero. The stream of memories shifted to a scene of 2 warriors from opposing guilds clashing in a bloody deathmatch. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo listened to Dongshik's explanation, who pointed out that these warriors were all A-rank hunters. Siwoo realized that the government was not unwilling, but unable to control the situation at Ground Zero. Dongshik issued a final warning, emphasizing that the government would be powerless to assist once Siwoo entered. Siwoo smiled inwardly, realizing that Dongshik's opposition actually stemmed from concern for his safety. The image of the public vote results appeared in Siwoo's mind, reinforcing his unwavering determination. To Dongshik's astonishment, Siwoo offered to resolve this troublesome situation himself. Siwoo casually sat down on the steps, explaining that Ground Zero's lawlessness had created a loophole for the government. With a confident smile, Siwoo declared that in a lawless place, he too would become lawless. A title image appeared, marking a turning point in the story. The scene shifted. Siwoo handed Dongshik an official document signed by Minister Yu Seonho. Siwoo, now dressed in priestly vestments, smiled as he watched Dongshik read the document with a scowl. All three, Siwoo, Leo Ruman, and Dongshik, looked up at the colossal arc wall, the last fortress of civilization. Dongshik turned back, his eyes full of worry as he asked if Siwoo and Leo truly intended to enter with just the two of them. Siwoo raised his hand, assuring in Reman's name that they would not cause trouble, making Dongshik sigh in relief. Kim Siwoo flashed a confident smile, raising a hand to reassure Dongshik that he feared no opponent. The three of them, Kim Siwoo, Leo Ruman, and Dongshik, stood before the colossal metal gate leading into Ground Zero. Dongshik swiped the security card, and a beep sounded as the lock system opened. With a worried expression, Dongshik gave his final instructions as the gate began to open. Kim Siwoo resolutely led Leo Ruman inside, leaving Dongshik watching with a heavy gaze. Kim Siwoo's back stood out against the fiery red sky of a desolate world inside the gate. His shoes took the first steps onto the ruined ground, full of dust and ashes of Ground Zero. Leo Ruman was astonished by the terrible devastation, but Kim Siwoo silently advanced, his eyes having anticipated everything. A blue system window appeared, warning of the dense demonic energy present in the air. Kim Siwoo's amber eyes narrowed, gleaming with determination and readiness for battle. At the same time, outside, Dongshik looked up at the colossal gate that had closed behind the two. He turned around as a voice sounded, recognizing the presence of his superior. Minister Yu Seonyu approached, his face calm but exuding an undeniable aura of power. Dongshik respectfully reported the situation to Yu Seonho amidst the desolate landscape outside the quarantined area. Dongshik showed his devotion with a warm handshake, which Yu Seonho returned with a profound smile. Dongshik bowed his head in apology as Yu Seonho questioned his objection. Yu Seonho calmly asked Dongshik to explain his reasons, his powerful gaze allowing no evasion. An illustration of Ground Zero appeared, highlighting the scale and danger of the war between the 5 major guilds. With a serious expression, Dongshik expressed concern about the unforeseen risks of sending Kim Siwoo into such a place. Yu Seonho replied with a confident smile, asserting that the war had begun long ago when the guilds requested a re-verification of Siwoo's rank. An image of Kim Siwoo appeared, with lightning power on one side and a calm demeanor on the other, symbolizing the government's helplessness. Yu Seonho revealed a shocking truth. Congress was considering dissolving their own department, leaving Dongshik stunned. Dongshik recalled the accusation from the NAC president, who had accused them of fabrication and demanded their confession. He frantically protested, arguing that Siwoo entering Ground Zero was too dangerous and he could be attacked. Yu Seonho smiled meaningfully, dismissing the possibility of an irregular failing against a petty scheme. To Dongshik's confusion, Yu Seonho revealed that he and Siwoo had a prior agreement. The stream of memories took Yu Seonho back to an evening in the park, where Kim Siwoo was walking towards him. Siwoo, with a calm expression, wiped his face and faced the powerful minister. After hearing about the Magic Stone mine and the government's helplessness, Siwoo realized the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Sitting on the bench, Siwoo looked directly at Yu Seonho, asking directly about his offer. Kim Siwoo's gaze was firm, preparing for a high-stakes negotiation. Facing him, Yu Seonho responded with the calculating gaze of a seasoned politician. Yu Seonho made an offer, promising government endorsement for all activities at Ground Zero in exchange for the Reman Order's service. Kim Siwoo listened calmly, then steered the conversation in his favor. Yu Sanho was stunned, not expecting Siwoo to make such a bold promise to completely purify the Ground Zero area. In return, Siwoo requested ownership of a portion of the land to build a magnificent temple, its image appearing in his mind. He recalled the painful past of the place, emphasizing that it would be freely open to the people who carried memories of the tragedy. Yu Sunho placed a hand on Siwoo's shoulder, asserting that this alliance would strengthen both of them against the major guilds. The minister admitted that Ground Zero was essentially an anarchic land, beyond their control. With a self-satisfied smile, Yu Sionho concluded that if Siwoo succeeded, no one could challenge his ownership. The agreement was sealed with a firm handshake, marking the formation of a new powerful alliance. The scene abruptly shifted, signaling the start of action. Inside the ruins of Ground Zero, Kim Siwoo stood firm amid streams of murderous intent, a system warning appearing before his eyes. He narrowed his eyes, quickly realizing that about 30 enemies were surrounding him. Kim Siwoo and Leo Ruman stood back to back, facing a team of black-clad assassins waiting in the shadows. Leo Ruman adjusted his glasses, ironically advocating dialogue as a last resort, while Kim Siwoo smiled in agreement. Kim Siwoo stepped forward, spreading his arms in a gesture of feigned peaceful welcome towards the hidden enemies. The silent space responded, only tense silence enveloping the ruins. With a self-satisfied smile, Kim Siwoo suddenly raised a leg, breaking his conciliatory posture with a provocative act. He stomped his foot down, unleashing a wave of purple energy that shattered the ground directly in front of him. The Ground Zero assassins were thrown from their hiding spots by the sudden explosion, revealing their astonishment. Kim Siwoo rested his foot on a piece of debris, looking down at the newly revealed enemies with a superior attitude. Declaring his presence was merely to survey the land. He flashed a radiant smile, sarcastically asking them to clear the way in the name of the peace-loving goddess. Affected by the dust and energy, the assassins coughed violently, their preparations completely disrupted. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the assassins cautiously watched a new figure calmly step out. Kim Siwoo waved cheerfully, pretending his call for peace had finally been answered. While Leo Ruman observed with resignation, the leader of the assassin group revealed himself, a pink-haired man with a sneer, mocking his target as merely a child. Kim Siwoo maintained his smile, but his eyes sharpened as he secretly assessed the new enemy's strength. The assassin leader stood before his team, confidently facing Kim Siwoo and Leo Ruman, declaring their intent to slaughter. Hearing the threat, Leo Ruman covered his mouth, his eyes growing cold, his patience for dialogue clearly exhausted. Kim Siwoo calmly stood watching the pillar of divine light he created engulf the enemy. Leo Ruman swept past a terrified assassin, a flash of light appearing as he struck. Without hesitation, Leo Ruman seized another assassin, hoisting him upside down onto his shoulder like an object. With tremendous force, Leo Ruman bent the assassin's body. His eyes cold and devoid of emotion, he casually dropped the incapacitated body to the ground, making a hand gesture as if explaining something obvious. A cruel and insane smile appeared on Leo Ruman's face, his red eyes flashing with amusement. Choi Sepil, the leader of the assassin group, was knocked back by an invisible force, the smug look on his face shattering. He was stunned to realize he was facing an unforeseen power. His name, Choi Sepil, assassin of the butchers, Marcus, appearing as a meaningless introduction. Amidst the chaos, Leo Ruman moved like a ghost, easily striking down each assassin, frantically resisting. He unleashed continuous attacks, forming a vortex of purple power that crushed all resistance. Choi Sepil watched the scene in horror, realizing that the one he considered a priest was actually an S-rank monster. In a decisive moment, Choi Sepil shifted his gaze from Leo Ruman to Kim Siwoo, who stood observing, with his arms crossed, a desperate plan forming. He stomped his foot down, creating a thrust to lunge forward. With a knife in hand, Choi Sepil charged directly at Kim Siwoo, aiming for the target he believed to be the weakest. Kim Siwoo turned to face the attacker, his amber eyes gleaming sharply. Completely unfazed, Choi Sepil tensed as streams of purple divine lightning enveloped him. Blood gushed from Choi Sepil's eyes and mouth, and he collapsed in extreme pain. Kim Si-woo's amber eyes flashed, and a system window appeared, announcing that the malice detection skill had been activated. Bound by the stream of judgment energy, Choi Sepil's long list of crimes was exposed for all to see. Kim Si-woo stood there calmly, looking down at Choi Sepil, who was kneeling and coughing violently. Completely subdued, desperate, Choi Sepil crawled through his own pool of blood, his trembling hand reaching out for a futile mercy. With icy eyes, Kim Si-woo delivered a silent judgment, refusing his enemy an easy death. To cling to life, Choi Sepil clutched Si-woo's leg, screaming out the confession that the Goblin Guild was the mastermind. Kim Si-woo pressed Choi Sepil's head into the ground with the tip of his shoe, showing contempt for his enemy's feeble attempt. Grabbing Choi Sepil's hair and forcing him to look up, Si-woo continued the psychological torture, completely breaking the opponent's will. A stream of purifying light began to envelop Choi Sepil, leaving him stunned in horror and confusion. Kim Si-woo's eyes gleamed with divine majesty, preparing to execute the final justice. Kim Si-woo placed his hand on Choi Sepil's head, channeling a surge of judgmental energy that made him scream in pain. Completely broken, Choi Sepil could only look up with tear-filled eyes. Accepting that forgiveness was not within this man's power, Kim Si-woo raised his head, declaring his role was not to forgive, but to bring the sinner before God's judgment. A blue system notification appeared, confirming that the first synchronization from Dimension Eden was complete. Kim Si-woo coldly received the notification. The system instructed him to check his status. He examined his status window with disappointment, realizing that the update merely added a characteristic description panel. However, he found a positive point, his finger pointing to the text, confirming the removal of karmic limitations. He became pensive, haunted by the notification of an upcoming second update. Leo Ruman appeared beside Kim Si-woo, announcing the presence of a weak group of people ahead, who seemed unwilling to fight. Kim Si-woo turned around, facing the trembling group, who asked about his identity, his eyes full of scrutiny. A massive surge of purple demonic energy erupted from the ground, immediately revealing the location of the ore mine to Kim Si-woo. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Kim Si-woo's lips as he assessed the immense value of 7 tons of magic stone, while also sensing the impurity of demonic energy. A cutscene explained the nature of magic stone as a crystallization of pure mana, which could transform into divine stone when combined with divine power. Sparkling white-blue divine stones appeared, illustrating the pure transformation. Conversely, the stones turned dark purple, indicating their transformation into demonic stones when contaminated with demonic energy. Standing amidst the dark aura, Kim Si-woo recognized this energy as identical to that of Lich Lakias, identifying its origin from the Demon King of Pride. He turned to question the group of players. One man was about to answer, but was hastily stopped by his teammate. A long-haired female player looked at Kim Si-woo with extreme caution, trying to warn the others about the danger they had overlooked in their power struggle. With a self-satisfied smile, Kim Si-woo made a silent declaration of ownership over the unclaimed land, while Leo Ruman quietly observed from behind. The opposing group of players stood frozen, unable to react to the arrogant confidence of the newcomer. Kim Si-woo turned back, casually raising the glowing Reman's token as a provocative explanation for his presence. Reman's token suddenly burst into brilliant green light, reacting to the dense demonic energy in the mine area. Kim Si-woo's gaze sharpened as he realized the holy relic was responding to the cursed land's call. A blue system window appeared before Kim Si-woo as divine energy began to swirl around him. He raised the holy relic high, accepting the system's offer to transform the place into a sanctuary, his body engulfed in a storm of energy. Reman's token unleashed its full power, confirming the declaration that the area was now a sacred land. A massive wave of purifying light erupted from the holy relic, sweeping across the desolate ruins of Ground Zero. The group of players could only look up in horror and astonishment, their faces illuminated by the overwhelming divine power. Leo Ruman closed his eyes, clasping his hands in a gesture of deep reverence, witnessing the goddess's power being exercised. The entire demonic landscape was cleansed, by pillars of blue and green light. Transforming the defiled land. Standing amidst the newly purified land under a clear blue sky, Kim Si-woo looked around with satisfied contentment. He winked confidently, an act affirming absolute victory and ownership of this land in Reman's name. The scene concluded on a lush green field with wildflowers in full bloom, symbolizing the complete rebirth of the land. The clear blue sky was adorned with white petals and particles of divine light after the purification. Kim Si-woo stood tall amidst the reborn land. A system notification confirming the establishment of the sanctuary. The desolate land of Ground Zero was now replaced by lush green grass and fresh air. He closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath of relief. Feeling the purity of the air for the first time, Kim Si-woo calmly walked past other players, lying exhausted on the ground. Gradually recovering after the demonic pollution was cleansed, he suddenly stopped and turned his head, his eyes gleaming with surprise at an unexpected presence amidst the blooming flowers. Reman appeared in the form of an ethereal woman with long white hair and a pristine dress. Kim Si-woo realized that only he could see the goddess standing right before him. Reman looked out at the redeemed land with a somewhat melancholic gaze, as if mourning the dreams that had been buried there. Her back was turned towards the city, a figure both sacred and solitary amidst the peaceful scenery. Reman turned and smiled at Kim Si-woo, thanking him for taking care of Leo, whom she affectionately called a child, as Reman cheerfully recounted Leo's childhood. Kim Si-woo crossed his arms with a completely indifferent expression. She gently took his hand, her eyes affectionate, as she confessed that she still preferred him above all others. Kim Si-woo decisively pulled his hand back, his sharp gaze questioning her sudden and unannounced appearance. Reman patiently took his hand again, explaining that she had come to personally bestow a gift upon him. She clasped her hands together, and a brilliant pillar of divine energy erupted, enveloping her in dazzling light. On the lush green grass of the sanctuary, fragments of a white stone block lay scattered near the fountain. Kim Si-woo looked at the pristine scenery, his expression seemingly still disbelieving of this miraculous transformation. Reman appeared beside Kim Si-woo, her gesture exuding warmth and satisfaction as she gazed at the purified land, and he nodded in agreement. Kim Si-woo looked at the land with reverence, realizing that this was not just an ordinary gift but also contained Reman's sincerity. A pristine, perfect white stone block rose from the ground, signaling a divine creation. Reman looked forward to where the temple was about to appear, hoping it would be a warm resting place for the departed souls. Kim Si-woo looked up at the clear blue sky, feeling a peace similar to that in Eden. But then a sudden tremor caught his attention. Before Kim Si-woo's eyes, a magnificent white marble structure suddenly rose from the ground in a brilliant stream of light. A small but majestic temple now stood tall in the sanctuary, a gift far exceeding all expectations. Reman proudly showed off her creation, while Kim Si-woo was utterly stunned by this unexpected and grand gift. At Reman's anticipation, Kim Si-woo could only nod in appreciation. Then a subtle smile flickered across his face as he imagined Leo Reman's reaction. Kim Si-woo's expression suddenly turned serious, and Reman, seemingly reading his thoughts, also withdrew her smile. Reman gestured for Kim Si-woo to listen carefully, preparing to reveal an important truth about the enemy they had just defeated. A conceptual image appeared, showing fragments of the Demon King's soul being transported through a digital spatial gate. The image continued to show those souls heading towards Earth, their ultimate destination. Kim Si-woo crossed his arms, listening to Reman's explanation of the causal link between Lucifer's actions and his own presence on Earth. Reman clasped her hands, giving Si-woo a final entrustment before her body dissolved into light. Kim Si-woo looked into the void where Reman had just disappeared, a fleeting regret appearing on his face. Standing alone in the courtyard of the new temple, Si-woo let out a sigh of relief. Accepting her sudden departure, he turned to look back at the magnificent structure, a satisfied and confident smile gracing his lips as he realized the immediate goal had been accomplished. The temple's marble columns sparkled under the light, symbolizing the newly established power. Kim Si-woo smiled triumphantly as a system interface appeared before him, his hand resting on his chin in thought. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming the completed quest, awarded rewards, and unlocked new functions. Crossing his arms, Siwoo looked at the updated shop interface, feeling the true power he now wielded. The scene blurred and then sharpened, revealing the temple, now serving as the backdrop for a live broadcast. Gummensu stood in the center, flanked by Kim Siwoo and Leo Ruman, all three facing an invisible camera. With the radiant smile of a host, Gummensu began the special broadcast at Ground Zero. Gummensu raised his hand to introduce, and Kim Siwoo stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest and bowing respectfully to the audience. A virtual chat window appeared, filled with skeptical and mocking comments, claiming it was all a staged hoax. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Kim Siwoo merely offered a smug smile, as if everything was within his calculations. A humorous donation notification appeared, teasing Gummensu and asking him to signal if he was being kidnapped. Leo Ruman leaned close to Kim Siwoo's ear, whispering an innocent question, and Siwoo replied with a mischievous smile, signaling that it was Leo's own fault. Before the splendid new temple, Gummensu and Kim Siwoo concluded the live broadcast, extending their thanks to the public. An audience member typed furiously, insisting it was a staged film set, while Siwoo merely smiled smugly, humorously offering a silent prayer. To quell the skepticism, Siwoo raised his phone, pointing out that anyone could register to enter Ground Zero through official channels. A drone shot from above showed the entire production team, with Kim Siwoo, Gummensu, and Leo Ruman standing at the center. The drone soared upwards, revealing a panoramic view of the completely purified Ground Zero sanctuary, teeming with life as flocks of white doves flew around. The clear blue sky signaled a new beginning and the end of the public event. After the crowd had dispersed, a man in a formal suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, walked along the stone path. The man was revealed to be Yu Seonho, who looked at the scene with a complex, nostalgic expression. Kim Siwoo greeted Yu Seonho, who expressed astonishment and disbelief that he could return to this place. Siwoo led Yu Seonho to a small tombstone, explaining that it was erected to comfort the souls resting there. Yu Seonho knelt down, reverently placing the bouquet at the foot of the tombstone, while Siwoo stood silently observing. The tombstone, inscribed with the words, "Where Dreams Rest," stood solemnly amidst the green grass. Yu Seonho looked up at Kim Siwoo, expressing deep gratitude for helping him fulfill a wish that seemed impossible. Kim Siwoo responded with a solemn expression, his gaze directed into the distance. His gaze became resolute, his mind set on something greater. Alone in the peaceful space, Siwoo mused that Reman's true power was not coercion, but the benevolence and hope she brought to the world. A screen displayed a forum where public opinion about the Reman order was fiercely divided between devout followers and angry skeptics. Kim Siwoo handed the screen to a worried-looking Gummensu, a smug smile on his face as he enjoyed the controversy. Both erupted in feigned outrage, clutching their heads in a shared theatrical display of disbelief at the online comments. Regaining his composure, Minsu expressed genuine astonishment at the sanctuary's beauty, affirming his faith to a satisfied Siwoo. Siwoo's expression became solemn as he looked at the purified land, reaffirming its purpose as a final resting place for the departed. His vision was realized as a group of grieving families gathered to pay their respects at a memorial stone in the peaceful setting. As they strolled, Siwoo listened to Minsu's encouraging words, his mind already moving beyond mere comfort. His amber eyes narrowed shrewdly, a new, more pragmatic strategy beginning to form. In response to Minsu's question about practical guild matters, Siwoo's new plan found its opening. A sly smile appeared on Siwoo's face as he revealed his interest lay not in labor, but in the quarry beneath their feet. The process was envisioned as demonic energy was purified from magic stones, transforming them into brilliant blue holy stones. A vast, shimmering reserve of newly formed holy stones was revealed, a hidden treasure within the sanctuary. Siwoo shifted the conversation, momentarily rendering Minsu speechless with an unexpected question about merchandise production. A system interface appeared, introducing the Consecration House, a facility for crafting holy relics from the stones. Pointing at the interface, Siwoo's satisfaction was undeniable. He had found the key to securing a stable income for his order. The plan solidified. Kim Si-woo allowed himself a final, confident smile. Ready to turn faith into fortune, Kim Si-woo sensed an unwelcome presence as Kang Byung-soo and his bodyguards entered the sanctuary. Kang Byung-soo, managing director of the NAC, introduced himself with a polite but calculating smile, looking down from above. The confrontation began as Kang Byung-soo approached Kim Si-woo and Leo Ruman. Kim Si-woo's amber eyes narrowed, gleaming with vigilance and intolerance. Kim Si-woo subtly signaled Leo Ruman, ordering his subordinate to step back to avoid an unnecessary conflict. As Leo Ruman departed, Kim Si-woo turned to Kang Byung-soo with a provocative smile, subtly alluding to a past assassination attempt. In response to Kim Si-woo's sarcastic offer of retaliation, Kang Byung-soo merely chuckled. Attempting to dismiss the accusation, Kang Byung-soo clasped his hands in a feigned pious gesture, declaring his good intentions. While Kim Si-woo observed with unconcealed suspicion, Kim Si-woo exposed Kang Byung-soo's pretense, debunking his lie about protecting Ground Zero. Kang Byung-soo's smile stiffened for a moment as Si-woo hit a nerve regarding the true target, the magic stone mines. With a smug gesture, Kim Si-woo revealed that the stone mines were no longer magic stones, but had been purified into holy stones. Kang Byung-soo quickly regained his composure, laying his cards on the table and accusing Kim Si-woo of intending to illegally seize resources. Kang Byung-soo attempted to justify the NAC's actions, cloaking them in righteousness for the nation's development. Kim Si-woo turned his back dismissively, completely rejecting Kang Byung-soo's argument. Crossing his arms, Kim Si-woo turned the tables, accusing the NAC itself of profiteering and obstructing the government. Dark purple divine energy flared around Kim Si-woo as he unleashed his wrath, directly accusing Kang Byung-soo of hiring assassins to kill him. Kang Byung-soo offered a negotiation with a smug smile, extending a stack of documents towards Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo listened to the offer of economic benefits with cold amber eyes. Betraying no emotion, with a scornful smile, he crumpled the proposal, deeming it a worthless farce. Divine wrath erupted, blue lightning enveloping Kim Si-woo as he exposed his opponent's hypocrisy. Kang Byung-soo and his bodyguards recoiled in horror at the overwhelming surge of energy. In a flash, Kim Si-woo's hand shot towards Kang Byung-soo's throat. The hand clamped around Kang Byung-soo's neck, mercilessly lifting him off the ground. Kim Si-woo's gaze flashed with deadly electricity. A streak of his opponent's blood smeared on his cheek. Kang Byung-soo choked, coughing up blood, desperately trying to plead as he was strangled. Kim Si-woo flung Kang Byung-soo to the ground like a discarded object, mocking his weakness with an icy gaze. Kim Si-woo issued a silent ultimatum, demanding the NAC come to atone. A system window appeared, announcing a surge in followers and an update to the main quest. A news report covered recent events, showing the NAC demanding an investigation while the Reman Order gained increasing popularity. The scene shifted to a house, where In-wook looked exhausted from working overtime for the Reman Order's channel. On the sofa, Kim Si-woo sat with his younger sister Se-yeon, while In-wook had fallen asleep on his shoulder. In a rare peaceful moment, Kim Si-woo listened as Se-yeon eagerly planned to visit Leo's new workplace. Se-yeon looked directly at Kim Si-woo, revealing that she knew he was the Pope who purified Ground Zero, leaving him utterly stunned. Kim Si-woo teased In-wook, lightly patting his head and mocking his technological backwardness. Se-yeon cheerfully waved goodbye, while Kim Si-woo continued to tease In-wook, who was exhausted with steam rising from his head. In a humorous moment, Kim Si-woo and In-wook waved awkwardly. Kim Si-woo realized Se-yeon had matured beyond her years, while In-wook still sat beside him, bewildered. With a wry smile, Kim Si-woo acknowledged his responsibility for Se-yeon's premature maturity. In-wook suddenly grew serious, his gaze sharpening behind his glasses. In-wook announced that their grandmother would be visiting by private jet, surprising Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo was stunned as he heard In-wook relay their grandmother's warning. Fear was evident on Kim Si-woo's face as he realized the impending visit was unavoidable. The scene shifted to a computer screen, displaying the Reman Order's newly launched official MeTube channel, which had reached 43,000 subscribers. Kim Si-woo, in his priestly attire, watched the channel's rapid growth with a focused expression. The channel's first video, a promotional clip for the Ground Zero Sanctuary, garnered 200,000 views in just 1 hour. The comment section was flooded with prayers, curiosity about the members, and skepticism about a new order. The scene shifted to a luxurious office, adorned with gold and dark wood. In the office, Inwook pointed out the prayer comments, and Kim Siwoo, looking at the laptop screen, calmly confirmed that their goddess would be pleased. Leo Ruman smiled calmly, affirming his belief that Reman would always protect those with dreams. Kim Siwoo nodded in agreement, while Inwook, in a humorous moment, marveled at his priestly demeanor. Siwoo's confident expression faded as a system notification panel suddenly appeared before him. The new quest required him to expand the congregation by attracting tens of thousands of followers and 500 divine system players. At the same time, a sound echoed across the sky, signaling a global event. Around the world, a group of players led by a platinum-haired man looked up as the system notification appeared. The message was sent to all players on Earth, forcing them to cease all activities. In Siwoo's amber eyes, a shocking piece of news was reflected. The limit on divine energy on Earth had been lifted. The system announced a major update, preparing the entire world to enter a new era of order and classes. Siwoo looked back at the newly received quest, a confident smile forming on his lips as he understood the connection. He pondered the most difficult requirement, finding 500 other players who worshipped Reman. Siwoo questioned Inwook, who could only shake his head in confusion, unaware of the existence of other divine system players. The global announcement continued to broadcast, leaving no one a chance to miss it. The platinum-haired man and his group showed clear astonishment at the news of the released divine energy worldwide. Players were ordered to prepare for the upcoming change, an era of order. In a studio, Professor Seo Changho began analyzing the great deluge that had just been announced worldwide for the audience. A documentary segment unfolded, introducing the rise of religious players, especially a hooded bishop of the White Shadows Order. The footage illustrated the growing importance of faith, showing a priest reverently praying under the light from a stained glass window. Followers of the Baekmyang Order were shown kneeling in a ritual, making a silent declaration of their presence and demanding recognition. In an interview, a reporter asked the bishop of the White Shadows about their method of awakening power. With a confident smile, the bishop asserted that only faith in their deity was the sole path to salvation. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo sat in the sanctuary, chin in hand, deep in thought, as he analyzed information about the White Shadows' divine players. His train of thought replayed scenes of the White Shadows publicly fighting demons, an act that built their righteous image. He questioned himself, trying to recall if his evil detection skill had ever sensed demonic energy from their followers. The answer in his mind was no, and the image of the tightly hooded followers only added to their mystery. Kim Siwoo delved deeper into speculation, realizing the possibility of other organizations using demonic power unrelated to the White Shadows. Suddenly, Reman appeared before him in a magnificent physical form, breaking his train of thought. Reman smiled radiantly, joyfully announcing that divinity had finally been fully unlocked on Earth. Kim Siwoo stood up, listening as Reman explained the ongoing chaos and the emergence of divine system players across the country. An illustrative image explained that divinity was the power to create miracles for anyone with faith, not just Reman's followers. The image emphasized the reciprocal relationship. The stronger a follower's faith, the more powerful their deity became. In turn, that deity blessed their followers with greater power, illustrated by a scene of priests praying reverently. An iconic image of a sword and a cross illustrates the connection between the player's will and the faith of believers. Standing beside Kim Siwoo in the temple, Reman explained that the value of a god lies in the faith they can inspire. Siwoo questioned why divine power didn't exist before, and Reman used the image of the universe to illustrate the limitations imposed by the system. Reman continued to explain gently, while Siwoo listened with a skeptical and analytical expression. Siwoo deduced that the limitations should have been lifted simultaneously with mana, showcasing his sharpness. Reman smiled, admitting that she wanted to reveal more, but was bound by the laws of causality. With a blessing gesture, Reman transferred power to Siwoo, and a system notification appeared, confirming the increase in his stats. Siwoo's joy was evident. He clenched his fists as he felt the new power flowing through his body. Reman closed her eyes, entrusting Siwoo with the task of making her stronger through proselytization. Siwoo confidently replied, asserting that he would have to find a way to attract more followers to fulfill her request. He asked Reman if more people could be brought from Eden, but she signaled that it was impossible. Siwoo's expression turned sinister as he conceived a plan, deciding he would have to make Leo Ruman work harder, causing Reman behind him to panic. He laughed maliciously, asserting that Leo could sleep when he was dead, despite Reman's futile attempts to dissuade him. At the same time, elsewhere, Leo Ruman was enjoying tea when he suddenly felt an inexplicable confusion. Returning to reality, Siwoo stood by the window, his expression becoming pensive as he pondered the meaning of the era of order. Elsewhere, a group of players was also discussing the global announcement. Realizing that the world was about to enter a tumultuous era, Kim Siwoo stood by the window, thoughtfully considering the next step to spread the faith. A sudden warning from a glowing device on the floor startled him. Breaking his train of thought, the screen flashed urgent messages, detailing simultaneous monster and portal crises nationwide. An old map illustrated the dire situation North Korea had fallen to monsters, becoming an unconquerable wasteland. In a meeting room, a muscular man in a Hawaiian shirt stood up with a displeased expression at the news. That man, Choi Sojin, rudely approached Kim Siwoo, laughing loudly and ignoring his discomfort. The wide shot showed a tense meeting room, where Choi Sojin's laughter was the only sound breaking the heavy silence. Choi Sojin casually snacked while dismissing any connection to the National Awakeners Coalition, receiving a disdainful look from Siwoo with a mischievous glint in his eye. Choi Sojin leaned in, startling Siwoo as he made a piece of cake disappear in a simple magic trick. Across the room, Kang Byung-soo, with a bandage on his cheek, stood up and angrily demanded order. Choi Sojin confronted Kang Byung-soo with a condescending pat on the shoulder, while Kim Siwoo observed with his arms crossed. A powerful aura emanated from Choi Sojin as he mocked Kang Byung-soo's authority. As the hostility peaked, Kim Siwoo shivered, his skin momentarily turning blue from an extreme chill. Choi Sojin's face twisted into a menacing smile as he stared directly at his opponent. Kang Byung-soo stared back, sweat beading under the pressure, the tension between them about to explode. The confrontation suddenly turned into a comedic scene, as Choi Sojin mocked Kang Byung-soo's glasses, leaving the man so flustered he let out a sound of disbelief. Choi Sojin leaned back smugly, making fun of the attendees' styles. The creak of the door echoed, cutting through the tense atmosphere in the room. The Minister of the Bureau of Energy Management, Yoo Se-on, entered with a calm smile. Choi Sojin immediately changed his demeanor, cheerfully greeting Yoo Se-on-ho intimately. In another corner, Kang Byung-soo sat with his arms crossed, his scowling face hidden behind sunglasses. Yoo Se-on-ho began the meeting, his tone serious, to announce the threat from the orc army. An image was projected, showing an orc with glowing eyes in the dark, illustrating their nocturnal nature. The next image showed a massive orc army. It was revealed that 7 hostile tribes had unusually merged. Yoo Se-on-ho gestured towards the image, emphasizing that a mysterious force was behind this unification. Listening, Kim Siwoo rested his chin on his hand in thought, his amber eyes reflecting recognition from a distant memory in Eden. Another terrifying image appeared, a massive orc leader holding a banner, one born with the power to dominate the entire race. Kim Siwoo's mouth slightly opened. He immediately recognized the entity's identity, an orc overlord. Yoo Se-on-ho confirmed the deduction, his gaze stern as he named the threat. He revealed shocking information the overlord had gathered over 100,000 orcs, forcing them to raise the alert level to 1. Choi Sojin's smug expression vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment. While Kang Byung-soo also couldn't hide his shock, Yoo Se-on-ho decisively declared, officially placing the entire nation on security alert level 1 in anticipation of the upcoming monster wave. Choi Sojin and Kang Byung-soo were stunned by the terrifying number just announced. Yoo Se-on-ho calmly presented the intelligence, revealing that 7 different types of orc tribal tattoos had been discovered. Kim Si-woo, based on his experience, explained that the appearance of a great monarch would break all tribal hierarchies, forcing them to unite. He asserted that the orcs would immediately pledge allegiance to the great monarch as soon as it appeared. Kang Byung-soo scoffed at Kim Si-woo, suggesting he leave this to the experts and stay put. Kim Si-woo retorted with a sarcastic question about the experts illegally occupying Ground Zero. Kang Byung-soo irritably rubbed his temples and demanded that Choi So-jin and Kim Si-woo take the real threat seriously. Provoked, Kim Si-woo roared and was about to charge, but Choi So-jin held him back with an amused smile. Yu Seano intervened with a decisive gesture to restore order, then turned to directly ask Kim Si-woo for a solution. Kang Byung-soo smirked, expecting a foolish answer. Kim Si-woo confidently raised a finger, declaring that the solution was simple: eliminate the great monarch. An illustrative image appeared, showing the orcs falling into chaos and slaughtering each other once their leader was defeated. Kang Byung-soo angrily dismissed it, pointing out the absurdity of trying to reach a target surrounded by 100,000 orcs. A tactical diagram appeared, illustrating Kang Byung-soo's criticism of having to pierce through a sea of orcs. Kim Si-woo calmly countered with another diagram, proposing an airstrike using helicopters and bombs. The representative of the Great Tiger Guild stood up, sternly questioning Kim Si-woo, stating that his plan was tantamount to asking hunters to commit suicide. Kim Si-woo smirked at the skepticism in the meeting room. The representative of the Great Tiger Guild vehemently objected, dismissing Si-woo's plan as arrogance demanding futile sacrifice. With a cold declaration, Kim Si-woo asserted that he would be the only one to carry out this operation, plunging the entire room into silence. Everyone in the meeting room, from Kang Byung-soo to Choi So-jin, was stunned by his decisiveness. Kim Si-woo swept his gaze across the room, challenging anyone with objections before decisively demanding a helicopter. He wore a smug smile, determined to execute a preemptive and devastating strike. At a military airfield, a black attack helicopter stood ready, awaiting orders. Kim Si-woo calmly approached, reassuring the anxious pilots that there was nothing to fear. He cheerfully recounted his experience riding a griffin, astonishing and impressing the two young soldiers. When asked about refusing heavy weaponry, Si-woo merely smiled mysteriously, implying he had his own skills. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the cold metal body of the helicopter. A burst of purple and blue holy energy erupted, enveloping the helicopter in a powerful blessing that left the pilots gaping in astonishment. Kim Si-woo confidently gave a thumbs up, assuring them that the blessing's effect would be excellent. Sul Semyoung raised his camera, eagerly confirming to the Pope that he was ready to record every heroic moment. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland, where wyverns soared in the sky as an omen of the danger ahead. Kim Si-woo smiled calculatingly, realizing this was the perfect opportunity to live stream and solidify his position. Kim Si-woo wore a self-satisfied smile, secretly calculating catchy headlines for his upcoming feat. Even as Sul Semyoung trembled in fear behind him, Kim Si-woo turned back, using his absolutely confident gaze to reassure the trembling Sul Semyoung that everything would end quickly. Overwhelmed by loyalty, Sul Semyoung gasped, declaring his devotion with both his eyes and actions as he raised the camera like a holy relic. Kim Si-woo's expression momentarily flickered with bewilderment at the cameraman's excessive fanaticism, making him suddenly realize the true meaning of Gummensu's warning. The helicopter, enveloped in a holy aura, plunged straight into the airspace of the ferocious wyvern flock circling over the wasteland. The holy energy emanating from the helicopter formed an invisible shield, leaving the wyverns only able to snarl as they watched it fly past, unable to approach. In the cockpit, Kim Si-woo sat with his arms crossed, displaying absolute composure, a complete contrast to Sul Semyoung, who was nervously checking the tactical screen. The helicopter flew directly to the target's location, soaring over the heads of tens of thousands of orcs, who looked up in astonishment. At the same time, in the command center, Minister Yu Se-yeon-ho pressed the radio to his lips, his sharp gaze fixed on the screen, confirming he was overseeing the entire operation. Over the radio, Yu Se-yeon-ho questioned the reckless decision to broadcast live, prompting an aide to hastily suggest an immediate disconnection. Yu Se-yeon-ho merely smirked, his eyes still on the screen, signaling to the anxious aide that everything remained under his control. Yu Sanho turned his back to the aide, pointing at the screen, displaying Plan A, Kim Siwoo's solo attack, to emphasize his undeniable demand. The aide expressed deep concern, highlighting the immense political burden if this solo operation were to fail in front of the public. With a self-deprecating smile, Yu Sanho admitted the government's helplessness, suggesting that if even Kim Siwoo failed, there was nothing more they could do. Yu Seonho's gaze fell upon the helicopter's reflection on the window, revealing his true calculation to turn a potential failure into a grand gamble to change the tide. The scene transitioned to a powerful image of Choi So-jin and the Great Tiger Guild representative, illustrating Yu Seonho's explanation that private forces had surpassed the state. Yu Seonho explained with a self-satisfied smile, his silhouette casting a shadow over a smaller version of himself, demonstrating his control and manipulation of the situation. In the control room, Yu Seonho clarified to the aide that Kim Siwoo was an independent factor, not affiliated with the government or the National Awakeners Coalition, NAC. The aide appeared confused, not understanding why the government had to specially categorize disaster-level returnees in such a way. An illustration appeared, showing Kim Siwoo standing majestically before a church window, symbolizing those capable of altering the order of an entire world. Yu Seonho continued to argue with a confident smile, asserting that conflict was inevitable when such powerful individuals returned to Earth. The scene shifted to a dramatic illustration where a disaster-level returnee was battling a colossal monster, emphasizing the extent of their power. Yu Seonho concluded coldly that their mission was to guide this inevitable conflict in a direction beneficial to the nation. The aide questioned, asking directly if they were using Kim Siwoo to restrain the NAC. Looking out from the control room balcony, Yu Seonho acknowledged their helplessness, implying they had no choice but to accept Kim Siwoo's offer of assistance. As the screen displayed the public's panicked live chat, Yu Seonho calmly told the anxious aide that the game had been set. Meanwhile, the helicopter carrying Kim Siwoo hovered over the combat zone, a desolate land shrouded in fog. The analytical interface on the aircraft flickered, locking onto a single entity identified as the Great Monarch. Inside the helicopter, Kim Siwoo checked his communication device, beginning his live broadcast. The tactical screen displayed the Orc Overlord's location, marked as a dangerous target superior to ordinary orcs. Kim Siwoo stood at the open helicopter door, his cloak fluttering in the wind, ready to descend to the ground. Facing Sul Semyoung's camera, Kim Siwoo winked and waved confidently, urging viewers to support the channel before jumping down. From the dark purple sky, a dazzling beam of divine light descended from the helicopter, aimed directly at the center of the enemy's territory. The orc army below looked up, their bloodshot eyes showing confusion at the unexpected intervention from the sky. A terrifying explosion of blue holy energy engulfed the ground, blowing away everything within its range. Amidst the dust and energy aftershocks, Kim Siwoo stood firm, his cloak fluttering powerfully. He subtly winced and placed a hand on his hip, an ironically mundane gesture breaking the heroic moment after his landing. Kim Siwoo faced the Orc Overlord, his confident smile indicating a provocative greeting rather than apprehension. He assessed his colossal opponent, remarking on its size with a calm demeanor as if meeting an old acquaintance. Siwoo's cloak fluttered as he stood opposite his foe, the air between them taut like a drawn bowstring. The Orc Overlord appeared bewildered. The emergence of such a powerful human warrior was clearly beyond what it had been forewarned. It roared, sensing Siwoo's divine energy, a power completely antithetical to its demonic nature. Kim Siwoo calmly explained, his tone more like a researcher presenting his findings than a warrior before a deathmatch. He exposed the origin of the Overlord's power, linking it to past events and pointing directly to the supreme mastermind. The Phantom of Lucifer appeared behind Siwoo as he revealed that the Overlord's energy came from the Demon King of Wrath, another subordinate of the Fallen One. The Orc Overlord refused to answer, roaring about a predetermined fate and tightening its grip on its battle axe. With a furious roar, it swung its weapon, deciding to end the dialogue with violence. Kim Siwoo's amber eyes flashed with determination, ready to face the enemy's wrath. Kim Siwoo lunged down from above, but the orc overlord managed to raise its axe to block the blow, creating a powerful impact. Taking a step back, Kim Si-woo assessed his opponent's formidable physical strength, a power transmuted from demonic energy. However, a confident smile appeared on his face as blue holy energy began to envelop his body. The orc overlord swung a fatal axe strike, but Kim Si-woo deftly dodged it in midair. He retaliated with a direct punch to the orc leader's face, holy energy erupting upon impact, landing softly. Kim Si-woo calmly assessed his opponent, remarking that its strength was comparable to the strongest overlords in Eden. Knocked back, the orc overlord stood firm, declaring that their work had begun. It asserted that they were the instigators of the battle, and humanity's fate was sealed. With a resounding roar, it summoned the mighty orc army behind it, all ready to obey. Kim Si-woo ignored the threat, musing that demonic energy was linked to despair, which only gave him more reason to act. He glanced at the helicopter hovering in the distance, deciding to end things before they became more dangerous. Breaking the tension, Kim Si-woo unexpectedly raised his phone, pointing it at the orc overlord as if to take a thumbnail photo. The orc overlord was stunned by the disrespectful act. Its call for glorious battle halted mid-sentence. Kim Si-woo shrugged, explaining with a gesture that he was recording and had no time for prolonged action scenes. With a contemptuous look, he left the entire orc army stunned and enraged by the insult, declaring he would not fight like a warrior. Kim Si-woo smirked and gathered a destructive orb of holy energy in his palm. The orc overlord's complacency shattered into extreme confusion. Facing that skepticism, Kim Si-woo calmly gathered a sphere of lightning in his palm. A confident smile spread across his lips as the system confirmed his skill transcended all causal limits. He unleashed his full power, summoning Tomb of the Holy Spear in a terrifying lightning storm from the sky. A colossal holy spear of light and lightning formed. It plunged to the ground, creating an explosion of purifying energy that engulfed everything. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into an illusion of a ruined ancient temple under a rain of light. Countless holy spears pierced the orc overlord's body, ending it mercilessly. Through his laptop screen, Sul Semyoung witnessed the entire scene of destruction. He gaped, utterly overwhelmed by the divine power being broadcast live on the broadcast channel. Audience comments erupted in extreme skepticism and astonishment. The orc overlord's body was utterly defeated, a testament to the Irregulars' immeasurable power. A field of holy spears rose from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a sanctuary of judgment. The memory shifted to that morning, where Kim Si-woo playfully suggested eating stew, while In-wook, flustered, pointed out they were out of potatoes. To solve the problem, Kim Si-woo enthusiastically threw a wad of cash at the startled In-wook. In-wook recalled that moment with a resigned expression, unable to believe that the person who had just displayed divine power was the same one who had behaved so childishly. Amidst the storm of holy lightning, Kim Si-woo stood firm like an entity beyond rules. In-wook's thoughts echoed, affirming his belief in his extraordinary older brother, a person whom even the strongest heroes could not compare to. Kim Si-woo became the focal point of a miracle, an explosion of pure energy engulfing the battlefield. At home, In-wook stared blankly at the screen, the word miracle suddenly popping into his mind. On the live broadcast channel, the public's comments showed astonishment, fear, and a burgeoning new faith in the Reman order. The orc overlord's gigantic hand twitched one last time before falling still. In-wook leaned forward, unable to believe what he was witnessing on his laptop. Kim Si-woo looked down at the dying enemy with a cold, emotionless gaze. A pillar of sacred light pierced straight through the orc overlord's head, purifying it from the world. Kim Si-woo lightly snapped his fingers, a dismissive gesture full of arrogance after the battle ended. In In-wook's mind, Kim Si-woo appeared with an annoyed expression, hands on hips, because the enemy wasn't defeated in the first blow. In-wook's thoughts continued. He was disappointed that the ending wasn't as cool as expected. Elsewhere, a young Reman order follower clutched their head in panic, disagreeing with that judgment. Sul Semyoung and another follower clasped their hands in reverence, praising the recent performance as perfect because it showed the Pope's human side. In-wook could only sigh, concluding that his brother was just too concerned with showing off. At the same time, Sul Semyoung happily reported over the phone that, thanks to Kim Si-woo, the monster wave had completely disintegrated. In-wook nervously handed the phone to Kim Si-woo, pointing at the screen to inform him of a crisis for which his brother was being criticized. The phone screen displayed a series of news articles about the national disaster, culminating in an article questioning Kim Si-woo's silence. An exaggerated newspaper highlighted South Korea's critical situation, questioning leadership, with Kim Si-woo's image at the center. Kim Si-woo's calm expression vanished, replaced by frustration and helplessness as he clutched his head. Admitting that he also wanted to act, his eyes tensed as a red system warning flashed, revealing the true reason for his passivity. The system interface confirmed that due to reaching the karmic limit, his holy energy had been locked for 24 hours. The scene cut back to the previous moment, showing that the earth-shattering holy energy explosion from his attack was the cause. Meanwhile, in a control room, technical staff were stunned, speechless at the destructive power they had just witnessed. The minister's aide was also dumbfounded, stammering in disbelief at what had just happened on screen. In contrast to his subordinate's panic, Minister Yoo Seon-ho wore a satisfied smile, confirming that the Irregulars' power was exactly as calculated. Kim Si-woo's true intention was revealed. The annihilation of the Orc Overlord was not just a battle, but a deliberate display of power. Yoo Seon-ho confidently declared to his aide that he had won the bet, while skillfully calling for support for Si-woo's order as part of a larger plan. Back in the present, a black car sped down the road, signaling a new operation underway. In the car, the minister's aide received a call, his voice full of excitement, as he reported that he had watched the entire live broadcast. He listened to instructions from Kim Si-woo, confirming that the government would handle the rest after he had completed his task. Elsewhere, a plane took off, with Yoo Sun-ho inside, en route to China for negotiations. Leveraging the strategic advantage Si-woo's victory had just created, Kim Si-woo ended the call with a satisfied expression, entrusting the work to the person on the other end of the line. He sighed, scrolling through his phone with a somewhat tired expression due to others' busyness. The phone screen displayed breaking news about a moving orc horde and his own inexplicable silence. His fingers tightened, scrolling to another headline, critically questioning his absence in the critical situation. In-wook appeared from behind, playfully pointing at the screen, teasing Si-woo for getting caught up in sensational headlines, provoked by negative online comments. Si-woo reacted childishly. While In-wook calmly asked him to buy potatoes, Si-woo regained his smug look, ordering In-wook to handle it himself, but was then humorously outmaneuvered by his younger brother, forced to agree to make potato pancakes. In the kitchen, In-wook was frying a batch of golden brown potato pancakes, emitting a fragrant aroma. A warm family scene unfolded, with Si-woo happily serving pancakes to Seon while In-wook stood behind, skillfully flipping them. Si-woo tasted a piece of the pancake, a satisfied and delicious expression clearly visible on his face. The scene shifted to the magnificent temple, where a system window appeared, announcing that Kim Si-woo had completed a hidden quest and received a reward. Dressed in his priest attire, Si-woo smiled contentedly as he examined the reward from the newly completed quest. His smile faded as another red system notification appeared, reminding him that he was still under penalty and unable to use his powers. He opened the Reman Order's status window, reviewing the increased number of followers during his absence. In-wook, now dressed neatly and carrying a laptop, appeared beside Si-woo at the temple and pointed in a direction. Si-woo's amber eyes narrowed, focusing on the direction In-wook had just pointed. Leo Ruman stood before a crowd of new followers gathered at the sanctuary. He turned, greeted Kim Si-woo, and reported on the surge in people seeking to join the order after the monster attack. Kim Si-woo smiled back, expressing pride that the order had gained new brothers and sisters on Earth. The new followers surrounded Kim Si-woo, expressing deep gratitude and admiration after witnessing his power. With a radiant expression, Kim Si-woo welcomed the followers, while In-wook stood behind with a slightly awkward look. Leo Ruman smiled contentedly, explaining that this was why he was brought to Earth to find a perfect missionary, to reorganize the order. Kim Si-woo solemnly introduced Leo Ruman to the followers. Appointing him as their doctrinal instructor, Kim Si-woo whispered into Leo Ruman's ear, informing him that he would have to teach all 250 new followers, causing the Archbishop's expression to stiffen with a mischievous smile. Kim Si-woo enjoyed Leo's reaction. Leo Ruman's expression changed to one of utter horror at the unimaginable workload he had just been assigned. While Leo Ruman looked dejected, In-wook stood beside him, laptop in hand, quietly offering a reminder about labor laws. Kim Si-woo patted Leo's shoulder, humorously comforting the crying man, promising that reinforcements from Eden would arrive soon. In-wook looked at his brother with a judgmental gaze, secretly thinking that Kim Si-woo was truly a mean person. As they walked around the magnificent new temple, In-wook expressed concern about financial issues as the order expanded. Kim Si-woo and In-wook continued along the paved path, discussing potential income sources for the order. Kim Si-woo confidently explained his plan, confirming that he would accept initial offerings, leaving In-wook speechless in contemplation. In-wook's face grew serious as he questioned Kim Si-woo about the order's practical financial matters. Kim Si-woo responded with a confident, somewhat mysterious smile to his younger brother's worries. He leaned close to In-wook's ear, as if about to reveal a shocking business secret. In-wook froze, so astonished that he had to push up his glasses after hearing his brother's plan. In-wook frantically objected to Si-woo's bold plan, while Si-woo calmly warned his younger brother. Kim Si-woo and In-wook stood together before the shimmering holy stone mine, the order's new resource. Kim Si-woo activated the system interface, deciding to spend points to purchase a holy relic production facility enveloped in divine energy. Kim Si-woo used his power to construct the new building. To In-wook's astonishment, a level 1 consecration house appeared out of thin air. In-wook suddenly had a business idea, a calculating smile appearing on his face. A gloved man carefully examined a holy stone, assessing its potential. The production guild master, Kang XX, smiled professionally, showing interest in the new mineral. Kim Si-woo presented a cooperation proposal to Kang XX, explaining the safety and potential of the holy stone. Both Kim Si-woo and Kang XX burst into cheerful laughter, signaling that a lucrative business deal had been sealed. Kim Si-woo and Kang XX shook hands, officially signing the contract for the extraction and production of holy relics for the Reman Order. While Kim Si-woo covered his mouth, laughing cunningly, In-wook could only look at his brother with a worried, skeptical expression. Kim Si-woo proudly introduced Reman Order's new flagship product, a sparkling holy stone bracelet. A multi-level marketing-style advertisement appeared, praising the bracelet as a perfect gift and listing its miraculous health benefits. In-wook looked at Si-woo with a dejected expression, holding a tablet, implying that this marketing strategy was terrible. With a forced smile, In-wook expressed deep skepticism about the suspicious combination of a new religion and a health bracelet. Kim Si-woo confidently asserted that unlike pseudoscientific products, their bracelet truly contained blessings. In-wook was lost in thought, purple light enveloping him as he calculated the potential financial benefits. While also worrying that the order was increasingly resembling a cult, In-wook raised a practical issue about who would bless the bracelets, making Kim Si-woo, who was forbidden from using holy energy, ponder. A humorous image appeared in Si-woo's mind. Leo Ruman, with an exhausted expression, forced to ceaselessly bless items. In-wook was horrified by Si-woo's plan to exploit labor, silently praying for Goddess Reman to intervene in this inhumanity. Immediately, a system notification appeared in mid-air, signaling that an oracle from Reman had been sent. Reman's voice rang out cheerfully, praising her timely intervention, while In-wook gaped in astonishment. Through the system interface, Reman explained that she would solve the staffing problem by sending someone from the Paladins, similar to how she had sent Leo. Kim Si-woo listened intently as Reman explained that he could recruit new reinforcements through the system store. A new item appeared in the system store, allowing him to purchase the Paladin commander position. While a warning about karmic limits remained in effect, he frowned as he looked at the exorbitant price of the new item, but then decided that he couldn't let Leo die from exhaustion. Without further hesitation, Kim Si-woo tapped the system screen, deciding to spend a large sum to purchase new reinforcements. A system notification confirmed that Kim Si-woo had successfully purchased the Paladin Commander position. Kim Si-woo crossed his arms, nodding in confirmation to an invisible entity that the transaction was complete. He looked annoyed, questioning Reman about her arbitrary actions and recalling past troubles. A glowing communication interface appeared, conveying Reman's answer. Kim Si-woo was stunned, speechless, at the information he had just received. Reman appeared, casually explaining that she felt sorry for her previous delays. So this time, she had sent reinforcements immediately. While Si-woo was still confused, In-wook rushed forward from behind, frantically questioning his brother about the conversation with the goddess. At the same time, at an emergency teleportation gate, a red-haired female warrior plunged into battle. The scene broadcast live. The new Paladin Commander stepped onto the corpse of a winged monster, demonstrating absolute dominance on the chaotic battlefield. She turned, her sharp red eyes sweeping over the survivors. A group of players nearby pointed at her, both astonished and wary of the appearance of such a powerful force. Immediately, a group of black-clad thugs surrounded her, but she simply stood still, radiating an overwhelming aura. Her gaze did not waver, looking directly at those who dared to challenge her. A dazzling streak of light flashed as she swung her mace at an astonishing speed. Her red hair formed a ribbon in the air, following her powerful spinning motion. The Paladin Commander ended her attack with a spinning kick, sweeping away all surrounding attackers in an instant. With a provocative wink, the newly arrived Paladin Commander swung her massive mace, declaring it was her turn to join the fight. Two members of the thug group froze in horror at the power about to descend upon them. An earth-shattering collision created an explosion of holy energy, blowing away everything around. Elsewhere, Kim Si-woo flinched as he witnessed the chaotic scene through his phone screen. Without hesitation, the red-haired warrior continued to clear the battlefield, striking down another enemy with a graceful yet brutal mace swing. He angrily questioned Reman through the system interface, but only received a curt and smug farewell. As the oracle window abruptly vanished, Kim Si-woo was left alone with frustration and helplessness. Back on the battlefield, the female warrior smiled brightly, introducing herself as Luna Leventon, the third Paladin Commander. At the same time, Kim Si-woo and In-wook stared blankly at the tablet, unable to believe what they were seeing. A stream of memories appeared, revealing Luna as the leader of the Falma Knights, one of the strongest in the order. With a fearsome nickname like Leo's, an image of her standing amidst a sea of enemy blood appeared, explaining her title, the Bloody Saint. With a terrifyingly radiant smile, she admitted her special joy was smashing enemies' skulls. The memory shifted to another moment, where Luna unexpectedly invited a bewildered Kim Si-woo for a drink. She was revealed to be not only a warrior, but also an idol within the order, possessing immense influence. Back in reality, a car was moving on the road, rushing to the scene. Inside the car, Kim Si-woo vented his anger at Leo Reman, complaining that Luna had just arrived and already started a fight with another guild. Kim Si-woo waved his hand in annoyance, questioning Leo Reman why Luna couldn't simply skillfully evade attacks instead of retaliating. He roared in extreme anger, wondering what idiot had taught the clergy such rules of conduct. Leo Reman turned to look at Kim Si-woo with a smug, knowing smile, as if he knew exactly who was responsible. Caught off guard, Kim Si-woo awkwardly turned away, avoiding Leo Reman's gaze, while his aide merely responded indifferently. At Incheon Wolmedo Gate, a colossal purple spatial rift swirled menacingly in the sky. Energy from the teleportation gate erupted violently, signaling instability. Government agents in black suits established a security perimeter, resolutely preventing anyone, especially the press, from accessing the area. A crowd of reporters jostled behind the barrier, shouting questions about the Reman Order's conflict and the presence of a follower in their ranks. From a distance, Kim Si-woo and Leo Reman observed the confrontation. Realizing that both sides were fighting for honor, Kim Si-woo realized the dilemma. Daeho Guild, a top guild, had been humiliated live on air by a member of the Reman Order. He envisioned the worst-case scenario. If he appeared now, critical videos spreading and online conspiracy theories would tear his reputation apart. With a decisive step, Kim Si-woo considered the political consequences. Fearing that his actions would disappoint both Dongshik and Minister Yu Xianho, Kim Si-woo turned to Leo Ruman, declaring his plan to quietly enter the Daeho Guild's barrier to retrieve Luna. Dismissing Leo's skepticism, Kim Si-woo unleashed divine energy, causing the Daeho Guild's magical barrier to instantly weaken as he and his aide walked straight in. Inside, a chaotic scene unfolded, with unconscious bodies strewn across shipping containers. Luna Leventon stood defiantly amidst the chaos she had created, her large mace resting on her shoulder, a smug smile on her lips as she looked down at the defeated. Luna Leventon smiled smugly, her beauty tinged with danger after the battle. From below, Kim Si-woo looked up at the sight of Luna, standing on the chaos she had caused with a completely helpless expression. The stream of memories returned to an earlier moment, where Luna easily blocked an attack from a Daeho Guild member. With a confident smile, Luna swung her mace, completely dominating the confrontation. Her eyes sharpened, focused on overwhelming her opponent with absolute power. The Daeho Guild member was miserably pushed back, unable to resist her assault. From a safe distance, Si-woo frowned in displeasure at the unnecessary display of force, while Leo Ruman beside him calmly observed with a resigned smile. Luna continued the fun, swinging her weapon with a radiant smile, as if playing cornered. The Daeho Guild member poured all his strength into a final defensive effort. Suddenly, the leader of the Daeho Guild appeared, unleashing a massive wave of energy to force all 3 Reman Order members back, ending the fight decisively. Realizing the situation was out of control, Kim Si-woo raised his hand, attempting to de-escalate the tension with a ceasefire proposal. The Daeho Guild leader was stunned, raising his hand defensively at an unexpected action from Si-woo. Instead of attacking, Si-woo's hand gently rested on Luna's face, preventing her from continuing her actions. Abruptly stopped. Luna froze, her face flushed with confusion and disappointment. Her anger vanished instantly. Luna turned and hugged Si-woo from behind, with an expression of extreme joy. Despite his impassive face, Si-woo maintained a stern expression, accepting the warm welcome from the newly introduced Paladin Commander. Luna Leventon boldly declared her mission, showing absolute loyalty to Reman and the Pope. Immediately after her powerful declaration, Luna spun around with unconcealed excitement. She embraced a stunned Kim Si-woo, her fervor completely contrasting with his bewildered expression. Luna Leventon's declaration continued to echo, affirming her identity and purpose in coming to Earth to assist the Pope. Kim Si-woo forced a smile, his expression showing extreme helplessness and confusion at the situation. He looked down at the battlefield Luna had created, then at her with a reproachful gaze, while Luna proudly pointed to her achievement like a child showing off a trophy. The scene shifted to a breakwater and a lighthouse, evoking a false sense of peace after the chaos. From behind, Kim Si-woo observed Oh Jun-woo, the team leader of the Daeho Guild, trying to explain the situation to an insubordinate subordinate. The Daeho Guild subordinate, still bruised, angrily protested, refusing to accept that they were to blame. Oh Jun-woo patiently explained that they had attacked first, despite being warned, admitting the guild's mistake. Standing with his arms crossed from a distance, Kim Si-woo quietly observed the internal dispute, his eyes full of calculation as he considered his next move. Si-woo turned to question Luna skeptically, but she only responded with a mischievous smile, further confusing him. Leo Ruman appeared, his stern expression immediately broken by Luna's joyful shout as she recognized him. Luna excitedly felt Leo Ruman's bicep to check, causing him to recoil in extreme discomfort and embarrassment. Faced with Luna's excessive familiarity, Kim Si-woo could only sigh, giving up helplessly. Amidst the chaotic scene, Leo tried to restrain an excited Luna, while the Daeho Guild members continued to argue in the distance. Oh Jun-woo, his face still bruised, tried to explain that he was willing to accept punishment if his decision was wrong. He glanced to the side, his gaze completely drawn to Luna Leventon. Luna simply smiled confidently, confirming her identity when asked by Oh Jun-woo. Oh Jun-woo bowed to the Reman Order group, sincerely admitting that he had learned a lesson. With a flushed face, he hesitantly suggested another opportunity to talk more. Luna happily patted Oh Junwoo's shoulder, innocently praising him, which further flustered and impressed him. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Si-woo interjected, extending an invitation to their temple, where Luna could teach him. Oh, Junwoo's eyes lit up, and he joyfully accepted the offer. Clasping his hands together in excitement, Kim Si-woo turned away, a cunning smile on his lips, as the plan to recruit an S-rank follower began to form in his mind. Standing behind, Leo Ruman could only sigh helplessly at the Pope's scheme, while Luna continued to smile brightly. Oblivious, the scene shifted to the peaceful Incheon coastline at sunset, signaling the end of the conflict. On the phone screen, news headlines exploded about the conflict and Oh Junwoo's intention to visit the Reman Order. The incident spread rapidly online, and the Order's MeTube channel was flooded with comments demanding to see Luna. Images of Luna Leventon, new member of the Reman Order, became a viral phenomenon across news sites. Back home, Kim Si-woo scrolled through his phone, analyzing the public's reaction with a contemplative expression. Realizing Luna's idol-like appeal, he smirked, understanding that Luna's appearance was the media trump card the Order desperately needed. Kim Si-woo watched with a complex expression as Luna Leventon lay sprawled on the sofa, happily scrolling through her phone. With a self-satisfied smile, Si-woo secretly thought that Luna's personality could be an advantage for the Order. His expression turned to confusion as he saw Luna rewatching her own combat scenes. Wondering where she had learned these things, Luna continued to scroll through her phone with amusement, commenting on people's reactions she saw online. Si-woo rested his chin on his hand, looking at her with annoyance at the waste of time and wondering how she could use a smartphone. Luna winked mischievously, explaining that it was thanks to Reman's blessing. A system interface appeared, confirming Luna's exclusive passive skill, Blessing of Use, which allowed her to use anything. Si-woo gaped in astonishment, realizing this skill was even more powerful than when he saw it in Eden, and now could even be applied to Earth technology. Luna tilted her head and asked innocently, wanting confirmation that Si-woo was happy with her presence. Si-woo briefly admitted to himself that seeing her again wasn't bad. To avoid the question, Si-woo quickly changed the subject with a fake smile, suggesting they test Luna's blessing on military equipment. In the background, In-wook, dressed like a housewife, held a feather duster and sighed exasperatedly at his brother's scheme. Luna announced that there had been some issues in the sanctuary, leaving Si-woo stunned in surprise. She cheerfully explained that after Si-woo left, monsters and even a demon king had begun to reappear. Si-woo frowned, finally understanding why Reman seemed so busy. Leo Ruman, also wearing an apron, stood next to Luna and questioned why she hadn't stayed to resolve the issues. Luna Leventon looked at Kim Si-woo with a warm smile, reassuring him that helping him was their duty. Kim Si-woo smiled faintly. An unspoken thank you returned. The atmosphere became cheerful as Luna suggested drinking alcohol, astonishing Leo Ruman, who was holding a feather duster, while Kim Si-woo merely teased back. Si-yeon suddenly appeared, her eyes lighting up with admiration at Luna's presence. In-wook ran over to scold Kim Si-woo for not giving advance notice, while Luna happily turned to greet the younger brother. Kim Si-woo showed humorous jealousy when Luna praised In-wook, and she merely giggled in response to his teasing. Luna affectionately placed her hand on Si-yeon's shoulder, declaring she wouldn't cause conflict, which dramatically annoyed Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo angrily shook his fist in the air, while In-wook watched with amusement as his brother was teased. With a radiant smile, Luna Leventon formally introduced herself and offered to be the siblings' older sister. In-wook awkwardly asked again, and Luna immediately seized the opportunity to mention his video editing skills. While In-wook was still flustered, Si-yeon quickly asked if she could call Luna older sister. Luna happily agreed with Si-yeon, at which point Leo Ruman interjected from behind with a sarcastic remark about her age. Kim Si-woo looked at the group gathered together, family and new comrades, with warm and contented eyes. The scene shifted to a peaceful night sky, the crescent moon illuminating the city, reflecting a brief tranquility. At the same time, in a dark forest, a shadowy entity with glowing red eyes commanded an unseen force to obey. Immediately, giant shadowy tentacles surged forward at terrifying speed, signaling an impending attack. A player named Jisok was seized and thrown by the shadowy tentacles, causing a purple-haired teammate to scream in horror. A purple energy explosion hurled both players into the air, demonstrating the enemy's overwhelming power. Their leader, a resolute, brown-haired man, realized the desperate situation as their attacks proved ineffective and the guild was about to be annihilated. To buy time, the leader turned his back on his teammates, facing the shadowy entity alone and ordering them to seek help from Pope Kim Si-woo. Despite his subordinates' hesitation, the leader roared an undeniable final command, forcing them to flee to save their lives. The remaining guild members obeyed, turning and fleeing, while their leader stood firm as a living shield. The leader offered a confident but bitter smile, seemingly anticipating a major scenario update about to unfold. The shadowy entity, recognizing the potential threat, mocked the horror of holy energy and called out Pope Kim Si-woo by name. At the same time, the setting shifted to a clear blue sky, signaling a global change as the era of classes began. It was revealed that various orders, including the White Brilliance Order, were beginning to recruit players capable of using holy energy. At the Reman Order's headquarters, a group of new followers was being introduced, with one reporting that Luna Leventon's presence had helped stabilize the situation. Kim Si-woo, along with Leo Ruman, Luna Leventon, and Inwook, observed the new followers with satisfaction, acknowledging that a hierarchical system was gradually forming. Kim Si-woo, with sharp, amber eyes, focused his attention on a specific individual in the crowd. His gaze fell upon a boy named Sung-woo, who stood with his family, reverently clasping his hands in prayer. Leo Ruman reported to Kim Si-woo that Sung-woo had joined the order with his father and expressed gratitude towards him. Leo Ruman revealed an important piece of information. Sung-woo seemed to be born with the destiny of becoming a prophet. Kim Si-woo looked at the boy, Sung-woo, contemplating his astonishingly pure faith. Leo Ruman smiled, suggesting Kim Si-woo say a few words to the eagerly awaiting followers. Kim Si-woo turned back to look at Sung-woo with affectionate eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He stepped forward decisively, ready to begin his speech. Standing before Sung-woo, Kim Si-woo began his sermon, declaring that he would not make empty promises of wealth. Instead, he extended both hands, holy energy beginning to gather around his cuffs. A pure, radiant orb of holy energy formed between his palms, a promise of true power. Sung-woo and the other followers stared, their eyes filled with awe and reverence at the display of power. With a confident smile, Kim Si-woo affirmed that Reman would not disappoint them, encouraging them to believe in themselves. From behind, Luna Leventon and Leo Ruman observed, exchanging a puzzled glance at the Pope's somewhat smug expression. Suddenly, a stranger burst into the ceremony area, breaking the solemn atmosphere. The panicked followers called out Kim Si-woo's name as he turned to face the intruder. A member of the Goblin Guild was held back by two people in black, his eyes revealing clear despair. The man broke free and collapsed to his knees before Kim Si-woo, begging him to save guild leader Choi So-jin. Kim Si-woo froze upon hearing that Choi So-jin was in mortal danger at Busan Ground Zero. At that moment, a surge of dark demonic energy rose, enveloping the kneeling Goblin Guild member. The narration began with a map of Korea, pointing out the existence of 3 Ground Zero areas. Images of the Purified Temple in Seoul and the Daejeon area were mentioned as past achievements. Finally, the focus shifted to the coastal city of Busan, the location of the 3rd Ground Zero. The memory continued with an image of an airplane, recalling the portal outbreak event in Busan 3 years prior. In a luxurious vehicle, the Goblin Guild member explained the situation to Kim Si-woo, Luna Leventon, and Leo Ruman. He emphasized the Goblin Guild's role in managing the Busan portal and the benefits they received. Kim Si-woo listened with an understanding smile, an image of Dongshik flashing through his mind, hinting at complex political arrangements. The narration shifted to an image of another guild facing a new portal, illustrating the global surge in portals. They were too accustomed to this and entered the Busan portal without suspicion. Kim Si-woo became pensive, grasping the gravity of the situation. As the narration continued, another portal image appeared, signaling that trouble had quickly befallen the Goblin Guild after just 2 days. Amidst the tense meeting, Luna Levinton sat cross-legged. Appearing unconcerned, she curiously pointed outside, asking Leo Ruman about Earth's strange carriages and expressing a desire to try them. Leo replied tiredly, teasing Luna about spending all her allowance on clothes. While she happily accepted his compliment, Kim Si-woo, undeterred by the banter, looked directly at the Goblin Guild member and requested to be led to the portal. The group stood before a fiercely swirling dungeon portal, Luna and Leo staring in astonishment at the sight. Kim Si-woo had a serious expression. Realizing why Choi So-jin needed his help, Luna Levinton made an observation about their location, and Kim Si-woo nodded in confirmation. With a confident smile, Luna Levinton identified it as the Sanctuary of Heretics. Kim Si-woo smiled, confirming that he also sensed an unsettling holy energy emanating from this place. A system notification appeared, warning that the dungeon was about to go berserk, prompting Kim Si-woo to decide to act immediately. After reviewing the side quest presented by the system to purify the dungeon, Kim Si-woo accepted it without hesitation. They stepped into another space, a desolate ancient city bathed in ethereal light. Both advanced together on the ground of this ruined world. Kim Si-woo and Luna Levinton together assessed the unfamiliar environment, realizing it belonged neither to Earth nor Eden. Amidst the ruins, the shadows of another group of players appeared, prompting reflection on the devastation of this place. The Goblin Guild member explained to his comrades that this was a vast, simulated space, a characteristic of open dungeons. The Goblin Guild member asked if Kim Si-woo could locate the target, and he affirmed his ability was limited to Reman's energy. Kim Si-woo explained that since this was the sanctuary of another order, they would have to search for Choi So-jin themselves. Luna Levinton hypothesized about the origin of this place, but Kim Si-woo immediately dismissed the idea. The architecture of these ruins did not correspond to any major religion on Earth. Kim Si-woo concluded that the time since the appearance of holy energy was too short for a god to have been worshipped and then forgotten like this. Inside the dungeon, a shadowy entity, possibly a forgotten god, appeared in a vision. Kim Si-woo analyzed the strange, holy energy, inferring that it must originate from an existing faith. He came to the conclusion that there were still living followers somewhere in this ruined sanctuary. Suddenly, Luna Levinton flinched as she sensed an unexpected presence right beside her. She looked down in alarm, discovering ghosts forming from the ground. From the shadows of the ruins, countless ghosts in blue cloaks, glowing eerily, emerged. Luna smiled confidently as a surge of light enveloped her, summoning her shimmering paladin armor. Astonishing. Si-woo both stood before a ruined grand hall, where hundreds of ghosts of deceased followers gathered like a silent congregation. The scene dissolved, bringing Kim Si-woo back to 3 years after his arrival in Eden. Standing amidst a battlefield littered with monster corpses, the memory showed him exhausted, his face bruised and his eyes weary after endless battles. His thoughts revolved around the question of divine existence, even as he obliterated a wyvern with holy lightning. Amidst his despair, Reman appeared with white hair and pure eyes. The goddess placed her hand on the crumbling Kim Si-woo's shoulder, her gaze probing the deep resentment within him. Reman gently brushed past him, her gesture both comforting and tinged with distant sorrow. Her hand reached out, explaining with a gesture that the existence of gods depended on human faith. She turned back to face him, a final gesture conveying a deeper truth. Only when forgotten does a god truly become themselves. The memory brought Kim Si-woo back to the moment Reman, in her divine form, smiled and promised that one day he would understand. Back in reality, Kim Si-woo stood in the dungeon, his eyes pensive as he pondered the 7-year-old promise and the nature of divinity. He realized that the faint blue souls before him were proof of the failure to perfect that divinity. Luna Levinton, in her paladin armor, expressed discomfort and confusion to Kim Si-woo about the entities that wielded holy energy, yet were terrifying. Kim Si-woo gently reminded her not to judge hastily, causing the energy tendrils around them to stir slightly. Luna pouted, pointing out Kim Si-woo's own contradiction, rendering him silent in a moment of resigned amusement. Kim Si-woo explained that these souls were not demons, but were imprisoned by their own holy energy threads. He analyzed that this temple had existed long enough to become ruins, yet these souls remained trapped. His gaze sharpened, wondering if the energy binding those who had abandoned their faith still deserved to be called holy. Luna Leventon, with a look of disgust, decided to end this torment and channeled power into her mace. She shot into the air, raising her mace, which emitted a brilliant light, ready for a purifying strike. The bound souls looked up, their empty eye sockets reflecting the approaching destructive light. With a decisive swing, Luna unleashed a wave of pure holy energy. The energy swept through, severing the shadowy tendrils, binding the souls in a flash. Luna landed lightly, her mace still glowing in her hand, the surrounding air becoming clearer. She turned to look at Kim Siwoo, innocently asking for permission for the action she had just taken on her own. Despite his resigned expression, Kim Siwoo gestured for the Goblin Guild members to stay and handle the aftermath, while he would continue searching for Choi So-jin. But they adamantly wanted to join him in battle. He raised his hand to stop them, ordering them to follow him and explaining that they shouldn't interfere with Luna's battle, leaving the guild members stunned. A fierce explosion in the distance proved his words, and the Goblin Guild members silently accepted, while Siwoo and Leo Ruman exchanged a knowing glance. After dealing with their misplaced enthusiasm, Kim Siwoo smiled, suggesting the group proceed into the dungeon's center to search for Choi So-jin. The group ventured deeper inside. Passing through the crumbling ruins of a fallen civilization, they stopped before a colossal pit, where the Goblin Guild member reported that all traces of their leader vanished there. Kim Siwoo confirmed he could still sense Choi So-jin's energy from the pit, deducing that a terrible battle had taken place there. He bent down to examine the ground, realizing that all physical traces ended abruptly and illogically. Noticing the anomaly, he focused his mind, and holy energy began to gather around his hand to perceive what ordinary eyes could not see. After a moment, Kim Siwoo stood up and declared he would proceed alone, immediately met with opposition from the Goblin Guild members. He explained that the area ahead contained a danger that could brainwash unprotected individuals, and their presence would be a burden. To demonstrate, he extended his hand forward, and his energy collided with an invisible barrier, making it appear as a digital data wall. His hand pressed into the barrier, causing ripples of energy to spread across its surface. A system notification appeared, confirming that his divine protection skill had successfully nullified the holy barrier. The barrier shattered, revealing a hidden subspace, confirming Kim Siwoo's suspicions. Without hesitation, Kim Siwoo plunged into the newly opened subspace, leaving a reassuring promise that he would find and bring Choi So-jin back. Kim Siwoo descended through a purple digital space, enveloped in blue holy energy. A system notification appeared as the group entered a desolate forest, where corrupted figures lurked. Kim Siwoo's holy energy resisted the distortion of the space, and he confirmed the target was still alive ahead. With a resounding impact, Kim Siwoo unleashed an explosion of holy energy as he landed in the center of the chaos. Choi So-jin's face appeared with a defiant grin, despite the bloodstains on his face, welcoming Kim Siwoo's arrival. Choi So-jin's entire body was bound by blue energy threads. He stood there helplessly, but showed no fear. Despite the perilous situation, Choi So-jin gave an exaggerated thumbs up, while Kim Siwoo merely looked at him with a completely unimpressed expression. Kim Siwoo seriously assessed the situation, his gaze sweeping across the chaos to grasp the nature of the threat. He realized the Goblin Guild members had been brainwashed, their eyes glowing with a lifeless blue as they were controlled by energy threads. Choi So-jin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination as he declared he would never let his subordinates fall into heresy. Kim Siwoo showed annoyance at Choi So-jin's praise, while Choi So-jin maintained an absurdly optimistic demeanor. After hearing the whole story, Kim Siwoo pondered, realizing Choi So-jin's strong will had allowed him to escape the brainwashing. Kim Siwoo turned, his sharp gaze questioning Choi So-jin about the nature of the enemy they were facing. Choi So-jin explained that he had heard the voice of an entity commanding obedience, but he had ignored it. Unlike his members, with a calculating smile, Kim Siwoo gestured with his hand, turning the rescue into a clear business transaction. In response, Choi So-jin looked directly at Kim Siwoo with iron determination, solemnly vowing to dedicate his entire life as an exchange. Kim Si-woo reacted with a shocked and displeased expression at such an excessive offer. Choi So-jin, full of injuries, fervently declared his absolute loyalty, causing Kim Si-woo to respond awkwardly at Choi So-jin's desperate plea. Kim Si-woo raised his hand to signal a halt, his expression clearly showing awkwardness. However, a smug and calculating smile quickly appeared, indicating that Kim Si-woo had made his own decision. Kim Si-woo placed his hand on Choi So-jin's shoulder, beginning to release holy energy while his gaze was fixed forward. Announcing that compensation would be discussed later, he raised his hand. Blue holy energy threads gathering as he analyzed and condemned the invisible enemy lurking in the distorted space. A surge of purple demonic energy suddenly counterattacked, knocking Kim Si-woo back with a cry of pain. Immediately, a blue system window appeared, announcing that his actions had forced the summoning of the dungeon's final boss. From the shadows, a grotesque entity with countless tentacles and glowing red eyes emerged. The master of the fallen temple. The shadowy entity extended its tentacles towards Kim Si-woo, an unspoken command demanding submission emanating from it. Kim Si-woo remained unfazed. He entered a combat stance, holy lightning enveloping his body. Ready for the confrontation, he unleashed an attack of pure holy energy, aiming directly at the center of the monstrous entity. In response, a star-shaped mouth full of sharp teeth lunged towards Kim Si-woo, attempting to swallow him with a silent command. Kim Si-woo's vision was invaded by the image of a colossal eye, attempting to plant promises of salvation in his mind. The entity roared a final command, attempting to break his will with absolute power. Kim Si-woo roared a contemptuous insult, his eyes blazing, completely rejecting the fallen god's attempt at manipulation. The nameless god of the sanctuary made an authoritative declaration, proclaiming itself a true deity worthy of worship. It emitted an overwhelming psychic command, demanding absolute submission. Kim Si-woo reacted with utter disdain, exposing the entity as a fraudulent cultist. He angrily condemned its act of brainwashing followers merely to sustain its own existence. The entity remained confident, asserting that a god, even on the verge of oblivion, still possessed divine power. The brainwashed Goblin Guild members stood motionless, a testament to its controlling power. Choi So-jin frantically pleaded with Kim Si-woo to find a way to save his people instead of just destroying the enemy, and received a confident look from the Pope. Kim Si-woo turned back, calmly beginning to explain how to break the worship of false gods. He unleashed a fierce surge of blue holy energy, sending it directly towards the entity. The nameless god of the sanctuary shrieked in pain as it was struck by the purifying attack. Kim Si-woo declared that the only way was to use overwhelming holy energy to completely eradicate its existence. He concentrated his power, his cold gaze focused on purifying the enemy. Kim Si-woo issued an unspoken command, using his power to force the entity to dissipate. His gaze held no hesitation, completely focused on executing his judgment. Kim Si-woo extended his hand, suffocating the entity's existence with a surge of pure holy energy. Amidst the chaos, Choi So-jin was attacked by tentacles but still gestured that he was fine, allowing Kim Si-woo to focus on the battle. Kim Si-woo concentrated holy energy in his hand, trying to reach for a glowing object directly in front of him. With a determined gaze, Kim Si-woo identified his target amidst the encirclement of tentacles. His hand gripped the holy relic, a symbol of divinity and the dungeon's core. Despite the tightening tentacles, Kim Si-woo unleashed a fierce surge of holy energy from the holy relic in his hand. The system interface appeared, identifying the item as Fallen Genesis Stone, a corrupted holy relic. The system announced that the holy relic was being reset, and a pillar of purifying light shot up from it. As the dungeon began to collapse, Kim Si-woo calmly stood there, holding the purified holy relic in his hand. Without hesitation, he crushed the dungeon's core in his palm. A system notification confirmed that the dungeon had been cleared and the mission completed. The system updated, granting him the ability to use holy relic points to summon creations of the Reman order. Kim Si-woo analyzed the new information, realizing he could exchange holy relics from other dimensions for power for his order. Freed, Choi So-jin turned to face the still-controlled Goblin Guild members, attempting to awaken them. Kim Si-woo silently observed the scene, assessing the situation after completing his primary objective. Reality dissolved, giving way to a peaceful scene with ancient ruins. Within his vision, a child was carefully stacking stones, forming a small cairn. The child's small hand placed the final stone on top. An act of pure faith. A blurry stream of memories appeared, showing a child earnestly praying before a self-made stone tower. With a satisfied smile, the child clasped their hands, completing their prayer. The image showed the final stone being placed atop the tower, completing the structure. The stone on top emitted a shimmering light, signifying the birth of a concept. Back in reality, Kim Si-woo calmly received a series of system notifications confirming that he had absorbed the dungeon core and gained a new type of power points. His eyes sharpened, realizing that the child's innocent prayer was the very moment a god was born. The final image of the memory showed the child with a pure wish for everyone's happiness. The control was broken, and the Goblin Guild members awoke, looking at the weapons in their hands pointed at Choi Sojin with extreme confusion. Choi Sojin looked down at his hands, horrified to realize he had just been forced to attack his comrades. He touched the bloodstain on his face, a reminder of the recent battle, while his members anxiously called his name. As the shock passed, Choi Sojin staggered from exhaustion and relief, causing his members to rush to support him in a panic. Kim Si-woo observed the chaotic yet relieved reunion of the Goblin Guild with a satisfied smile. His peace was suddenly shattered as he sensed something hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. A red figure crashed into Kim Si-woo. It was Luna Levinton, in an excited and forceful welcoming embrace. Kim Si-woo lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in pain from a collision more painful than a battle with a god. While Luna cheerfully inquired, and Leo Ruman merely watched, ignoring the pain, Kim Si-woo gave a tired smile, confirming to Luna that he had dealt with the fallen god. Amidst the dungeon's ruins, Kim Si-woo received a final warning from the system before it collapsed. He crushed the dungeon's core stone, which once contained a fallen god, into dust. His gaze swept over the ruins. A fleeting thought about the tragic end of what was once a holy place. The scene shifted to a makeshift outdoor celebration. Under the clear night sky, Choi Sojin cheerfully raised his glass towards Kim Si-woo, extending an irresistible invitation to celebrate after the battle. Kim Si-woo sat at the same table with Choi Sojin and Luna Levinton, who was showing great enjoyment of the party. With a sarcastic smile, Kim Si-woo held his water bottle, commenting on the group's exemplary behavior. Choi Sojin laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude and pointing out that he was the one who came closest to death. Kim Si-woo quickly seized the opportunity, gleefully pointing directly at Choi Sojin to tease him, surprising the guild leader. Bottles of alcohol were placed on the table, a testament to Choi Sojin's extraordinary endurance. Kim Si-woo appeared utterly helpless against Choi Sojin's logic of using alcohol to disinfect wounds. Choi Sojin placed his hand on his chest, sincerely explaining that this was medicine for his soul. Kim Si-woo buried his face in his hands in despair as Luna Levinton cheerfully agreed with Choi Sojin's peculiar reasoning. Luna raised her glass, smiling in approval at Choi Sojin, completely ignoring the Pope's annoyance. Choi Sojin and Luna cheerfully clinked glasses, finding an unexpected camaraderie in their views. Kim Si-woo could only sigh as he watched, realizing that both Luna and Leo were strangely compatible with Choi Sojin. Kim Si-woo stared at the system interface, his expression turning serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. A new main quest, titled Arrival, appeared, announcing the beginning of the era of order and the descent of countless gods upon Earth. He frowned as he read on, realizing that among those gods would be dangerous, evil gods. His train of thought was illustrated by an image of a player being overwhelmed by the dark tentacles of an evil god. A demonic entity, possessing both holy and demonic energy, appeared, explaining the fundamental difference between an evil god and a demon king. Kim Si-woo gazed into the distance, bearing the weight of concern for the planet's fate before the invasion of divine forces. At the same time, elsewhere, someone rushed away, signaling an urgent event. A Goblin Guild member burst in frantically, trying to report something urgent. He informed Choi Sojin that people from the White Brilliance Order had appeared, surprising his leader. The scene shifted to an outdoor area at night, where the quiet atmosphere held underlying tension. Members of the White Brilliance Order, in white robes, faced off against Goblin Guild warriors, creating a standoff. An angry Goblin Guild warrior demanded an explanation for the intrusion, but was warned by a white-robed member not to act rashly. The Goblin Guild member turned back to report the unfolding situation to Choi Sojin, who had just stepped out. A hooded figure from the White Brilliance Order stepped forward, directly confronting Choi Sojin. The person removed their hood, introduced themselves as Shim Jingyu, a vicar of the White Brilliance Order, and offered a formal explanation. Choi Sojin growled, clenching his fists, rejecting the explanation and showing anger at the intruder's demands. Kim Siwoo looked towards Choi Sojin, his eyes questioning, awaiting an answer. Choi Sojin flinched, realizing the presence of a new force he hadn't sensed. Shim Jingyu, the representative of the White Brilliance Order, approached with a friendly demeanor, acknowledging the Reman Order's assistance. Luna Leventon reacted immediately, her sharp gaze warning Shim Jingyu for his disrespectful attitude towards the Pope. Kim Siwoo extended his hand, a decisive gesture ordering the agitated Luna Leventon to stand down. Shim Jingyu explained, pointing towards his white-robed followers, who were radiating a pure and powerful holy energy. Kim Siwoo smiled faintly, assessing his opponent's strength and realizing they possessed deep faith. His gaze sharpened, focusing his analysis to identify which deity was behind this new order. Shim Jingyu bowed formally, explaining that they came by command after a prophet sensed a threat from a strange god. Choi Sojin bowed his head, overwhelmed by the overwhelming holy energy emanating from the White Brilliance Order. He looked up, gazing at Shim Jingyu with skepticism and sarcasm, indicating his disbelief in their prophetic abilities. Shim Jingyu responded firmly, asserting that their abilities were a divine blessing to protect humanity. Choi Sojin lost his patience, growling and demanding they leave his territory, wanting no further interference. Shim Jingyu smiled meaningfully, reminding him that without the Reman Order's appearance, the Goblin Guild would have suffered a tragic end. Kim Siwoo quietly observed, contemplating the true purpose behind the White Brilliance Order's righteous facade. Shim Jingyu's words brought back images of the brainwashed Goblin Guild members, standing helplessly in the dark dungeon. Kim Siwoo narrowed his eyes, analyzing the perplexing question of the fallen god's fate. In Goblin Guild territory, Choi Sojin confronted Shim Jingyu, coldly declaring the area for invited guests only. His rage flared. Choi Sojin roared, asserting that the White Brilliance Order group were intruders. He exposed their scheme, accusing them of intending to seize the dungeon after his guild was weakened. With an overwhelming aura, Choi Sojin ordered the uninvited guests to leave immediately. Shim Jingyu, realizing the unfavorable situation, decided it was not the time for talk and signaled a retreat. Even as he turned away, his sharp gaze remained locked on his target, another plan being calculated. Afterwards, Shim Jingyu approached Kim Siwoo, suggesting that his order wished to meet the Pope. Kim Siwoo flatly refused, clearly showing his discomfort with an invitation from someone he didn't trust. Undeterred, Shim Jingyu continued to persuade, citing their common ground as followers of a deity. Finally, he bowed formally, emphasizing the urgent request for a meeting from his superiors. At the magnificent temple of the Reman Order, the atmosphere had completely changed. Inside, Kim Siwoo frowned as he read news on his phone about the NAC officially partnering with the White Brilliance Order. Choi Sojin and Luna Leventon were already in his office, with Choi Sojin cheerfully declaring he would be fine after resting. With a smile and a thumbs up, Choi Sojin enthusiastically volunteered to be the temple's guard dog, much to Kim Siwoo's annoyance. Kim Siwoo's thoughts returned to the previous night, recalling Choi Sojin's promise that he would visit the next day. In the car, Choi Sojin questioned Kim Siwoo about his hesitation, reaffirming his intentions. Kim Siwoo was startled by Choi Sojin's immediate proposal to discuss optimizing their alliance. Choi Sojin enthusiastically reiterated his promise to be a loyal guard dog for the temple, irritating Kim Siwoo with his obsession. At the office, Inwook admitted he was also surprised by Kim Siwoo's alliance proposal. Inwook whispered to Siwoo, speculating that his goal was to access the supply of holy stone bracelets through the Goblin Guild. In-wook and Choi So-jin exchanged a meaningful glance, preparing to reveal a secret. Startling Si-woo. In-wook asked Kim Si-woo if he knew about Yuseon Group, a massive corporation, and Si-woo confirmed. In-wook explained that his family owned the corporation, with his grandfather and younger brother holding key positions. In-wook revealed that Yuseon's logistics network could sell anything, stunning Kim Si-woo as he realized the true scale of his partner. Kim Si-woo began to piece together the information, unable to believe the truth that was slowly unfolding. Choi So-jin was revealed to be the fourth-generation heir of the Yuseon family, a fact that completely stunned Si-woo. In-wook humorously added that Choi So-jin was once voted by Forbes as the family member with the highest potential for murder. Further alarming Si-woo, Choi So-jin seriously asserted that the Goblin Guild was built through his and his teammates' own efforts, not just relying on his family background. Kim Si-woo, with a radiant expression, expressed his trust and accepted his explanation. The two shook hands decisively, formalizing the partnership between the Reman Order and the Goblin Guild. Kim Si-woo wore a calculating smile, secretly deciding to make the most of his relationship with this wealthy and powerful ally. Choi So-jin gave a forced smile, humorously expressing his discomfort with some absurd proposal. Leo Ruman entered the room, formally bowing and reporting his presence to Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo smiled contentedly, confirming that all key members were present. Before the core team consisting of Luna Levinton, Leo Ruman, In-wook, and Choi So-jin, Kim Si-woo officially began the strategic meeting. With a serious expression, Kim Si-woo declared his intention to consider the White Brilliance Order an enemy of the Order. The scene dissolved, transitioning to a visual explanation of the concept of heresy, illustrated by the ancient architecture of Eden. An image of Reman standing among other gods in Eden appeared, explaining that many orders had once coexisted. A symbolic handshake showed that these orders had formed an alliance to fight a common enemy, the Demon King. The memory stream showed Reman teaching Kim Si-woo, explaining that faith cannot come from coercion or fear. Images of followers, including Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton in different attire, illustrated Reman's desire that her followers would not suffer that. Reman smiled benevolently, demonstrating the Order's philosophy of coexisting with other orders for mutual benefit. The explanation concluded with images of the Inquisitors of Central Curia, an armed force that had suppressed aggressive heresies in the past. Returning to reality, Luna Levinton angrily slammed the table, demanding to know the location of the heretics so she could go destroy them. Leo Ruman calmly intervened, reminding Luna that such aggressive actions went against their doctrine of mutual respect. Luna angrily pointed at Leo, questioning his adherence to doctrine after the White Brilliance Order had attempted to assassinate the Pope and their allies. Leo Ruman erupted in fanaticism, pleading for a holy war against heresy, but immediately showed embarrassment in front of Choi So-jin. Choi So-jin excitedly raised his fist, demanding to join the holy war to eliminate the fanatics, forcing In-wook to awkwardly remind him that they were also a religious organization. While Leo Ruman was still fired up, Kim Si-woo sat calmly in the chairman's seat, arms crossed, and agreed to arrange a plan. Kim Si-woo burst into hearty laughter at his ally's enthusiasm. The smile vanished, and Kim Si-woo suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling the entire group. With sharp eyes, Kim Si-woo declared the White Brilliance Order an enemy of the Order, issuing a challenge that allowed no dissent. A moment later, the discussion continued in a more serious atmosphere. In-wook was the first to object, expressing concern that the decision was too hasty and might be a misunderstanding. Kim Si-woo calmly admitted they lacked clear evidence, but asserted that the White Brilliance Order's actions were both simple and suspicious. He posed a chilling question, forcing everyone to ponder the White Brilliance Order's true intentions in the Busan incident. Kim Si-woo's argument stunned both In-wook and Choi So-jin, who realized that the White Brilliance Order was ready to kill to achieve its goals. Kim Si-woo continued to explain, revealing that the greatest suspicion came from the White Brilliance Order's knowledge of the existence of gods from other dimensions. He painted a terrifying scenario: the White Brilliance Order might be serving a hostile god, an evil entity from another world. Luna Leventon extinguished all hesitation with a declaration of unwavering loyalty, asserting that Kim Si-woo's words were Reman's will. Overwhelmed by Luna's loyalty and his brother's argument, In-wook bowed his head, admitting his mistake. Feeling ashamed for letting practical considerations obscure the danger, Luna Leventon's eyes widened, reflecting extreme surprise at In-wook's confession. To break In-wook's awkwardness, Luna Leventon actively took his hand, reassuring him that his caution was a good virtue and calling him by the affectionate name Minsu. While Luna Leventon cheerfully patted In-wook's shoulder, Kim Si-woo in front could only sigh inwardly, showing his helplessness at the uncontrollable chaos of his allies. With a decisive gesture, Kim Si-woo raised 2 fingers, delivering a silent ultimatum. The White Brilliance Order was officially an enemy, and anyone cooperating with them would share the same fate. Luna Leventon, Leo Ruman, In-wook, and Choi So-jin unanimously expressed their absolute support for the Pope's command. Kim Si-woo immediately moved to the next topic, outlining the Order's financial development plan and asking Leo Ruman about the current number of holy bracelets. With a radiant smile, Leo Ruman proudly reported that they had 500 available. The scene shifted to the second agenda item. A jewelry box was opened, revealing an exquisite holy stone bracelet. Kim Si-woo presented the bracelet to a skeptical Choi So-jin, explaining that it was crafted from the temple's highest quality holy stone. With the confident smile of a professional salesman, Kim Si-woo declared that this holy artifact could aid in treating chronic illnesses. He continued with an even bolder claim about its ability to prevent hair loss, causing Choi So-jin to shift from skepticism to curiosity and request to test it immediately. Without hesitation, Choi So-jin pulled out a dagger, preparing to injure himself to verify the Pope's words. A deep cut appeared on his arm, but to his astonishment, it immediately began to close and vanished without a trace. Choi So-jin stared dumbfounded at his healed skin, utterly shocked by the healing power that surpassed any elixir. Kim Si-woo humbly explained that the bracelet merely amplified existing regenerative abilities. But Choi So-jin, still overwhelmed, asserted that it was an extraordinary item. With a skeptical expression, Choi So-jin frankly expressed the difficulty in distributing Kim Si-woo's items to prove their value. Choi So-jin confidently picked up a bracelet and explained that it was a rare healing item capable of increasing players' survival rates, stunning Leo Ruman, who stood behind him. He emphasized that guilds always struggled with the issue of casualties, as even the strongest players were useless if they fell on the battlefield. Kim Si-woo calmly asked about the desired quantity, but Choi So-jin shook his head, asserting that he could not accept them for free. Kim Si-woo fell into thought, beginning to calculate a reasonable price for the bracelets. After some calculation, he smiled brightly and raised 1 finger, proposing a price he deemed reasonable. However, Choi So-jin interrupted and made a shocking offer. He would pay 100 million for each and buy the entire stock. To affirm his seriousness, Choi So-jin stood up, overwhelming Kim Si-woo with his decisiveness, leaving the Pope to stammer about the limited quantity, completely bewildered by the unexpected generosity. Kim Si-woo skeptically asked if this was Choi So-jin's way of repaying him for saving his life in the dungeon. Choi So-jin picked up the box containing the bracelets, asserting as a guild leader that their true value was much higher, as players' lives were priceless. Kim Si-woo was speechless, realizing that he had severely underestimated the value of his product and had almost sold a gold mine for cheap. His mind was flooded with images of money raining down, a vision of wealth he had never imagined. The bewildered expression vanished, replaced by sparkling eyes and the smile of a businessman who had just closed the deal of a lifetime. Thanking Choi So-jin for the cooperation, he quickly grasped Choi So-jin's hand, feigning talk of strengthening their friendship to conceal his calculating intentions. And the deal was sealed to the delight of the Goblin Guild leader. Under the sunset, the Reman Order's temple stood tall, signaling a stable financial future for the Order. After Choi So-jin left, In-wook reported to Kim Si-woo that the massive deal had been closed, resolving their financial issues. Luna Leventon and Leo Ruman both expressed relief but also concern that mass production of the bracelets would consume precious holy stone resources. Kim Si-woo dismissed their worries, teasing their belated caution after having supported bold decisions earlier. He moved on to strategic matters, identifying the White Brilliance Order as the greatest threat that needed to be dealt with. To prove their advantage, Kim Si-woo showed that the Reman Order's official MeTube channel had achieved resounding success. In-wook confidently explained that this success was largely due to the appearance of Luna, who had become a viral phenomenon. His explanation brought to mind the image of Luna in her armor, spectacularly overwhelming the Daeho Guild. In-wook continued to present their synergy, with Luna as the public face and himself as the strategic mastermind. Kim Si-woo and In-wook shared a moment of determination, planning to crush their rivals on the media front. To capitalize on the momentum, Kim Si-woo decided to host a live broadcast to officially introduce Luna and Leo to the public. In-wook agreed and proposed expanding the plan, turning the broadcast into a display of power and training to attract more new recruits. The plan was finalized with an announcement on the official channel, scheduling a live stream in front of the Second Bureau of Energy building. As soon as the plan was announced, a terrifying explosion ripped through the Bureau of Energy skyscraper in Seoul. Kim Si-woo, Luna, and Leo were stunned, watching in horror as their plans literally went up in smoke. From the ruins of the explosion, a dark, sinister mass of demonic energy began to form, signaling a targeted attack. Kim Si-woo and Luna Levinton walked with an optimistic air, Si-woo smug about his good fortune while Luna expressed her amusement. The sky was suddenly torn apart by a violent explosion, signaling that a terrible catastrophe had just occurred. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, a mysterious figure stood waiting after receiving confirmation of a summons. The mysterious man smiled with satisfaction, deducing that the event in Busan had made their rivals realize the existence of another god. He ordered a subordinate kneeling in the shadows to capture someone with the potential to become a Demon King's incarnation at the Bureau of Energy. With a confident smile, the leader promised to bestow upon his subordinate a power far exceeding what he currently possessed. The hooded subordinate raised his head, bracing himself to receive a surge of dark purple energy pouring into his body. The leader looked out at the city, deciding it was time to act as the White Brilliance Order had already approached Kim Si-woo. Returning to the present, the Bureau of Energy building was fiercely attacked by a dark entity, causing panic across media channels. Kim Si-woo stood frozen, a strained smile on his face, as he realized their live stream was about to begin right at the epicenter of a terrorist attack. Behind him, In-wook had completely lost his usual composure, stammering to ask if an attack like this was normal. Kim Si-woo glanced at his younger brother's shocked reaction, then quickly pulled out his phone with a serious expression. He put the phone to his ear, his expression shifting from shock to extreme worry, dismissing the filming to inquire about Dongshik's safety. On the other end of the line, Dongshik was severely injured amidst the rubble, trying to report the involvement of high-level mages and asking for help. Before Dongshik could finish his words, a strange hand suddenly grabbed his head from behind, cutting off the communication with a cry of pain. In a panic, Kim Si-woo dropped his phone upon hearing Dongshik scream on the other end of the line. A stranger with a sneer mocked the victim's last words before the call was cut off. Si-woo's phone screen went dark, confirming that communication with team leader Kim Dongshik had been completely severed. Si-woo looked up sharply, his horrified gaze fixed on the Bureau of Energy building, where a violent explosion had just erupted. Realizing his friend had been attacked, In-wook, with a grim expression, quickly identified the enemy based on the described abilities. A high-level female player using blue fire. The image of Lee Se-hee, a notorious S-rank player, appeared in their minds, enveloped by a chaotic energy, confirming her return. Faced with the news of a powerful antagonist, Luna Levinton did not flinch. Instead, a belligerent smile bloomed on her face. Si-woo sensed the energy emanating from the Second Bureau of Energy building, but it was dark mana, not holy energy. He squinted, his initial confusion giving way to intense focus as he confirmed the nature of the energy source. The initial hypothesis about the White Brilliance Order was dismissed, as their actions were always associated with purifying holy energy, completely contrary to the scene before them. Luna Levinton turned to Leo Ruman, her eyes blazing as she suggested clearing a path for the Pope, and the Archbishop nodded in agreement without hesitation. Without wasting a second, Both rushed towards the building, engulfed in chaos. Becoming the vanguard of the Reman order, Kim Si-woo watched the backs of his two most trusted aides. A confident and nostalgic smile fleeting across his lips, he turned to In-wook, entrusting him with the crucial task of assisting civilian evacuation before he personally intervened. Si-woo's gaze once again turned to the building, where the battle had just begun. Promising to complete the unfinished livestream after everything was over, amidst a corridor filled with unconscious staff, Lee Se-hee stood in a haze of purple magical smoke. Showing amusement at her handiwork, she casually stepped over the bodies. Two rings of blue and pink energy swirling around her hands like a toy. Lee Se-hee stopped beside the injured Dong-shik. Looking down at him with overt boredom, she expressed extreme disappointment, declaring that she wouldn't have come if she had known her opponents were just ordinary people incapable of resistance. Her hooded subordinate reminded her that this building had few awakened individuals, an explanation for the ease of the attack. The subordinate continued to emphasize their main mission was to extract the vessel from the top floor and warned of the consequences if they failed. Brushing aside the warning, Lee Se-hee squinted mischievously, suggesting they kill one of his comrades for entertainment. The hooded subordinate broke out in a cold sweat. Realizing her madness and unpredictability, Lee Se-hee sat down facing Dong-shik, mocking his weakness as the cause of this tragedy. She held up Dong-shik's ID card, confirming his identity and questioning why someone from the Special Investigation Bureau was here. A sinister smile appeared on Lee Se-hee's face as she realized Dong-shik must surely know Kang Che-ah's location. Dong-shik was stunned to hear the name Kang Che-ah, one of the government's last S-rank hunters. After Dong-shik denied it, Lee Se-hee grabbed his tie, delivering a silent ultimatum. She leaned in close, threatening to burn him alive painfully if he didn't reveal Kang Che-ah's location. Faced with a deadly threat, Dong-shik remained silent, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Lee Se-hee laughed maniacally, unleashing an overwhelming surge of blue energy, extending her hand as if delivering a death sentence. Submerged in the magical flames, Dong-shik squeezed his eyes shut, enduring the scorching heat. Believing this was the end, the pain suddenly vanished, and Dong-shik opened his eyes in shock. Not understanding why he was still alive, he stared blankly at objects that looked exactly like roasted sweet potatoes hovering around his head. A completely absurd outcome after a deadly attack. Unable to believe her eyes, Lee Se-hee lunged and grabbed Dong-shik's collar, demanding in a growl an explanation for how an ordinary person could survive her flames. Her hooded subordinate placed a hand on Lee Se-hee's shoulder, a gesture reminding her that they had no time for these distractions. Nodding in agreement, the subordinate hoisted Dong-shik onto his shoulder, while Lee Se-hee smiled contentedly, deciding to take the hostage to serve their main objective on the upper floor, being dragged away helplessly. Dong-shik desperately screamed the only name that could save him, Kim Si-woo. Instantly, an invisible and powerful force knocked Lee Se-hee backward, making her scream in surprise. The attack also caused the subordinate to lose his balance, dropping Dong-shik to the floor as both tumbled to the ground. From the shadows, Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton emerged, Luna cheerfully twirling her mace and announcing that they were here to carry out the Pope's orders. With a radiant, malicious smile, Luna decided that those before them had certainly resisted, giving herself a perfect reason to fight. Leo Ruman offered the enemies a chance to surrender, but Luna merely responded indifferently, reminding him of how ruthlessly he had dealt with previous surrenders. Lee Se-hee looked at the two newcomers with amusement, while her subordinate tried to warn her not to waste time on these powerful individuals. Ignoring the warning, Lee Se-hee laughed, unleashing an even stronger surge of purple energy than before, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to test her new power. From Lee Se-hee's perspective, a fierce storm of purple and blue magical flames was unleashed. With a maniacal smile, Lee Se-hee gazed at the destructive power flowing from her hands. She spread her arms wide, immersing herself in the sea of flames, challenging anyone who dared to face her. Amidst the chaotic flames, Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton appeared, completely unaffected, their eyes locked on to their target. Lee Se-hee looked down at the two newcomers with condescending disappointment, mocking their silence. In response, A hand reached out from the shadows, holy light beginning to gather at its fingertips. Pushing back the dark energy, the light exploded into a brilliant orb, its purifying power completely overwhelming the magical flames. Luna Leventon raised her hand high, becoming the epicenter of the holy light storm, her power completely overwhelming her opponent. A confident smile bloomed on Luna's lips as she prepared to unleash her decisive attack. Lee Se-hee's face contorted with shock and disbelief as she desperately raised her hands to ward off a force she couldn't comprehend. Luna charged like lightning, a streak of white light piercing through the chaotic battlefield. A torrent of holy energy slammed into Lee Se-hee, sending her flying off the ground. She was violently slammed into the wall behind her, the impact shattering it into pieces. Luna Leventon calmly stepped forward, her armored feet stopping just before a fallen and exhausted Lee Se-hee, defeated and bruised. Lee Se-hee looked up with hateful eyes, forced to listen to the judgment from the one who had struck her down. Lee Se-hee was choked, her eyes bruised, her mouth agape in a silent scream of agony. Luna Leventon lifted Lee Se-hee with one hand, throwing her into a glass wall that shattered upon impact. Held tightly, Lee Se-hee realized the true nature of her opponent's power with horrified, disbelieving eyes. With a radiant smile, Luna Leventon explained the deadly incompatibility between holy power and mana. A pillar of pure holy light descended, engulfing Lee Se-hee and making her scream in extreme agony. Luna Leventon showed extreme delight at her opponent's screams, a cruel beauty amidst the illusory rose scenery. Realizing the situation had turned, the hooded figures began to flee. The hooded subordinate and his accomplices rushed down the stairs in a desperate retreat. The hooded subordinate realized the enemy's power far exceeded expectations, a harsh truth evident in his eyes. Lee Se-hee's screams echoing behind him made the hooded subordinate glance back for a moment, his face filled with surprise. Leo Ruman appeared unexpectedly, grabbing one of the fleeing individuals by the neck, his eyes cold and unforgiving, fiercely pursued. The main hooded subordinate continued to rush forward, knowing his comrades could only hold the enemy back for a moment. He reached a high-tech corridor, his target being the special containment rooms on the 38th floor. He stopped before a reinforced security door, an area restricted to authorized personnel. To ensure the mission's success, the hooded subordinate pulled out an object emitting dark energy, preparing to force his way through. The magical energy of a teleportation gate swirled, signaling a prearranged escape plan. The hooded leader appeared amid streaks of magical light, his sharp gaze fixed forward. He faced his two subordinates, angrily gesturing why they were still there instead of having escaped with the vessel. One subordinate explained about the activated security system, while the leader glanced, gesturing to see the vessel. The other subordinate pushed forward an unconscious young man with blue hair, who was the vessel. A subordinate's blood-stained hand indicated the fierce struggle to capture the vessel, who had killed two group members. The leader looked at the vessel with confirmation, declaring he would use a teleportation scroll to take him to the supreme leader. He ordered the remaining subordinates to go to the rooftop, pointing towards the designated escape route. The subordinates immediately obeyed, beginning to move, dragging the unconscious vessel with them. The leader squinted, calculating, muttering that he only needed to buy 3 minutes for his plan. A dark magical explosion erupted from the building's rooftop, revealing the leader's cruel plan. The magic circle. There was a self-destruct trap. As his subordinates were annihilated, the leader bowed his head, clutching the scroll, bitterly acknowledging Lee Se-hee's failure and accepting to sacrifice everything to complete the mission. The leader's eyes flashed with cruel determination as he turned back to his objective. He held the vessel tightly, asserting that the Reman order was an obstacle that must be eliminated at all costs. The leader bit the string, binding the scroll, and magical energy began to gather around him, preparing for the teleportation. Hooded Man 01 was horrified as he realized the enemy's true intention, a gruesome dark serpent's tongue flicking out from his mouth. Kim Si-woo appeared with a self-satisfied smile, raising a finger as if lecturing an innocent about cruelty. Hooded Man 01, his shoulder soaked in blood, turned around and was stunned to realize the one blocking his path was Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo glanced at the unconscious blue-haired young man on Hooded Man 01's back, immediately understanding that he was the vessel for summoning the Demon King. With his amber eyes flashing with insight, Kim Si-woo smiled, as if every move of the enemy was within his grasp. The blue-haired young man Vessel 01 suddenly awoke, his mouth agape in extreme panic as he realized his predicament. Driven by survival instinct, the blue-haired young man frantically bit into hooded Man 01's shoulder. Blood splattered as the blue-haired young man tore at the flesh of his captor, while Kim Si-woo merely stood with his arms crossed, watching. The brutal scene unfolded as the blue-haired young man devoured a part of hooded Man 01's body to seize his power. Kim Si-woo merely smirked, as if a vessel devouring its own kind was a sight entirely within his expectations. After the bloody meal, the blue-haired young man sat on hooded Man 01's corpse, his body trembling as the new power began to transform him. Letting out an inhuman roar, the blue-haired young man's fingernails elongated into sharp claws. His eyes losing all reason, completely consumed by bestiality, he lunged straight towards Kim Si-woo, determined to tear apart the only remaining obstacle. Kim Si-woo easily raised his hand, blocking the incoming clawed hand with a simple grasp. The attacker's blood stained his hand, and Kim Si-woo looked down at the screaming creature at his feet with the gaze of an absolute ruler. A demonic entity screamed in agony before exploding into a sphere of blue energy on the skyscraper's rooftop. Kim Si-woo's thoughts visualized the concept of the Demon King's rebirth. An affected mortal would become a vessel for the Demon King to travel to other worlds. To begin that process, the vessel must gradually lose its humanity, with the first manifestation being cannibalistic behavior, displayed through vacant white eyes and sharp fangs. As the vessel continues to commit evil acts, its dark power will continuously grow, like a spreading pool of black mud. Back in reality, Park Soo-ho clutched his severely wounded arm, blood gushing incessantly after Kim Si-woo's counterattack. The flesh on his arm blistered and grotesquely deformed, turning a dark demonic purple. The regeneration process concluded, transforming his hand into a set of sharp claws, ready for the next attack. Kim Si-woo observed the regeneration with mocking amusement, noting Park Soo-ho's surprisingly strong recovery ability despite not being fully awakened. Having lost all reason, Park Soo-ho let out a savage roar and lunged straight towards Kim Si-woo for retaliation. Kim Si-woo easily blocked the attack with just one hand. Disdainful of his opponent's nascent power, Kim Si-woo's amber eyes flashed as the system interface confirmed the target's undeniable evil nature. The system listed Park Soo-ho's numerous crimes, from bullying and murder to cannibalism, exposing his corrupt nature even before becoming a vessel. With a cold smile, Kim Si-woo placed his hand on Park Soo-ho's head, curious about the family background that might have shielded his crimes. Streams of blue holy lightning poured from Kim Si-woo's hand, tormenting Park Soo-ho in extreme panic. As he realized the power disparity, Kim Si-woo looked down at the writhing figure, his smile growing more arrogant as he asserted that his holy power was the bane of those like him. Kim Si-woo smiled condescendingly, his hands gathering blue holy energy as he issued a belated warning. Provoked, Park Soo-ho roared savagely, his bloodshot eyes and blood-stained fangs displaying pure ferocity. From above, Kim Si-woo looked down at Park Soo-ho, writhing on the ground, completely overwhelmed by the holy energy. Kim Si-woo's fist clenched, holy lightning flashing, ready for the next punitive strike. He advanced slowly, each step exuding an unshakable aura of authority. Seeing Park Soo-ho struggling to get up, Kim Si-woo sneered mockingly before leaping into the air, preparing to deliver an attack. A stream of blue holy energy shot straight down, colliding with Park Soo-ho's weak defensive attempt. The attack pierced through the defense, striking Park Soo-ho directly, causing him extreme pain. Kim Si-woo maintained the attack, his cold gaze watching his opponent scream in helplessness. Cornered, dark power erupted from Park Soo-ho's body, his claws elongating, ready for a desperate counterattack. He lunged towards Kim Si-woo, his sharp claws enveloped in purple demonic energy. Park Soo-ho's claws struck an invisible barrier directly in front of Kim Si-woo. The dark energy completely blocked. Park Soo-ho's eyes widened in disbelief and horror as he realized his attack was futile. Kim Si-woo merely smiled smugly, standing behind his holy shield. Completely unaffected, the holy barrier suddenly unleashed punitive lightning bolts, jolting Park Soo-ho backward causing him to writhe in agony. Looking down at his convulsing enemy, Kim Si-woo coldly asserted the insurmountable power gap between them. With one hand, Kim Si-woo lifted Park Soo-ho, channeling blue holy energy into his body to purify the screaming purple evil aura. Kim Si-woo glanced condescendingly, his amber eyes gleaming with power, challenging the entity within Park Soo-ho. Streams of purple demonic energy were expelled, splattering onto the skyscraper's glass surface. The dense evil aura congealed into grotesque shapes before dissipating. Kim Si-woo held Park Soo-ho's limp body firmly, completely in control of the situation. Suppressed by the holy power, Park Soo-ho could only utter a weak sound in disbelief. Tendrils of evil aura tightened around Park Soo-ho, who was being stripped of his vessel's power in agony. Kim Si-woo smirked, recalling a past victory to mock his arch-enemy, the Demon King of Wrath. Satan, cornered. Satan took full control, the vessel's eyes glowing red in a desperate attempt to negotiate. Kim Si-woo ignored the plea, raising his hand to the sky, summoning holy flames to completely end the enemy's existence. Blue holy flames engulfed Park Soo-ho, causing him to let out a final scream. A destructive explosion of holy energy erupted from the point of contact. Kim Si-woo standing firm at the center of the purifying storm. Park Soo-ho's body and Satan's evil aura were torn to shreds, disintegrating in a vortex of light. The entire building emitted a brilliant pillar of light, marking the end of the purge. From the ground below, Leo Ruman observed the lingering energy dissipating in the sky. A helicopter approaching the scene. In Kim Si-woo's palm, the last remnants of the holy flames and evil aura vanished into thin air. At Kim Si-woo's feet, the enemy's last purple bloodstains evaporated. A silent verdict on the fate of evil. Kim Si-woo stood amidst the fading holy flames, arrogantly declaring that evil would destroy itself. Kim Si-woo's amber eyes subtly shifted, recognizing the presence of an approaching subordinate. Leo Ruman appeared at the end of the corridor, bowing his head to report that his team had successfully stopped the terrorists and neutralized the dark magic circles. Leo explained about the sacrificial magic circle, a trap that could level the entire building, and Kim Si-woo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Leo had saved countless lives. Leo Ruman's gaze shifted towards the remaining purple remnants on the floor, an unspoken question about the identity of the vanquished. Kim Si-woo turned away, his gaze distant as he rekindled a name from their shared past, the Demon King of Wrath, Satan. The stream of memories brought Leo Ruman back to the fiery battlefield in Eden, where he and his comrades had once confronted the Demon King's army. Returning to reality, Kim Si-woo raised his hand, explaining that these ashes contained a fragment of the Demon King's reincarnated soul, a means to summon him to this world. He asserted that the entire attack on the Bureau of Awakened Abilities had only one purpose: to seize this seed of reincarnation. Leo Ruman was stunned by this revelation, and Si-woo continued to explain that the existence of this seed proved that many followers of the Demon King were hiding on Earth. A gruesome image appeared, illustrating how a follower acted as a prophet, enveloped by the phantom of a demonic entity. Kim Si-woo mused, his face clearly showing annoyance at having to deal with both the White Brilliance Order and now the Demon King's followers. Before ordering Leo to begin the investigation, he turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Leo, demanding an honest report on the number of surviving enemies for information. Leo Ruman gave a smug smile, adjusting his monocle with confidence. He reported that 70% had been captured and the rest didn't make it due to their weak bodies, making Kim Si-woo realize with a start that his subordinate had again used excessive violence to fold the unfortunate ones. Leo Ruman angrily waved his hand, justifying his brutal actions, while Kim Si-woo stood calmly listening. Kim Si-woo suddenly looked to the side, a flicker of concern as he wondered about Luna Levinton's whereabouts. Just then, Luna Levinton burst into the room with a radiant smile, carrying an unconscious woman over her shoulder. Without hesitation, Luna tossed her prisoner onto the floor right in front of Si-woo like a gift. Kim Si-woo rested his chin in his hand, observing the woman on the floor, Lee Se-hee, while Luna stood behind him proudly, awaiting praise. With a somewhat awkward smile, Luna explained that she had spared Lee Se-hee because the battle was quite interesting. Luna playfully stuck out her tongue, brazenly admitting that the real reason she kept Lee Si-hee alive was because she was beautiful. Kim Si-woo sighed wearily at Luna's frankness, but still asked if she was injured. Luna puffed out her chest proudly, but Si-woo immediately dampened her excitement, clarifying that he was worried about Dong-shik and his colleagues. Kim Si-woo turned to Dong-shik, who was still bewildered, and inquired about his condition. Dong-shik looked back in confusion, not understanding why he was completely unharmed after Lee Se-hee's attack, while fragments of a divine blessing dissipated around him. With a gentle smile, Kim Si-woo revealed that he himself had bestowed a protective blessing upon Dong-shik during their previous encounter. Realizing, Dong-shik bowed deeply in infinite gratitude, while Si-woo humbly waved his hand. Kim Si-woo explained that the power of the blessing was amplified by Dong-shik's own fervent faith. From the floor, Lee Se-hee heard everything, her eyes flashing with extreme astonishment and indignation. With a scratch on her cheek, Lee Se-hee stared with a crazed expression, reinforcing her toxic belief that the weak did not deserve to live. Dong-shik angrily confronted Kim Si-woo, accusing him of obstructing those who wished to purge the world. Dong-shik's furious gaze shifted to Luna Levinton and Leo Ruman, Kim Si-woo's accomplices. Suppressed, Lee Se-hee still screamed wildly, defending her ideals and warning of an impending force. A brown boot suddenly stomped down on the floor right next to Lee Se-hee's head, interrupting her rage. Kim Si-woo squatted down, looking at Lee Se-hee with a condescending smile, mocking her group's self-proclaimed name. Without warning, Lee Se-hee was violently thrown back, sliding across the floor. Luna Levinton grinned proudly, admitting she had acted before Kim Si-woo could give an order, making him merely sigh. Kim Si-woo observed Luna, and for a moment, an image of Dong-shik with a similar expression flashed in his mind. Returning to business, Kim Si-woo and Leo Ruman looked down at Lee Se-hee, groaning on the floor, and began the interrogation. He coldly explained that Lee Se-hee's group's goal was to eliminate all ordinary people and weak players. Leaning against the wall, Lee Se-hee scoffed at the idea of protecting the weak, asserting that they had no purpose in the new world. Lee Se-hee lifted her head to face Kim Si-woo, fanatically declaring that they needed to purge the world of inferiors. Kim Si-woo's amber eyes narrowed, absorbing Lee Se-hee's declaration without revealing emotion. In response to the defiance, Luna's boot stomped heavily on Lee Se-hee's hand, crushing it against the floor. Ignoring the scream, Kim Si-woo stood up, blue holy energy flashing in his hand as he turned to Dong-shik. Dong-shik gravely concluded that this could only mean there was a spy within the Bureau of Awakened Abilities. The profile of Park Soo-ho, a teenage killer, is displayed against a backdrop of a dark energy vortex, with his horned silhouette at the center. A sterile room of a government facility is shown, the setting implying that this is a last resort to contain this dangerous individual. 3 mysterious hooded figures meet in the shadows, their posture suggesting a clandestine exchange of leaked information. Kim Si-woo interrogates Dong-shik with a sharp gaze, demanding answers for the security breach, while Dong-shik looks away, unable to offer a valid excuse. With a grim resignation, Dong-shik concedes to Kim Si-woo's authority in the matter. An explosion rips through the side of the skyscraper, a deliberate act of sabotage designed to create a cover story for the public. Kim Si-woo stands impassively beside the lifeless body of Park Soo-ho, the vessel now neutralized, while Dong-shik contemplates the cruel necessity of the outcome. Luna Levinton casually pokes the head of the unconscious Lee Se-hee, looking to Kim Si-woo for instructions on how to handle their valuable hostage. The scene shifts to the magnificent, sun-drenched temple of the Reman Order, the intended destination for the prisoner's interrogation. On a tablet screen, Minister Yu Sun-ho listens as Kim Si-woo presents his hypothesis that demonic influence is the root cause of recent attacks. Seated in a luxurious armchair, Kim Si-woo asserts his conviction to the minister with unwavering confidence. The conversation triggers a memory from 5 years prior, when the city sky was filled with monstrous wyverns pouring out of a spatial rift. Back on the video call, Minister Yu Seon-ho asserts that the world has accepted this new chaotic reality. A subtle, knowing smile plays on Kim Si-woo's lips, revealing his amusement at the perspective of a non-awakened individual like the minister. Kim Si-woo dismisses the terrorists' ideology as a joke, his remark causing the minister visible confusion as he speaks of his plans. The image of a sinister-looking white-haired woman named Luna, purportedly a reporter, flashes into view, hinting at another minion now in play. Kim Si-woo looks directly at the screen, making a direct request to Minister Yoo Sun-ho via video call. Kim Si-woo proposes that the Bureau of Awakened Abilities share all information regarding the Demon King, but Yoo Sun-ho warns of reciprocal international demands, changing tactics. Kim Si-woo rests his chin on his hand, his eyes sharp as he makes a new offer. He subtly declares that the Reman Order will assist anyone with information on the Demon King. A powerful offer, illustrated by an image of their headquarters on screen. Yoo Sun-ho offers a knowing smile, recognizing the intent behind the offer. Kim Si-woo is slightly taken aback by Yoo Sun-ho's reaction, but quickly accepts the unspoken agreement. Yoo Sun-ho gravely suggests another method of cooperation, implying a prearranged scheme. Smiling, Kim Si-woo agrees, ending the call with Yoo Sun-ho and confirming contact through Dongshik. As soon as the call ends, Kim Si-woo decisively turns off the tablet screen. Immediately, his phone vibrates with a flurry of urgent news about the attack on the Bureau of Awakened Abilities. An online forum explodes with memes and comments about the Reman Order's actions. Dubbing the terrorists' vanquisher, the folder, Kim Si-woo stares at his phone, realizing the CCTV footage leak was no accident. His eyes narrow, understanding that this was the other method Yoo Sun-ho had spoken of. The image of the Bureau of Awakened Abilities building cordoned off by police flashes in his mind. Along with the casualty count, Kim Si-woo stands alone, contemplating the fortunate timing of the broadcast that helped minimize damage. He turns inward, reporting to Reman that they had successfully averted a major disaster. Kim Si-woo closes his eyes, attempting a divine connection to seek guidance. He opens his eyes in silence, realizing Reman was busy in Eden and unable to respond. Outside the Order's headquarters, Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton await to report. They approach Kim Si-woo, ready to present what they've gathered from the interrogation. Luna cheerfully announces that while Lee Se-hee didn't reveal much, she confirmed her accomplices were annihilated by the Demon King. In the cell, Lee Se-hee sits bound, head bowed, as information about the source of her power is revealed. An illustrative image appears of a sinister leader in Shanghai, the head of a group that predates the Purifiers. Leo Ruman confirms that the mana's origin is foreign, but their specific location remains a mystery. Luna Levinton, with belligerence, suggests they preemptively strike the forces in China. Kim Si-woo patiently refutes, explaining that individuals like them are considered living weapons and cannot cross borders arbitrarily. Luna appears bewildered by the complexities of international politics, while Leo Ruman maintains a stern expression. Kim Si-woo emphasizes that such an act would be considered a declaration of war, shattering their image as peacekeepers. Leo Ruman turns to Luna, suggesting a physical conversation to make her understand the issue. Leo's monocle flashes ominously, implying a less than gentle training session. Kim Si-woo offers a strained smile, sarcastically stating that their order is very peace-loving. In the cell, Lee Se-hee flinches as Kim Si-woo calls her name, exposing her feigned unconsciousness. Kim Si-woo stands over the slumped Lee Se-hee, declaring his final judgment: she will be turned into an ordinary person. Lee Se-hee's face contorts in horror and disbelief at the pronouncement. With a cold gaze, Kim Si-woo dismisses her desperate resistance. He places his hand on her head, releasing a stream of holy lightning as a system window confirms the judgment against Lee Se-hee. A system notification appears over a pool of blood, declaring Lee Se-hee has lost her authority as blood gushes from Lee Se-hee's mouth. Another notification confirms Kim Si-woo's action as absolute and irreversible. Enveloped in a holy aura, Kim Si-woo looks down at the now powerless woman, his gaze seemingly asking how it feels to be the weakling she once disdained. Afterward, Kim Si-woo walks with Luna Levinton and Leo Ruman in a grand hall, discussing new threats. Kim Si-woo strides purposefully, declaring they need to increase the Order's influence. He outlines a recruitment plan, causing Luna and Leo to express cheerful, enthusiastic agreement. Kim Si-woo muses, realizing they need a growth item to attract new followers. A light bulb goes off in his head as he suddenly remembers the holy artifact they received after defeating the god in the other dimension. A system window appears, explaining that the summon command will yield a random holy artifact. Kim Si-woo stares at the notification with a bewildered expression, utterly shocked by the randomness. He clutches his head in frustration as the system provides a lengthy and convoluted explanation for the necessity of randomness. The grand summoning finally reveals the Order's holy artifacts: a duster, a back scratcher, and a pair of dumbbells. Kim Si-woo frowns at the system interface, his frustrated expression showing dissatisfaction with his luck. Despite his title as Pope, Kim Si-woo urgently commands, causing Luna Leventon and Leo Ruman to immediately clasp their hands in prayer with him, hoping for a favorable outcome. With intense focus, Kim Si-woo's finger decisively presses the summon button on the system screen. In his mind, Kim Si-woo envisions a gleaming holy shield, an item worthy of a legendary paladin, or perhaps an ancient covenant bracelet containing immense power, appears in his hopeful imagination. He clasps his hands, a hopeful smile on his face, praying that whatever appears won't be a bizarre item. A blinding light bursts forth from the summoning gate, but what emerges is only a small, withered branch. Hovering before Kim Si-woo, Kim Si-woo freezes in place as he takes the branch, while Luna Leventon and Leo Ruman behind him also show undisguised astonishment. The scrawny, unremarkable branch lies in his hand, a pathetically ironic outcome. Kim Si-woo attempts a strained justification, but Luna Leventon only looks at him with skepticism, questioning the origin of this holy artifact. While Luna senses a faint holy energy, Leo Ruman trembles for an unknown reason, utterly perplexed by the situation. Suddenly, Leo Ruman screams in extreme excitement, causing Kim Si-woo to cover his ears in astonishment and pain. Leo Ruman collapses to his knees, tears streaming down his face, uttering a fervent prayer to Goddess Reman. As if he had just witnessed a miracle, Kim Si-woo stares at the faintly glowing branch, utterly shocked, as Leo Ruman reveals that this is the branch of beginnings, a holy artifact lost for 500 years. A stream of memories takes them back to the distant past, where Goddess Reman's hand extends, bestowing blessings upon the land. The scene reveals a colossal sacred tree, symbolizing the promise of peace and prosperity that the goddess bestowed upon her first followers. A stream of memories erupted in a sea of fire, revealing a tragedy from the past. 500 years ago, the sacred tree was engulfed in flames caused by the Demon King's faction. As its guardians watched helplessly amidst the destruction, a brave guardian saved a single branch, a relic known as the Branch of Beginnings. Back in the present, Leo Ruman concluded his story, while Kim Si-woo looked at the branch in his hand with new understanding and hope. The system interface appeared, confirming the identity and potential power of the sacred artifact Branch of Beginnings. Kim Si-woo smiled, realizing that this branch could be reborn as the sacred tree if planted in sacred ground. With childlike excitement, Kim Si-woo, Luna Leventon, and Leo Ruman rushed out to the garden to execute the plan. The three stood on the vast lawn, searching for a perfect spot to sow the seeds for the future of the Order. A system notification confirmed that the land was filled with sacred energy, and Kim Si-woo and Luna Leventon unanimously decided to begin. Leo Ruman, with a serious expression, was the first to plunge the shovel into the ground. Kim Si-woo knelt down, carefully placing the branch into the earth, putting his full trust in Reman's guidance. Immediately, a stream of blue sacred energy began to swirl around the newly planted branch. A gigantic pillar of holy light erupted from the ground, pushing all three back in utter astonishment. As the light faded, a fresh green sapling had grown, leaving Luna Leventon and Leo Ruman staring in amazement. Leo Ruman smiled proudly, acknowledging the divine power emanating from the young tree. Kim Si-woo suddenly recalled the prophecy of a sacred beast, and a dazzling blue light burst forth from the base of the sapling. From the center of a holy aura, a coiled creature formed. A white cat with emerald eyes floated down from the tree, its appearance surprising Leo Ruman, who was observing. The playful cat peeked its head out from behind the tree trunk, letting out a friendly meow. Luna Levinton's eyes sparkled, leaning forward with fervent admiration, while Kim Siwoo merely smiled with amusement. The system interface appeared, announcing that the sacred beast had accepted Kim Siwoo as its master and would grow alongside the sacred tree. The sacred beast sat down majestically, wagging its tail, as the system explained that its power and the sacred trees would increase with the growth of the order. Kim Siwoo gently picked up the sacred beast, while Leo Ruman looked at him with an astonished expression, not understanding when he had acted. Kim Siwoo gently stroked the sacred beast's pure white fur, the small creature clearly enjoying it, holding the sacred beast in his arms. Kim Siwoo smiled contentedly, pleased with this unexpected but valuable addition to the order. Luna Levinton raised her fist excitedly, suggesting they leave. But Kim Siwoo dashed her hopes with a firm shake of his head. Kim Siwoo's gaze sharpened as he gave orders to Luna and Leo. While the system interface simultaneously announced the unused divine points, Kim Siwoo extended his hand, blue energy pouring out as he used thousands of points to purchase the Paladin headquarters, unlocking the Paladin apprentice rank. A large, majestic building in classical architecture quickly formed from thin air, becoming the Paladin headquarters. Without hesitation, he continued to use points to construct a monastery, unlocking the priest-apprentice rank as a similar structure rose. Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton were stunned, their expressions shifting from astonishment to dismay as they realized the responsibility of training these new recruits had suddenly fallen upon them. Completely ignoring the shock of his two subordinates, Kim Siwoo turned away with the sacred beast in his arms and a smug smile. Declaring his workday over, Kim Siwoo turned and walked away, playfully waving at the stunned Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton behind him. A buzzing sound emanated from Kim Siwoo's pocket. He cheerfully answered the phone from Inwook, his hand still affectionately stroking the sacred beast. Kim Siwoo's smile vanished, replaced by a stunned expression as he heard the news from the other end of the line. His thoughts turned to an airplane flying in the sky, carrying news of his grandmother's imminent return to South Korea. The airplane continued its journey across the clear blue sky. At the same time, in a government building in Sejong City, an important meeting was underway. In the darkened meeting room, Minister Yu Seon-ho announced a request for international assistance to deal with the disaster-class monster. Yamata no Orochi, an aide, expressed doubt, remarking that the request surely came with conditions. Yu Sun-ho revealed that the American side would send one of their strongest, Aiden Howard, nicknamed the Barbarian. Memories resurfaced of Aiden Howard, a burly blonde warrior with a massive axe, an irregular who had returned from another dimension. The memory showed him standing at the pinnacle in an era where self-proclaimed irregulars appeared everywhere. Aiden Howard's blood-soaked axe was the tool to expose and punish those imposters. Back in reality, Yu Sun-ho concluded that this joint mission was, in fact, a test by the U.S. for South Korea's first irregular. Kim Siwoo. When asked for his personal opinion, Yu Sun-ho gave a diplomatic answer. Avoiding revealing his true thoughts, he asserted that they could not order Kim Siwoo, and the only way was to ask for his own opinion. A mysterious force asserted that their strategy was to create agreements to control the indomitable. In the shadows, Yu Sun-ho gave a profound smile, approving a newly proposed plan. At his desk, he decided he would personally visit the hero who had protected the nation. As he left with his aides, one of them spoke up to ask a personal question. The aide probed Yu Sun-ho's opinion on a hypothetical confrontation between Aiden Howard and Kim Siwoo. Yu Sun-ho narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze showing no hesitation. He firmly asserted that Aiden wouldn't even be able to touch Kim Siwoo, astonishing his aide. Meanwhile, at home, Kim Siwoo was listlessly watching the news. His expression turned serious as he heard the news of the disaster-class monster Yamata no Orochi's appearance. He shot up in complete shock upon learning that the U.S. was sending Aiden Howard, a move believed to be a test for him. A housemate brought food, trying to reassure Kim Siwoo amidst the tumultuous news. The friend placed an egg sandwich down, a simple gesture of care amidst the chaotic situation. As Kim Siwoo ate, the sacred beast affectionately hovered around him. Kim Siwoo gently stroked the creature's head, calling it Snow, and the tension on his face gradually dissipated. A young girl in the house joyfully hugged Snow, exclaiming that she could finally have a pet. Standing at the door, Kim Si-woo smiled, officially welcoming Snow into their small family. Kim Si-woo smiled as he explained the story behind the name Snow while eating a sandwich. His housemate confirmed that he and Sion had no issues interacting with Snow, while Si-woo asserted that it would grow stronger with the order. As Si-woo revealed, Snow would be the family's bodyguard. The curious beast bent down to sniff the sandwich. Snow unexpectedly snatched a bite of the sandwich, a humorous act of defiance against the idea of being ordered around. Si-woo's housemate's jaw dropped in astonishment at the assertion that Snow could handle any awakened below the irregular rank. Si-woo dismissed his friend's concern about feeding Snow human food, then froze when reminded that his grandmother was arriving soon, with Snow peacefully asleep on his lap. Si-woo checked his phone and was reassured to see the Order's MeTube channel thriving. The phone screen displayed that the official Lyman channel had reached 1.2 million subscribers, a testament to their growing influence. Si-woo's housemate cheerfully waved goodbye at the door before heading to work. Si-woo watched with a pensive expression, relieved to think that In-wook had regained his vitality. He gently stroked Snow, deciding that they would soon have to move to a larger residence. Si-woo tasked Snow with protecting In-wook and Sion while he stepped out for a bit. Outside, the clear blue sky signaled a perfect day for his grandmother's return flight. Just as he stepped out of the building, Si-woo paused, noticing two men in black suits standing guard suspiciously. Yu Seonho unexpectedly appeared from the doorway, calling Si-woo's name and startling him. Despite Si-woo's bewildered refusal, Yu Seonho firmly offered to escort him to pick up his grandmother. Kim Si-woo paused on the road, sensing an unusual presence. He squinted cautiously at a black limousine and bodyguards in suits, a suspicious display of power. Si-woo approached the car with a skeptical expression, secretly guessing the identity of the person inside. From inside the car, a middle-aged man smiled, seemingly having anticipated his thoughts. The man introduced himself as Seo Shinwoo, the current president of South Korea, completely surprising Si-woo. Si-woo was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. In Si-woo's mind, the image of President Seo Shin-woo appeared as a symbol of the nation's supreme power. Inside the luxurious car, Seo Shin-woo gestured for Si-woo to join him, offering a convenient coincidence that they were both going to the airport. Si-woo accepted the invitation, but his eyes remained calculating. Realizing this was not a random encounter, the president's motorcade rolled down the road, a secret operation hidden behind the facade of official events. Seo Shin-woo began the conversation, his eyes revealing a deeper purpose than a mere ride. The president maintained a friendly yet sharp expression, a demeanor that had helped him win the trust of voters. Si-woo confirmed that he was aware of the monster incident in Japan. Ready to listen to the purpose of the meeting, Seo Shin-woo got straight to the point, announcing that the U.S. had specifically requested Si-woo to join the aid force. Si-woo questioned him directly, seeking the real reason behind the offer, rather than a direct order. An illustrative image appeared, explaining that the law limited the deployment of an irregular like him only within South Korean territory. Seo Shin-woo placed his hand on the seat, making an implicit offer that there was no obligation to help Japan, but an opportunity awaited. Kim Si-woo leaned back with an understanding smile, accurately guessing the president's unspoken intention to send him to Japan. The image of Aiden Howard, the irregular reader, with his menacing, blood-stained, double-bladed axe, appeared as a symbol of the formidable challenge ahead. Seo Shin-woo leaned forward with a confident, cunning look, outlining the immense prestige to be gained by defeating a world-class irregular. Si-woo feigned humorous surprise, secretly mocking whether the president's plan accounted for the monster's appearance. The president dismissed the immediate threat, his gaze focused on the long-term political ramifications of the situation. His expression turned deadly serious as he made the real request, an unofficial order for Kim Si-woo to eliminate the barbarian for the national interest. Si-woo's expression hardened, realizing the president's words were not a request, but the opening move in a high-stakes negotiation. Seo Shin-woo smiled, comparing the power of religion and politics, both bolstered by the support of the people. The presidential motorcade sped across the bridge, a metaphor for the partnership he wished to forge. Si-woo looked out the window, coldly pointing out the current power imbalance. The The government was at a disadvantage, while his Reman order would continue to grow, the president retorted, warning that if the power gap widened, their relationship would become one-sided domination rather than a partnership. The bridge scene outside the window emphasized his final warning that such an outcome would be detrimental to both Siwoo and his order. Siwoo fell silent, his amber eyes reflecting deep calculation as he weighed the president's threats and proposals. The car stopped at an intersection, signaling the end of the journey and the conversation. After exiting the car, Seo Shinwoo offered a final assurance of support, leaving Kim Siwoo standing on the street to ponder his decision. The president's motorcade drove away, leaving behind the promise of a future official meeting. Kim Siwoo watched the motorcade, a subtle smile and sharp eyes, revealing calculating interest. He looked up at the clear blue sky. A casual remark about the beautiful weather, enough to trigger a memory. His thoughts drifted to a moment of reunion, where his grandmother's figure appeared with her familiar suitcase. The memory receded further, to the day she returned from abroad to extend her protective embrace to her orphaned grandchildren. The portrait of his grandmother, Go Eun-young, became clear in his mind as he stood waiting at the airport. Her worried yet resolute face reappeared, along with the familiar warning about the family's tradition of causing trouble. Her hand pointed directly, offering an implicit piece of advice that left teenage Siwoo frozen in confusion. The stream of memories was cut short by the bustling atmosphere of the airport lounge, where she still traveled abroad, despite the chaotic world. A gentle smile flickered across Siwoo's lips as he thought of her life full of sacrifice. The decisive click of heels on the marble floor signaled someone approaching. A stylish figure emerged, Go Eun-young, walking with confident poise, pulling her suitcase. Siwoo's eyes lit up as he recognized the woman. An unspoken acknowledgement. Go Eun-young stopped, turning towards Siwoo with a warm smile. The moment of reunion erupted in radiant laughter from both grandmother and grandson. Go Eun-young slowly lowered her sunglasses, revealing sharp amber eyes and a knowing smile. Assessing her grandson, Kim Siwoo wore a smug smile as he waited. Go Eun-young unexpectedly delivered a strong blow to her grandson's back, making him cry out in pain. She crossed her arms, looking at Siwoo with an expression of both pride and reproach. While he was still rubbing his back, Siwoo regained his composure, smiling to himself as he thought of his grandmother's unchanging personality. Go Eun-young looked away, her gaze briefly showing a flicker of thought about what had happened. She turned back, beginning to walk with Siwoo through the airport lounge. Pulling her suitcase, Siwoo began to explain his new life and faith with a relieved smile. Go Eun-young linked arms with her grandson, listening with a satisfied expression as they continued to walk. She stopped, looking directly at Siwoo with a sharp smile, indicating that she already knew about his achievements. Siwoo was momentarily stunned, raising a hand to his head, not expecting his grandmother to know so much. Go Eun-young gently ran her hand through her grandson's hair, her eyes filled with pride and affection. She pulled Siwoo into a tight hug, a gesture of forgiveness for the years of worry. Siwoo hugged her back, his face showing relief and emotion at their reunion. Go Eun-young playfully gave a thumbs up, humorously explaining her reason for returning, which only made Siwoo sigh. The scene outside the airport window showed a private jet parked in the distance. Siwoo's expression suddenly shifted from joy to astonishment and worry at his grandmother's revelation. Go Eun-young reassured Kim Siwoo about the friend she wanted to introduce, but her explanation only confused him further. The stream of memories returned to the moment in the car, where President Seo Shinwoo calmly explained that he also had business at the airport, treating it as a ride. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo forced a smile, filled with skepticism about the identity of the person his grandmother had traveled with. The scene shifted to the magnificent Reman Order headquarters, where Go Eun-young expressed her gratitude to those who had helped her grandson. Inside, Go Eun-young and Kim Siwoo faced two key figures of the order, Leo Ruman and Luna Leventon. Leo Ruman and Luna Leventon humbly replied, asserting that they were the ones indebted to Kim Siwoo's help. Luna Leventon cheerfully complimented Go Eun-young's youthful appearance, making her laugh delightedly while Kim Siwoo froze in surprise. Luna Leventon introduced herself vivaciously, leaving Leo Ruman and Kim Siwoo speechless before her natural charm. Go Eun-young took Luna Leventon's hand, Happily accepting her and Leo Ruman as new close confidantes she could trust, Kim Siwoo cleared his throat, trying to change the subject to his grandmother's mysterious friend and asking if they were going straight to the temple. Go Eun-young confidently affirmed that she wanted to take this opportunity to meet the people her grandson trusted most. Her gaze turned towards the colossal, veiled statue of Reman, a symbol of the deity Siwoo served. Kim Siwoo explained that the statue's facelessness was a deeply meaningful intention from Reman herself. A divine image appeared, showing Reman in the form of a white-haired goddess. Explaining that each person would see a different face, Reman's image smiled serenely, showing her care for her followers by letting them envision their own protector. Kim Siwoo encouraged his grandmother to pray, certain that Reman would especially favor someone like her. Go Eun-young smiled nostalgically, her hands clasped together as she recalled her grandson's past. A symbolic image of Reman appeared, receiving grateful prayers for Kim Siwoo's safe return. Go Eun-young knelt reverently, entrusting her grandson's future to divine guidance. Kim Siwoo stood silently, observing his grandmother praying with a complex expression. Leo Ruman approached Kim Siwoo, gesturing solemnly to remind him of a priest's duties. Accepting his role, Kim Siwoo transformed his attire into priestly vestments in a stream of blue holy light. He knelt before Go Eun-young, solemnly performing Reman's blessing ritual upon her. Go Eun-young received the blessing with a gentle and grateful smile. After the ritual, Go Eun-young happily linked arms with her grandson, suggesting they take a tour around. Kim Siwoo was stunned when she expressed a desire to take a private stroll with Leo and Luna. With a meaningful glance, Go Eun-young turned back to offer her grandson advice on leadership. She continued to baffle him by suggesting he meet a friend of hers, a meeting she deemed useful. Kim Siwoo watched Go Eun-young's retreating back as she, Leo Ruman, and Luna Leventon walked away, left alone in the grand hall. He stood there with a completely bewildered expression. His bewildered expression suddenly vanished, replaced by alertness. As he sensed something, his gaze sharpened, focusing on a pure and unfamiliar source of mana emanating from afar. A stream of memories brought Kim Siwoo back to a meeting with a government official, who informed him that his grandmother was accompanied by an extremely important VIP. The official explained that this guest was a renowned prophet, a beloved awakened from the United States who could see the near future. With a serious expression, the official warned Siwoo of severe political repercussions if this guest, Emma Miller, suffered any harm. The reason Siwoo was assigned this task was revealed. Emma Miller was his grandmother's close friend. Siwoo was dumbfounded, the weight of unexpected international responsibility suddenly falling upon his shoulders. Back in the present, Siwoo in his priestly vestments forced a smile, recalling that this guest was so important that President Seo Shinwoo had to personally welcome her. Elegant footsteps echoed on the marble floor, signaling the guest's arrival. Go Eun-young led the way for an elderly woman who exuded an ethereal and powerful aura. The woman was introduced as Emma Miller, whom the president had personally asked Siwoo to look after. Emma Miller's azure eyes gleamed with wisdom, harboring the power of an S rank. Awakened, Emma Miller greeted Siwoo warmly, remarking that he looked very much like his grandmother. Siwoo maintained a professional demeanor, politely greeting the important guest in return. Emma Miller responded with a warm smile. Officially commencing the meeting, Siwoo expressed surprise at her fluent Korean, and Emma playfully admitted that she had learned from Eun-young. Siwoo's gaze became pensive as he wondered about the limits and nature of S-rank prophetic abilities. Emma Miller unexpectedly revealed that she also considered herself Eun-young's friend, making Siwoo realize this connection was deeper than he had thought. Emma Miller smiled shrewdly, indicating that she had anticipated Kim Siwoo's thoughts. Kim Siwoo looked at Emma Miller, his eyes full of doubt as he tried to piece together her connections to powerful figures, escorted by bodyguards in black suits. Emma Miller faced Kim Siwoo, who maintained a solemn yet wary demeanor. Kim Siwoo questioned her directly, suspecting Emma Miller had used her prophetic abilities to orchestrate this meeting through his grandmother. Emma Miller gently denied it, placing a hand on her chest to show the sincerity of her friendship with Go Eun-young. Emma Miller's eyes flashed with a mysterious light, her smile hinting at a truth deeper than fate. Immediately, Kim Siwoo was overwhelmed by a series of empty red warning windows appearing around him. The church setting vanished, replaced by a vast cosmic space where Emma Miller stood as a powerful entity. Kim Siwoo turned his back, trying to comprehend the sudden spatial shift and deduce the connection between Emma's abilities and the system. Amidst the galaxy, Emma Miller solemnly declared her role as the representative of the system monitoring Earth. She raised a finger, where a small orb of light converged, demonstrating her bestowed power. Emma Miller explained that her abilities had limits, especially being unable to affect those outside the system's norms, like Kim Siwoo. Kim Siwoo was stunned as he realized Emma's explanation directly targeted his own irregular nature. Emma Miller's eyes reflected an entire profound universe as she revealed that the power of irregulars originated from other dimensions. A brilliant stream of cosmic energy appeared, symbolizing the intricate connections between the forces Emma observed. Returning to the church setting, Emma Miller concluded her explanation with a warm smile, showing her curiosity about Siwoo's nature. Kim Siwoo looked directly at Emma Miller, his attitude probing, awaiting a judgment. Emma Miller smiled contentedly, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings before making her decision. She affirmed her faith in this world. While the serene scene of the Reman Order headquarters appeared, a turbulent red streak of light suddenly cut across, signaling a potential threat. Kim Siwoo suddenly awoke, seemingly having grasped a certain truth about his guest. Emma Miller admitted that while she wasn't entirely on his side, she wasn't an enemy either. She remarked that Siwoo was the most interesting person and answered his question with a playful wave, treating this trip as a personal hobby. When asked about her plans, Emma revealed her intention to stay in Korea for travel, fulfilling her promise to Go Yoon-young. Emma's eyes lit up as she excitedly listed a menu of Korean dishes she planned to enjoy. Faced with the prophet's mundane enthusiasm, Kim Siwoo could only break out in a cold sweat, fearing a diplomatic incident over food. Emma thanked Siwoo and prepared to leave, citing that Go Yoon-young wouldn't be pleased if she monopolized her grandson for too long. Kim Siwoo watched her retreating back, wondering about the true message he believed she still hadn't conveyed. Just before the threshold, Emma suddenly stopped. She turned back, her playful demeanor gone, replaced by a stern gaze as she delivered a final warning. She expressed hope that the light from Siwoo and Reman would be strong enough to pierce through the coming darkness, and the image of his goddess appeared behind him. Kim Siwoo thoughtfully received the prophecy, realizing he had another important question to ask Reman. Kim Siwoo, in his vestments, stood amidst a dim cathedral space, his gaze directed forward, lost in thought about unanswered questions and his goddess. The symbolic image of Reman appeared, an ethereal white-haired woman with clasped hands, praying amidst white roses. The night scene shifted to a modern apartment complex, with lights from a few windows casting onto the quiet night. Kim Siwoo had just arrived home, greeted by Inwook and Sayeon, who were sitting on the floor folding clothes, with the white cat Snow beside them. Siwoo explained that he had given his credit card to their grandmother so she could treat her friend from America, his gaze directed towards Sayeon. Sayeon, with a comically mature expression, replied that adults also need private time with friends, just like she had to do chores even when she didn't want to. She happily hugged Snow, declaring that Grandma had promised to spend time with her later, and the cat let out a meow of approval. Having finished her work, Sayeon waved goodbye and led Snow back to her room, leaving Siwoo surprised by her maturity. Siwoo turned to ask Inwook, who was holding a stack of clothes, if he knew who their grandmother's friend was, but Inwook merely shrugged in denial. When Siwoo asked about the American prophet, Inwook immediately recognized her, an image of Emma Miller on the cover of WEEK magazine appearing in his mind. Siwoo gave a proud smile, raised a finger, and solemnly announced that their grandmother's friend was indeed Emma Miller. Inwook looked at Siwoo with skeptical eyes, completely disbelieving the incredible story. Inwook listed a series of logical reasons to refute Siwoo's words, from the size of America to the prophet's importance, concluding by accusing Siwoo of lying. Siwoo let out a forced laugh at Inwook's skepticism, feeling helpless that the truth was being treated as a joke. To prove it, Siwoo placed a hand on his chest and recounted how he had shared a car with the president and been assigned a mission to Japan, his gaze firmly on Inwook. Inwook burst out laughing, raising his hand as if writing a headline and lightly tapping Siwoo's head, mocking him as a relentless liar. Inwook questioned Kim Siwoo, who only smiled confidently upon hearing about the mission to eliminate Yamata no Orochi. With a worried expression, Inwook analyzed the risks of sending a powerful irregular like Siwoo to Japan, turning away with a stack of documents. Inwook enthusiastically asserted that this was an opportunity for Siwoo to elevate South Korea's international standing. Kim Siwoo playfully tapped Inwook's head after being teased about his sudden modesty. The scene shifted to a majestic government building, where Siwoo had announced his decision to Dongshik. In a luxurious office, Kim Siwoo, dressed in his priestly vestments, sat opposite Yu Seonho, officially accepting the mission to Japan. Yu Seonho smiled contentedly, certain that the president would be pleased with this decision. An electronic billboard on the skyscraper at night announced that Kim Siwoo had agreed to join the Special Forces team in Japan alongside Kang Chae-ah. Kang Chae-ah, the government's top, awakened, stood solemnly, flanked by 2 agents tasked with escorting Siwoo. A plane took off against the sunset sky, carrying the Special Forces team towards Japan. On the flight, Kim Siwoo sat alone, lost in thought as the mission officially began. News reports continuously updated the aid list, but the media focused on the anticipated meeting between the barbarian and the Black Priest. On an online forum of the Reman Order, followers were hotly debating a hypothetical confrontation between Siwoo and the barbarian. Siwoo scrolled through his phone, reading public comments about his mission with a calm expression. He looked up from the screen, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he read an unfamiliar name. Ryu Jinyoung. In the comments section, a companion with a goatee approached, kindly asking if Kim Siwoo was all right on a private plane. A government agent with a goatee, known as Team Leader Kim, approached Kim Siwoo with gratitude and began to converse. Team Leader Kim suddenly slapped his forehead with a tense expression, then curiously asked Siwoo about the church's bracelets and their rumored uses. Kim Siwoo smiled and agreed to help, causing Team Leader Kim to sigh in relief before he instructed Siwoo to rest. Kim Siwoo smiled confidently, believing that Inwook would keep Luna in check during his absence. His thoughts led him back to the magnificent temple of the Reman Order, where a discussion was taking place. In his memory, Luna Leventon appeared extremely excited about the opportunity to train new followers, causing Inwook behind her to panic and Siwoo to be stunned. Back in reality, on the plane, a voice called out Kim Siwoo's name. Interrupting his train of thought, he looked up and saw Kang Chae-ah, a woman with reddish-brown hair tied in a ponytail, sitting opposite him with a solemn posture and resolute gaze. Kang Chae-ah formally introduced herself as the captain of the Ministry of Defense's Reinforcement Squadron. Kim Siwoo politely reciprocated, introducing himself as the leader of the Reman Order. His gaze sharpened as an image flashed through his mind. Lee Se-hee tied up, an old enemy he realized also harbored feelings of inferiority towards Kang Chae-ah. He felt a colossal surge of mana emanating from Kang Chae-ah, far surpassing the power of the terrorist he had once faced. Kang Chae-ah decisively saluted in a military fashion, expressing gratitude for Siwoo's apprehension of the terrorists and protection of the nation. Kim Siwoo was secretly impressed by the humility of a top Tam awakened in the nation. Despite her modesty, Kang Chae-ah's salute exuded confidence and iron discipline, a testament to her pivotal role over the years. After she affirmed her full support in the battle, Kim Siwoo nodded in approval, realizing she was more like a soldier than an ordinary. Awakened, Kim Siwoo smiled comfortably, sharing that this was his first time going abroad. The private jet carrying the reinforcement squadron soared through the sunset sky, heading towards Japan. 3 hours later, they arrived at Narita International Airport, Japan. Upon arrival, Kim Siwoo, Kang Chae-ah, and the other agents were blocked by an angry crowd, demanding they turn back. A helpless Japanese official explained that the crowd, with their national pride wounded, adamantly refused outside help. Kim Siwoo and Kang Chae-ah silently observed the fervent crowd. Assessing the situation, a South Korean agent, Kim Dong-shik, and stepped forward, believing it was just a misunderstanding and attempting to initiate negotiations. Kim Dongshik formally introduced himself as being from the Korean Bureau of Abilities, seeking to speak with the representative of Japan's Awakened. In response to the offer, the leader of the Japanese Awakened group unleashed an energy blast, violently throwing Kim Dongshik back. Kim Siwoo and Kang Chae-ah reacted instantly, simultaneously catching Kim Dongshik as he flew backward. Despite the clear injury, the Japanese Awakened group maintained their hostile stance, refusing any intervention. This blind arrogance caused Siwoo's memories to drift back to a similar event, where pride had led to tragedy. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo's patience ran out. His eyes flashed with divine light, and blue lightning began to envelop him. He extended his hand, activating an overwhelming skill for those unwilling to listen, preparing to use force to teach them a lesson. The Japanese female official screamed in despair, trying to prevent the impending confrontation. Kim Dongshik hastily grabbed Kim Siwoo's leg, begging him to stop and taking the blame himself to de-escalate the situation. A man with light blue hair formally apologized on behalf of his people, his expression showing sincere regret for the hostile reception. He introduced himself with a steady gaze as Ryu Jin-young, a representative of the Japanese Bureau of Abilities. Kim Siwoo observed the exchange, his eyes glinting with silent protective anger, while Kim Dongshik signaled that he was unharmed. To de-escalate the situation, Ryu Jin-young informed the Korean delegation of the American team's presence and invited them to the base. A black limousine carried the group through the city at night, leaving the airport's tension behind. Inside the car, Ryu Jin-young turned to personally express his regret to Kim Siwoo, showing respect. A document held by one of the passengers revealed Ryu Jin-young's controversial past as a South Korean S-rank Awakened who chose to naturalize in Japan. Aware that they knew, Ryu Jin-young maintained a calm demeanor, silently thanking them for not judging. Breaking the professional silence, Kang Chae-ah inquired about Ryu Jin-young's mother, revealing a surprising personal connection between them. Kim Siwoo listened, bewildered, as the conversation became intimate, his surprise reflected by the sudden, ethereal appearance of white flowers around them. The scene softened into a haze of emotion, enveloping Kang Chae-ah in the glow of the blossoms as she pondered their shared past. Ryu Jin-young returned her gaze with a gentle smile, the air between them thick with unspoken emotions. The romantic atmosphere intensified, leaving Kim Siwoo with a completely bewildered expression, feeling as if he had stumbled into another story. Kang Chae-ah looked at Ryu Jin-young with new understanding, contemplating the personal sacrifices behind his controversial decision. Their journey concluded as the limousine arrived at an evacuated school, now serving as a temporary base. Inside, Ryu Jin-young formally led Kim Siwoo and Kang Chae-ah to the briefing area, where they would join forces with the American team. Ryu Jin-young smiled, signaling that he would wait outside to ensure privacy for their meeting. He turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the Korean delegation at the threshold of the meeting room. Kim Siwoo and Kang Chae-ah entered, greeted by those already present. They proceeded into a makeshift conference room, where other representatives were already seated around a long table. Kim Siwoo immediately scanned the room, sensing an unusual stillness. His gaze settled on a burly blonde man, whom he identified as the barbarian among the representatives. An invisible pressure, neither magical nor divine, suddenly weighed heavily on Kim Siwoo as a system window appeared, warning him. The source of that pressure was the blonde man, Aiden Howard, who was exuding a pure aura of will. To counter the invisible pressure, Kim Siwoo tensed, his hand pressing firmly against the tabletop. An aide stepped beside Aiden Howard, intending to interpret, but Kim Siwoo raised a hand to stop him. A passive skill activated, allowing Kim Siwoo to confidently face him and introduce himself. Aiden Howard showed surprise, realizing Kim Siwoo was speaking Korean, but he heard it as English. Kim Siwoo smiled, explaining it was a blessing from his god, an explanation that made him seem like a character from an ancient play. Aiden Howard smirked defiantly, meeting Kim Siwoo's unwavering gaze in a silent battle of wits. Kim Siwoo's eyes sharpened as he implied that his god was not always benevolent toward strangers. Aiden Howard's smile turned sinister, his eyes glowing red as he revealed that he had slaughtered all the gods in his world. Aiden Howard looked down at Kim Siwoo with a condescending smile, making a provocative remark about his god. Kim Siwoo's amber eyes narrowed, returning a sharp gaze, implying that his god was not always benevolent. A red surge of killing intent flared around Aiden Howard as he revealed his hatred for gods, confessing to having annihilated all of them. Aiden's invisible pressure caused Kang Chae-ah and the other members of the Korean delegation to stumble, struggling to resist amidst red system warnings. Kim Dong-shik clutched his head in extreme disbelief, unable to comprehend the terrifying power of the two irregulars. Completely unfazed, Kim Siwoo merely offered a calm smile. Realizing this was a test from Aiden, amused by Siwoo's reaction, Aiden smiled contentedly, completely retracting his pressure. The confrontation concluded. Aiden turned to suggest to Kim Dong-shik that he and Siwoo alone would be sufficient for the mission to eliminate Yamata no Orochi. Taken aback, Kim Dong-shik awkwardly tried to refuse. Citing Japan's national sovereignty, Aiden questioned him bluntly, arguing that sacrificing more lives was unnecessary when they already had enough firepower. After an internal struggle, Kim Dong-shik finally bowed his head in acceptance, acknowledging their overwhelming power. Aiden nodded in approval, declaring that the meeting could proceed with the decided plan. From behind, Kim Siwoo quietly observed, accepting the outcome despite not entirely agreeing with Aiden's conduct. Aiden's thoughts briefly flashed to an image of a goddess of light, Reman, an entity on the verge of divinity. Immediately after was the image of a colossal fallen god, one of the beings Aiden had annihilated in the past. Back in reality, Aiden's gaze focused on Kim Siwoo, acknowledging him as the strongest awakened he had ever encountered on Earth. As dawn broke, Kang Chae-ah gave instructions to prepare the helicopter, and Kim Siwoo agreed. As she walked, Kang Chae-ah expressed concern, but Siwoo confidently asserted that the mission briefing was more than enough. An information screen appeared, outlining the silhouette of Yamata no Orochi and describing it as a dormant disaster-class monster. Kang Chae-ah asked again if Siwoo was sure he didn't need assistance, but he instructed her to focus on civilian rescue. In a humorous moment, Kim Dong-shik frantically clasped his hands, begging Siwoo not to provoke Aiden, and Siwoo calmly nodded. A helicopter hovered over a forest shrouded in toxic green mist, signaling a perilous journey. Inside the helicopter, Kim Siwoo faced Aiden Howard, who was smirking, and he secretly calculated how to reinforce the vehicle. Aiden commented on Siwoo allowing reporters to accompany them, calling him an eccentric compared to other irregulars. Siwoo's thoughts briefly returned to an image of Sul Semyoung eagerly holding a camera, as he recalled his decision with a calculating smile. Back in reality, Aiden was startled by Siwoo's cunning smile. Realizing something was amiss, Siwoo crossed his arms, challenging Aiden with a sharp question about the necessity of politeness. Leaving the barbarian stunned, Siwoo's gaze became cold and resolute, fully revealing his arrogant nature. As the helicopter entered the danger zone, a system notification appeared, confirming Siwoo's passive skill was neutralizing the toxic gas. Another warning immediately appeared in Siwoo's vision, indicating his divine energy was rapidly depleting. Below, the colossal form of the sleeping Yamata no Orochi emerged amidst a desolate wasteland, covered in toxic gas and black fire. The scene swept past a devastated area, emphasizing the deadly danger of the monster's emitted poison. Inside the helicopter, Kim Siwoo stood firm amidst the toxic gas, an invisible protective barrier keeping the cockpit safe. Aiden Howard smiled, beginning to recount an old battle story. He boasted about being immune to most toxins after surviving a deadly trap 20 years ago. Aiden laughed heartily, proud of his past injuries, while Siwoo silently judged that arrogance. Below, a sea of green toxic gas enveloped the entire forest, testament to the monster's power. From within the toxic mist, the colossal Yamata no Orochi began to stir awake, making the helicopter appear tiny. The monster raised its head, its presence shaking the entire space. On the ground, humanoid monsters began to move through the toxic forest. Standing at the open helicopter door, Aiden Howard looked down with excitement. Craving a battle, he turned to look at Siwoo, his eyes challenging as he compared the monster before them to the dragons in his world. Siwoo merely smirked, his gaze implying that this lizard was not worthy of comparison to the foes he had faced. Aiden took a step forward, revealing his true intention. The battle with Yamata no Orochi was merely a prelude to a confrontation with Siwoo himself. With an excited roar, Aiden summoned a colossal battle axe of pure energy, ready for the slaughter. He swung the axe, unleashing a destructive wave of energy from above directly onto the monster. The energy blast created a vortex, beginning to suck away the toxic mist below. The toxic gas was torn apart and purified, revealing the battlefield below. Yamata no Orochi unleashed a deadly stream of toxic gas towards the hovering helicopter to protect his ally. Aiden Howard swung his colossal energy battle axe upwards. He lunged forward, using a powerful slash to block and tear apart the monster's attack. Aiden faced one of Yamata no Orochi's ferocious heads. Completely unfazed, the monster's head lunged forward with the intent to swallow him, roaring a challenge. Aiden swung his axe in response with all his might. The impact created a burst of light, repelling Yamata no Orochi's head with a cry of pain. From above, Kim Si-woo observed the battle with measured approval, noting that the monster was temporarily stunned. Standing firm on the helicopter, Kim Si-woo raised his hand to shield his eyes. Deciding it was time to end the prelude, he concentrated his divine energy. Furious blue lightning gathering in his palm, a system window appeared, confirming the ultimate skill, SIND, Holy Spear, had been activated. With a condescending flick of his hand, Kim Si-woo aimed at the motionless Yamata no Orochi below, implicitly warning Aiden to get out of the way. A rain of light spears descended from the sky, engulfing the monster. A holy spear pierced straight through Yamata no Orochi's skull, pinning it to the ground. The monster writhed in extreme agony under the endless storm of lightning. Kim Si-woo lowered his hand, the last lightning bolts dissipating, his gaze cold and powerful. The remnants of Yamata no Orochi disintegrated in an explosion of holy energy. Amidst the dissipating toxic mist, a helicopter hovered in the air. The system confirmed no remaining biological signs of the disaster-class monster. The battle concluded in just 1 minute and 12 seconds, with an absolute victory. In a control room, a female staff member reported that the situation had been resolved thanks to Kim Si-woo. The Prime Minister listened with a solemn expression, trying to comprehend the extraordinary power he had just witnessed. His attention suddenly shifted to a live screen, where a new battle had just erupted between the two Irregulars. The Prime Minister erupted in rage upon seeing allies turn to attack each other. On the battlefield, Kim Si-woo summoned blue lightning into his hand, his gaze cold. A fierce explosion of holy energy engulfed Aiden Howard's area, injured and coughing violently. Aiden Howard looked up, his eyes filled with fury at the sneak attack. He raised his fist towards the helicopter, roaring a challenge to warrior's honor. Having landed, Kim Si-woo smirked, mocking Aiden's rigid notions. He decisively stepped forward, accepting the challenge with arrogance. With a casual gesture, Kim Si-woo agreed to a close-quarters battle. White energy tendrils beginning to coil around him, he unleashed his full power, his body enveloped in a halo of azure lightning. Ready for the confrontation, Aiden Howard tried to mediate, explaining that he only wanted to confirm Kim Si-woo's power and had no intention of fighting. With a smug expression, Si-woo mocked Aiden's change of attitude, making the warrior feel awkward and confused. Aiden Howard placed his hand on his chest, sincerely expressing respect for Si-woo's power and the deity he served. The warrior officially recognized Si-woo as an irregular and offered friendship, making Si-woo look at him with suspicion. With a friendly smile, Aiden suggested Si-woo lower his weapon and forge a friendship together according to his tribe's tradition. Kim Si-woo smirked sinisterly, giving a meaningful agreement. Immediately, Si-woo changed his demeanor, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning towards Aiden. Shouting, "A life or death challenge," Aiden Howard was completely shocked, his face contorted in horror at the sudden betrayal. With a frenzied expression, Si-woo roared, gesturing for Aiden to approach and receive his wrath. From above, a massive blue-purple energy explosion erupted from the ground, while a military helicopter monitored from a distance. Inside the helicopter, a soldier looked through the camera screen, reporting that one irregular was completely overwhelming the other. In a government control room, Staff looked at the screen with helpless and frustrated expressions at the chaos. The Japanese Prime Minister, Sasaki, stood behind them, staring at the screen with a grim expression as he realized a bitter truth. On the screen, footage of Siwoo single-handedly defeating Yamata no Orochi was replayed, highlighting his decisive role. The screen continued to show Siwoo standing amidst a lightning storm, indicating that the whole world had witnessed this debut. The screen returned to Siwoo attacking Aiden, and Prime Minister Sasaki concluded that this was a deliberately staged act. With a pensive expression, Prime Minister Sasaki realized the threat from Kim Siwoo's overwhelming power and decided to act quickly. Sasaki turned, urgently ordering his subordinates to immediately contact President Seo Shinwoo and prepare the best reception protocol for Kim Siwoo. On the battlefield, Aiden Howard's battle axe violently collided with an invisible force, creating an energy explosion. Overwhelmed, Aiden could only raise his hands in defense, while Kim Siwoo stood opposite him, enveloped by divine lightning. Kim Siwoo smirked smugly, effortlessly controlling the surging energy from his hand. He looked straight ahead with sharp eyes, calm and completely in control of the situation. Siwoo closed his eyes, focusing all his power into a single point. A massive, brilliant surge of divine energy erupted around him. The energy converged into a pair of pure white, majestic wings of light in the sky. Aiden Howard looked up at the wings, his face utterly astonished and dazed by the display of power. From a distance, a helicopter hovered in the sky. Observing the entire event, the helicopter approached a building where a crowd of reporters had already gathered. Kim Siwoo stood before a forest of cameras, facing a barrage of questions from the press. Aiden Howard suddenly appeared beside him, putting an arm around Siwoo and loudly declaring to everyone that they had decided to become best friends. To Kim Siwoo's astonishment, Aiden tightened his grip, continuing his passionate speech about their budding friendship. Siwoo leaned in, whispering something into Aiden's ear, causing the barbarian's confident smile to instantly turn into an awkward, confused expression. Kim Siwoo raised his hand, signaling the chaotic crowd to maintain order so he could begin the press conference. He diverted from political questions, instead calling on everyone to focus on the victims of the Yamata no Orochi disaster. The scene of a devastated neighborhood after the battle appeared, a silent reminder of the inevitable losses. A vision of Reman appeared amidst the purifying light, seemingly guiding souls to a peaceful place. As the speech concluded, Kim Siwoo stood there, his back marking the end of the Yamata no Orochi incident. Returning to his private residence, Kim Siwoo sat on the sofa, a system warning appearing before him about interfering too deeply with causality. Kim Dongshik, with a deeply moved expression, expressed profound gratitude that Siwoo had gone easy on Aiden, while Kang Che-ah stood beside him with a calm demeanor. Kang Che-ah professionally reported that thanks to recent events, South Korea's international standing had significantly improved. Kim Siwoo responded to Kang Che-ah's thanks, but inwardly felt his interaction with her was as stiff as with a soldier. Kim Dongshik announced that Ryu Jinyoung would be visiting in 30 minutes, and also asked Siwoo if he wanted coffee. Kim Siwoo pondered, connecting the information about the weakening of the Bureau of Abilities, Ryu Jinyoung's move to Japan, and his relationship with Kang Che-ah. Kim Dongshik frowned, expressing confusion as to why Ryu Jinyoung, who had once sworn loyalty to South Korea, was now working for the Japanese government. During the conversation, a cup of tea was poured, steam rising from it. Kim Siwoo confirmed Dongshik's intuition was correct, preparing to reveal a shocking truth. Ryu Jinyoung had never betrayed his homeland. Memories took them back to the past, where Ryu Jinyoung was not an official, but a powerful mage with blue hair, holding a staff in another world. In that magical space, he had to undergo countless experiments to find his way back to Earth with his family and friends. Kim Dongshik handed a cup of tea to Kim Siwoo, beginning a private and important conversation. From behind Siwoo, Kim Dongshik began to explain, his hand gestures emphasizing Ryu Jinyoung's story. Memories shifted to a golden age, where Ryu Jinyoung and Kang Che-ah stood side by side as heroic pillars of the nation, radiating powerful auras. Back in reality, Kim Dong-shik's face showed shock as he recalled the harsh truth behind Ryu Jin-young's departure. The story led to the fateful day in June, when a massive, dark chaos gate tore through the night sky of Busan. At the same time, in a government control room, staff jumped up in panic as a second disaster struck. A tactical map on the screen confirmed the worst two disaster-class chaos gates had opened simultaneously. Kim Si-woo was stunned upon hearing about the crisis that had almost destroyed the nation in his absence. In a desperate situation, a secret agreement was made, with the image of two figures shaking hands, symbolizing the forced alliance between the government and the NAC. Memories focused on the solitary back of Ryu Jin-young, the hero forced to accept a cruel demand in exchange for assistance. Kim Dong-shik continued the story, his tone showing resentment, revealing the NAC's plot to undermine the government's pillar. Kim Si-woo looked up, his sharp gaze posing an unspoken question about the government's difficult choice. The scene outside the window showed rain falling, reflecting the grim truth and sadness of the story being told. Kang Byung-soo's portrait appeared in a monochrome frame, his smug smile revealing the nature of someone willing to do anything for power. Si-woo's thoughts connected the past with the present, re-envisioning his own confrontation with Kang Byung-soo. Realizing his tactics had not changed, Kim Si-woo gave a sharp smile, suggesting to Kim Dong-shik a more effective countermeasure they should have used. Kim Dong-shik ended his confession with a bitter smile, accepting that truth held no meaning before absolute power. Outside, rain fell on the window pane as a voice from outside questioned Kim Si-woo's religious role. A knock on the door sounded, and the visitor continued to speak about the role of faith when facing impossible situations. Kim Si-woo, still in the room, heard the visitor introduce himself as Ryu Jin-young. The knocking became more insistent, like an urging. Si-woo stood before the door, Ryu Jin-young's introduction echoing in his mind. He opened the door, facing Ryu Jin-young and an older man, wearing a hat and leaning on a cane. The older man introduced himself as Sasaki Hiroto, the Prime Minister of Japan. Kim Si-woo was completely stunned by the appearance of such a prominent figure. Quickly regaining his composure, Si-woo formally placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself as the leader of the Reman Order. Si-woo and Prime Minister Sasaki shook hands, Si-woo confidently stating that he could communicate comfortably in Japanese. Prime Minister Sasaki explained that he had brought Ryu Jin-young along to assist with the conversation, which made Ryu Jin-young a little flustered. Si-woo observed the interaction between the two, realizing their relationship was much closer than he had thought. Prime Minister Sasaki's affectionate gaze towards Ryu Jin-young was almost paternal, further confirming Si-woo's observation. Kim Si-woo smiled, feeling pleased to see Ryu Jin-young held in such high regard by someone so powerful. Prime Minister Sasaki and Ryu Jin-young apologized for getting sidetracked into a private conversation, preparing to enter the room with a panicked expression. Kim Dong-shik hastily retreated to his private room upon hearing the news of the Prime Minister's visit. In the living room, Kim Si-woo calmly faced Sasaki Hiroto and Ryu Jin-young. Prime Minister Sasaki Hiroto bowed, expressing Japan's deep gratitude for the defeat of Yamata no Orochi. Kim Si-woo crossed his arms, his sharp gaze implying that his actions were not solely for one nation. He skillfully turned the tables, questioning the true intentions behind a national leader's visit. Sasaki Hiroto listened, his expression unwavering in the face of Kim Si-woo's directness. A knowing and understanding smile briefly appeared on the Prime Minister's lips. Sasaki Hiroto began to explain, referring to the unsettling incident at the airport that Ryu Jin-young had reported. Kim Si-woo showed concern, acknowledging the dangerous nature of the situation even though no one was injured. An image appeared, showing the shadows of extremists causing tension between the two nations. Standing before a digital map of Japan and South Korea, Sasaki Hiroto expressed his desire to mend relations. He looked directly at Kim Si-woo, his gaze resolute, preparing to make the core proposal. Kim Si-woo listened, realizing that the upcoming proposal was the true reason for this meeting. A vision of a magnificent Reman Order temple appeared, symbolizing the Prime Minister's proposal. The vision shifted to a crowd of the Japanese public, indicating that the current moment was a golden opportunity for action. Kim Si-woo looked aside, silently understanding the deep political motives behind the title Pope they bestowed upon him. Outside the hotel window, raindrops streamed down the glass. In the hallway, Prime Minister Sasaki Hiroto nodded to Kim Si-woo before turning away, leaving Ryu Jin-young behind as a liaison. When alone, a sharp and self-satisfied smile appeared on Kim Si-woo's face. He had clearly understood the politician's true intentions. The hotel room door closed with a click, officially beginning the private conversation. Inside the room, Ryu Jin-young began to probe. Sensing Kim Si-woo's skepticism, Kim Si-woo glanced over his shoulder, not hiding his caution. Facing Ryu Jin-young, Kim Si-woo frankly and firmly admitted his suspicion. He turned towards the window, explaining that he wasn't naive enough to believe a religious order could mend complex political relations. Ryu Jin-young listened in silence, his initial confidence beginning to waver before the young priest's profoundness. A flash of realization appeared in Ryu Jin-young's eyes as he understood that using the religious order was a viable political move. His train of thought replayed the scene where Kim Si-woo's power directly intervened in Japan's national disaster. The image of Kim Si-woo enveloped in holy lightning appeared, a force powerful enough to reshape the political balance of power. The figure of Prime Minister Sasaki appeared in his mind, a political genius rather than an idealist. Returning to reality, Ryu Jin-young admitted that Kim Si-woo was underestimating his own immense influence. Kim Si-woo responded with a sharp gaze, implying that Ryu Jin-young was also not a simple person. Resting his chin in thought, Kim Si-woo noticed the loyalty in Ryu Jin-young's eyes and decided to find a way to make him reveal the truth. Kim Si-woo walked towards Ryu Jin-young, making a blunt statement that put Jin-young on guard. With a polite smile, Si-woo revealed he knew about Jin-young's past and his strained relationship with the NAC. Jin-young listened intently as Si-woo made a bold offer he would clear the path if Jin-young agreed to return to South Korea. Si-woo suggested that public opinion could be appeased with a reasonable explanation. Ryu Jin-young was silent for a moment, a subtle smile fleetingly crossing his lips as he considered the offer. He began to pace, his tone firm. As he started to explain his stance, images of thank you letters appeared, symbolizing the bonds he had forged in Japan. Jin-young stood before the window overlooking the city, recounting the relationships he had cultivated. He asserted that the people here, including the Prime Minister, would not let him leave. Turning back to face Si-woo, Jin-young said that Si-woo, knowing the truth, was more than enough for him. Kim Si-woo smiled, showing satisfaction and admiration for Jin-young's unyielding stance. To break the serious atmosphere, Si-woo unexpectedly asked Jin-young's age. After Jin-young began to answer about both worlds, Si-woo dismissed it, only interested in his age on Earth. Kim Si-woo extended his hand, making an unexpected offer of friendship that completely stunned Ryu Jin-young, who then awkwardly agreed. Afterward, Kim Si-woo sat alone, scrolling through news reports on his phone about his recent diplomatic successes. He quietly looked out the window, pondering Reman and the next moves in this complex political game. In the airport lounge, Kang Chae-ah reminded Kim Si-woo that it was time for departure. She confirmed that her team would remain in Japan for negotiations and disaster relief efforts. Kim Si-woo merely smiled knowingly, seemingly unsurprised by this decision. A stream of memories took Chae-ah back to a conversation over drinks with Ryu Jin-young. In the memory, Jin-young sadly admitted that although they once had feelings for each other, circumstances had not allowed them to be together. He explained that her career as a symbol of South Korea had created an insurmountable distance. Jin-young ended the story with an accepting smile, though sadness still lingered in his eyes. Returning to the present, Chae-ah told Si-woo that she noticed Jin-young constantly checking his phone during their meeting. Si-woo mused, inferring that Jin-young seemed to be waiting for a call from someone very important. Chae-ah looked into the distance, curious about whom Jin-young was expecting. To hide her embarrassment, Chae-ah abruptly changed the subject and hastily ushered Si-woo towards the boarding gate. Si-woo turned back, smiling goodbye and saying he would see her again in South Korea. Chae-ah softly mumbled her agreement, her eyes still a little shy. After a moment, she looked up with a grateful smile, thanking Si-woo for helping her realize. Si-woo nodded gently, a satisfied smile on his lips. The plane took off into the sky, carrying Si-woo's silent blessings for his two friends. 3 hours later, a plane landed at Incheon International Airport in South Korea. Inside the airport, A massive crowd of followers erupted in fervent cheers, shouting Kim Si-woo's name with raised arms. Facing the intense welcome, Kim Si-woo covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide with astonishment and overwhelm. Meanwhile, in a city, sparkling at night, a hidden figure was questioning Aiden Howard about the usefulness of the Black Pope, relaxing in the bathtub. Aiden confirmed his belief, noting that Kim Si-woo was aware of demonic energy, with a fresh bruise on his cheek. Aiden emphasized to his contact that Si-woo was a truly powerful individual, not merely a cult leader. A strategic map of South Korea appeared, indicating the disputed territories in the north as potential resource areas for the government. Aiden looked up from the bathtub, requesting to know his role in the ongoing geopolitical situation. The order was given for him to go to South Korea, a directive that completely surprised the warrior. His mission was clarified: continue building a positive relationship with Kim Si-woo and gather information on influential figures. Aiden protested the assignment, arguing that his actions as a U.S. government representative carried diplomatic weight and could not be those of a mere spy. The call abruptly ended, cutting off his protest and leaving him staring at the silent phone. With a sigh of frustration, Aiden poured himself a strong drink. He took a sip, seriously contemplating how Kim Si-woo and the Reman Order had captured the attention of all world powers. The memory of being easily subdued by Si-woo flashed in his mind, a clear reminder of the priest's formidable power. Setting the drink down decisively, Aiden acknowledged that powerful individuals would inevitably be drawn to each other. In his final moments in Japan, Aiden Howard declared that he would become Kim Si-woo's friend. The scene shifts to Incheon International Airport, where a plane has just landed. A fervent crowd of Reman Order followers enthusiastically shouted Kim Si-woo's name and his title of Pope. Kim Si-woo stepped out, completely stunned and bewildered by the sight before him, his hand raised to cover his mouth. A delegation of the Reman Order walked majestically through the waiting hall. Luna Levinton and Leo Ruman led the group. Advancing towards their pope, Kim Si-woo was speechless, utterly astonished by the overly grand reception. He stood alone, facing the cheering crowd, his black robe fluttering. Luna and Leo stood among the crowd, Luna smiling smugly at her plan. Kim Si-woo spun around, his eyes blazing as he questioned Luna about this chaos. He irritably complained about the unnecessary display, deeming it ridiculous. Luna merely gave a faint smile, confidently explaining the education of new followers and their curiosity. Si-woo turned to Leo for support, but the archbishop merely tiredly rubbed his forehead, implying that this was an inevitable outcome. Exhausted, Si-woo waved his hand, signaling for the entire group to return to the temple, having no strength left to argue. Suddenly, a government official in a suit appeared with a bouquet of flowers, solemnly declaring Kim Si-woo a hero of South Korea. The official stood in the middle of the runway with a giant welcome banner, while Kim Si-woo stood at a distance, surrounded by the crowd and camera flashes. Amidst the camera flashes, President Seo Shin-woo pulled Kim Si-woo into a photo shoot, surprising Si-woo with his unexpected presence. Shin-woo suggested a joint pose, and Si-woo reluctantly raised his fist with a polite smile. Lowering his hand, Shin-woo looked directly at Si-woo, asserting that his act of saving people was a noble duty, requiring no requests. With an understanding smile, Shin-woo acknowledged that not everyone had the courage to act as Si-woo had. Shin-woo shook Si-woo's hand, emphasizing that thanks to him, South Korea could now make important political decisions. Shin-woo nodded with satisfaction at Si-woo's promise not to disappoint him. Si-woo narrowed his eyes, silently evaluating Shin-woo's words with calculated skepticism. When asked about his personal plans, Si-woo politely declined, explaining that he had to go to the temple to attend to urgent matters. Shin-woo nodded in approval, expressing his desire to see him again soon. As Shin-woo's figure faded, Si-woo silently acknowledged the president's straightforwardness, even if his approach was somewhat peculiar. Si-woo turned away, his gaze becoming resolute as he focused on his next objective. A blue system interface appeared, assigning Si-woo a new quest to build a Reman Order temple in Japan. Upon arriving at the temple, a long line of followers in formal uniforms bowed in unison to welcome Kim Si-woo. Si-woo looked tired and annoyed by the display. Turning to question Luna Levinton and Leo Ruman, who stood behind him. Another high-ranking Reman Order official waved his hand, ordering the followers to disperse. Luna Levinton cleared her throat, holding a stack of documents and preparing to begin her report on the new followers to Siwu. In the sanctuary, the new Reman Order followers clasped their hands in prayer, demonstrating their devotion to the doctrine. Luna Levinton presented the scripture-based teaching process she had compiled, which served as the foundation for the church's growth. Kim Siwu pondered. Then his expression darkened as he realized the White Brilliance Order had a superior number of members. He irritably wondered about the opponent's recruitment strategy. While Luna tried to reassure him that his reputation would soon attract more people, Luna asked about the training plans for the new followers, causing Siwu to fall into deep thought once again. Immediately, a system interface appeared before Siwu, unlocking a brand new education category. After considering the options between spreading the gospel and combat training, Siwu smiled confidently and chose combat. Leo Ruman, who had been silent until now, spoke up in support of Siwu's decision, stating that priests could also learn a great deal through battle. Siwu gave a forced laugh at Leo's remark, while Luna teased that they were still just bookworms nonetheless. Leo Ruman smirked smugly, blue lightning aura emanating around him as he asserted the superiority of battle priests over knights who only knew how to wield shields. A fierce verbal confrontation erupted between Leo and Luna, leaving Kim Siwu standing in the middle with a tired expression. Kim Siwu flinched in confusion, seemingly having just realized the deep discord between his two powerful subordinates. Luna and Leo both turned to look at Siwu with expectant smiles, putting him in a position where he had to make a decision. As Kim Siwu tried to discreetly retreat to escape the chaos, Luna quickly grabbed his shoulder, not allowing him to shirk his duties. With a cunning expression, Luna changed the subject, emphasizing that the church needed funds to operate. Luna explained the financial plans that had been arranged with Japan and Choi So-jin, surprising but also relieving Siwu. Kim Siwu raised his hand, signaling to ask Leo Ruman about the progress with the new recruits. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, Luna Levinton affirmed that the church's financial situation was completely stable. Outside the magnificent Reman Order headquarters, a rare moment of peace was offered to everyone after the tiring trip to Japan. Siwu's desire for rest was immediately extinguished when a frantic follower ran up to report the arrival of an important guest. Siwu furrowed his brow, skeptical about the identity of this self-proclaimed important guest. From a distance, Aiden Howard strode theatrically, waving and announcing that he had brought gifts for his friend in Japan. Aiden's sudden appearance left Kim Siwu, Leo, and Luna completely stunned. Aiden squinted and grinned, his gaze fixed on a new target. He turned his attention to Luna, uttering flirtatious remarks about her beauty, which made Luna coldly turn to Siwu and ask about the identity of this muscle pig. Undeterred, Aiden smugly declared that he had found his new purpose in South Korea to conquer this thorny rose. Aiden's words enraged Luna, her eyes blazing and purple energy erupting fiercely. Aiden continued to utter crude flirtations, while Luna looked at him with a dagger-like gaze, and Siwu stood between them, looking helpless. Aiden smugly raised his hand, proclaiming himself a hero who had come to rescue the maiden. Reinforcing his new resolve, Luna's rage peaked, purple divine energy enveloping her, an unspoken threat delivered. Noticing the situation, Kim Siwu crossed his arms and smiled mischievously, signaling to Luna that this guest could not die. Given the green light, Luna summoned a golden scepter and swung it towards Aiden, who was screaming in panic. Ignoring his pleas, a chibi icon of Reman appeared on top of the church building, signaling a chaotic event unfolding. Below, Luna Levinton was pinning Aiden Howard to the ground while Leo Ruman tried in vain to intervene, and Kim Siwu merely stood by with his arms crossed. Siwu expressed admiration for Aiden's endurance, while the uninvited guest desperately raised his hands, pleading to speak about his gift. With a bruised face, Aiden shouted that he was a representative of the United States, a final attempt to stop the attack. Siwu mischievously pinched Luna's cheek, then signaled for her and Leo to leave, leaving him alone to face Aiden. Siwu squatted down, gaining the upper hand, as the tense conversation began with an exhausted and wary Aiden. Without a word of warning, Siwoo placed his hand, glowing with divine energy, on Aiden's chest. An unspoken threat, forcing him to reveal the purpose of his visit. Siwoo's expression froze as Aiden revealed information about a terrorist attack. The image of an exploding building appearing in his mind, the information began to flow, revealing a scene where a colossal spatial gate opened, initiating an era of chaos on Earth. From that gate, terrifying entities, such as a skeletal demon king with blazing eyes, poured into the world. The vision shifted to a mysterious group in white robes. The White Brilliance Order, being monitored in a high-tech room. Immediately after, images of the black-clad Purifier's terrorist group appeared, violently apprehending someone. Finally, the presentation revealed that the Reman Order itself was also targeted, completely surprising Siwoo. Back in reality, Aiden explained that Siwoo's past of saving the world of Eden and his unparalleled power were the reasons he was being monitored. Aiden further emphasized Siwoo's status as the strongest in Asia and the Church's expansion as America's initial concern, with a confident thumbs up despite his bruised face. Aiden asserted that they now considered Siwoo an ally, the fiercest pope. But Siwoo only responded with a cold gaze. Aiden Howard confidently declared that he had dispelled America's doubts about the Reman Order. But Kim Siwoo only responded with a sarcastic look. Aiden held out a stack of documents, explaining that America did not believe South Korea could control other suspicious forces. He pushed the documents towards Siwoo, challenging him to examine this intelligence gift. Siwoo took the documents, silently opening them with a still skeptical expression. Siwoo's expression turned serious as he realized the information in the documents matched what he already knew, confirming its authenticity. His mind focused on the threats mentioned in the documents' White Brilliance Order and Purifier. The documents further pointed out Nak's suspicious connections with the two organizations, illustrated by an image of Kang Byung-soo with a sinister smile. The information inside revealed that the White Brilliance Order was linked to gods and fought against demons from other dimensions. The documents also described how the Purifiers used a vessel, illustrated by Park Soo-ho's shadow, to summon demons and purify the world. Siwoo flipped through the pages, realizing that even America had limited information about these organizations. He looked at the target profiles, inferring that America was implicitly tasking him with investigating influential individuals connected to the Purifiers. Siwoo decisively accepted the gift, then bluntly motioned for Aiden to leave, leaving him stunned. With a self-satisfied smile, Siwoo turned and walked away. Ignoring Aiden's protests, Siwoo coldly left the premises. While in the distance, Aiden dramatically cried out in indignation. The scene shifted to an apartment building at night, where Siwoo returned home. In his apartment, Siwoo, now in casual clothes, stretched tiredly, inadvertently releasing a surge of divine power and calling out In-wook's name. Kim Siwoo was startled when In-wook unexpectedly shot a party popper at his face. In-wook grinned, still holding the popper's casing, confetti fluttering around him with an exaggerated expression. In-wook gesticulated wildly, hinting at Siwoo's global fame after meeting the president and drawing crowds. Siwoo could only sigh at In-wook's dreams of becoming a celebrity and needing bodyguards. Siwoo's gaze became resolute, realizing that for everyone's safety, they needed to move. A cheerful voice rang out, calling Siwoo's name. Sion happily ran over, and Siwoo smiled, handing her a bag of souvenirs from Japan. Siwoo ignored In-wook's demands, instead teasing the cat Snow with a new toy. In-wook checked his phone at Siwoo's instruction with a suspicious expression. The phone screen displayed a large sum of money that had just been transferred, causing In-wook to immediately change his attitude, looking at Siwoo with a fawning expression. While Sion and Snow happily played with the toy, In-wook gave Siwoo a military salute, accepting the request to go eat Korean beef. Kim Siwoo watched his family's happiness, a warm and contented smile appearing on his lips. After dinner, the whole family watched a television program together. The television news showed children playing in the yard of Hope Orphanage. The camera focused on director Lee Won-young, who stood with the children he had taken in after the disaster 5 years ago. Lee Won-young gazed into the distance with a sad expression, worried about the orphanage's increasing financial burden. Kim Siwoo sat thoughtfully, his eyes following the news report about a struggling orphanage. Sion, with a compassionate expression, expressed deep sympathy for the children on the screen. A fleeting memory showed Go Yoon-young sheltering In-wook and a young Kim Si-woo, a direct association with the orphan situation. Back in reality, Si-yeon turned to In-wook, innocently suggesting they use their pocket money to help those children. As In-wook was about to comply, Kim Si-woo gently placed his hand on his phone, preventing the impulsive action. Si-woo turned to Si-yeon with a reassuring smile, promising that he would take responsibility and provide for the orphanage. His gaze became sharp and determined, indicating he was thinking of a more fundamental and long-term solution than a mere donation. The scene shifted to a radiant sanctuary bathed in sunlight, symbolizing the headquarters of the Reman Order. Inside, Leo Ruman and Luna Levinton seriously presented data on a tablet to their leader. Kim Si-woo, in his Pope attire, sat in the presiding position, listening to reports from Leo, Luna, and Sul Semyoung about the Order's financial capabilities. After receiving their consensus, Si-woo directed his attention specifically toward Sul Semyoung, much to the humorous displeasure of Leo and Luna. Sul Semyoung, slightly surprised, confirmed that he had free time after finishing the urgent filming work. He blushed in embarrassment when Si-woo made a personal offer to go to Incheon Beach together that evening. The scene shifted to a peaceful beach with a lighthouse in Incheon, hinting at their destination. However, the true destination was revealed to be the bustling and mysterious Incheon Black Market. The street was packed with players and merchants, with calls advertising items from the monster world, indicating it was an underworld trading hub. Kim Si-woo and Sul Semyoung arrived at the Incheon Black Market. Si-woo, expressing surprise at the bustling scene, which was far from his imagination. The street was crowded with players, shops selling all sorts of items, from medicine to wyvern claws. A merchant hastily blocked their path, offering Kim Si-woo a lucrative deal. Si-woo looked around the bright and crowded market, which was nothing like a black market in his mind. Both pulled up their masks, Sul Semyoung explaining that this place had become the main supply route for players. Sul Semyoung pointed towards a group of people in black suits, identifying them as security forces from the Daeho Guild. He continued to explain that the market's management had been transferred to the Jeongak Alliance 3 years ago. Kim Si-woo pondered the name Jeongak Alliance, evoking a memory of a past event. In a dark alley, 2 suspicious-looking individuals with large tattoos were hiding and observing. Sul Semyoung clarified that the Daeho Guild, a part of the Jeongak Alliance, was directly managing this area. Kim Si-woo narrowed his eyes, wondering about the government's diminishing authority right within South Korean territory. Both implicitly understood that the alliance might turn a blind eye to criminals who could be exploited. Sul Semyoung nodded, bitterly acknowledging that harsh reality. Kim Si-woo concluded that a place beyond the government's reach and full of money was an ideal hideout for criminals. A surge of dark, illicit magical energy was suddenly felt by Kim Si-woo, spreading throughout the market. His system interface appeared, confirming the presence of purifiers and automatically activating energy tracking mode. Kim Si-woo frowned, dark aura emanating as he pondered the government's incompetence and the mysterious actions of the purifiers. Outside a traditional-style gate, Sul Semyoung pointed ahead, warning Kim Si-woo that the upcoming area was lawless territory. Despite the warning, Kim Si-woo appeared completely confident and reassured a visibly worried Sul Semyoung. Kim Si-woo nodded in thanks after being given directions, leaving Sul Semyoung with a cautious reminder. Kim Si-woo walked alone into the dark alley, the atmosphere immediately becoming heavy and perilous. He stopped as a group of thugs loitering in the alley blocked his path, their eyes scrutinizing the stranger. One of the thugs stepped forward, asking about Kim Si-woo's presence in their territory. The person facing him was a burly man with purple hair, his body and face covered in bandages. Kim Si-woo calmly assessed the thug, showing no fear at his aggressive demeanor. The bandaged man and his subordinates burst into laughter, assuming Si-woo was just an innocent lost kid. The leader approached, placing a hand on Si-woo's shoulder, his tone turning suggestive and threatening. Immediately, blue system windows appeared, revealing Kang Ji-won's identity, along with a list of the thug's crimes. The corner of Kim Si-woo's mouth curled into a meaningful smile behind his mask. To assert his status, he slowly removed his mask, fully revealing his face and glowing amber eyes. Kang Ji-won and his subordinate froze, their pupils contracting in horror as they recognized the familiar face. The whole group recoiled in fear, stammering his names in extreme panic. The irregular Black Pope, Kim Si-woo smirked, extending a provocative invitation to those opposite him. In response, Kang Ji-won roared a deadly threat and unleashed a volley of daggers. Kim Si-woo calmly raised his hand, and blue divine energy gathered to block the attack. The deadly daggers halted in mid-air, stopped right in front of Kim Si-woo. He easily caught the daggers with his bare hands, completely neutralizing his opponent's weapons. With the daggers in hand, Kim Si-woo showed amusement at the enemy's hasty attack. Realizing the absolute power disparity, Kang Ji-won frantically raised his hands, a belated gesture of surrender. A destructive blue light swept through the alley, accompanied by the desperate screams of the thugs. After the attack, Kim Si-woo grabbed the battered Kang Ji-won by the collar, mocking his nickname, revealing himself to be from the Reman Order. Kim Si-woo offered a false reassurance while his hand still gathered electricity as a threat. With a feigned holy smile, Kim Si-woo ordered Kang Ji-won to lead the way for him. Under duress, Kang Ji-won led Kim Si-woo through the dark alleys of the black market. They entered what appeared to be a luxurious shop, hidden behind a shabby exterior. A wine-red-haired woman turned as Kang Ji-won led Kim Si-woo and another older man inside. The woman, the owner of the place, smirked and recognized Kang Ji-won, asking about the strange guest he brought. From behind, Kim Si-woo pointed an electrified finger at Kang Ji-won's back, a silent warning forcing him to comply. Kim Si-woo made a blunt request, his eyes scanning the space, searching for the best merchandise hidden in this place. With a smug smile, the shopkeeper gestured that he had arrived at the right time, promising newly arrived merchandise. The shopkeeper's hand rested on the head of a trembling boy, introducing the child as an inanimate commodity. The boy flinched as the older customer approached, seemingly to inspect the merchandise. Kim Si-woo's amber eyes narrowed, a deadly rage erupting as he realized the true nature of the transaction. A surge of blue divine energy erupted from Kim Si-woo, transforming his casual attire into a solemn priestly uniform. He stood tall amidst the storm of holy power. A silent judgment declared. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the power being unleashed. Realizing her enemy's true identity as the Black Pope, the shopkeeper unleashed a surge of dark purple energy in desperation. Despite the power disparity, she charged directly at Kim Si-woo, intending to perform a suicidal attack. Kim Si-woo calmly raised his hand, and blue lightning gathered, ready to counter the dark magic. His gaze did not waver, righteous indignation coalescing into a single strike. He easily blocked the attack, his hand glowing with holy power, seizing the shopkeeper and neutralizing her magic. The shockwave from the confrontation sent the older customer flying into the air. Completely defeated, the shopkeeper collapsed to the floor, her body convulsing in pain. She lay motionless at Kim Si-woo's feet. The threat extinguished, Kim Si-woo unleashed a surge of blue holy energy, radiating terrifying pressure. Under that pressure, Lee Won-young, the child, and even Kang Ji-won trembled uncontrollably. With a look of contempt, Kim Si-woo mocked the unseen enemy about the foolishness of the Purifier's organization for attempting to gain power by forcibly injecting demonic energy. Lee Won-young frantically pulled the child into his arms, trying to shield it. Kim Si-woo ordered Lee Won-young to keep the child safe, his eyes flashing a silent threat about the consequences if he dared to flee. His face turned icy, judgment evident in his amber eyes. He sensed the dark energy and desperate cries for help echoing from an underground space. Without hesitation, Kim Si-woo descended the metal stairs, heading straight into the sinful darkness. In the thick darkness, 3 glowing red eyes, like embers, suddenly opened. A dark hound beast lunged from the shadows, letting out a savage roar. Carrying a deadly aura, Kim Si-woo calmly faced it, pure, holy energy gathering in his hand. As the beast charged, he unleashed an attack of divine light to stop it. Struck by the purifying energy, the beast shrieked in pain and then disintegrated. Kim Si-woo stood firm. Realizing the enemy had even resorted to summoning magical beasts, he narrowed his eyes, anger flaring. as he realized the extent of the cruelty they were perpetrating in this place. A fleeting memory flashed, taking him back to the moment he received an envelope containing information about the Purifier's organization. A blonde Reman official delivered a grave order, warning of the threat from the Purifier's altars. Kim Siwoo silently accepted the mission, his gaze resolute as he took the documents. Shouldering the new responsibility, in a suffocating space, imprisoned victims desperately clung to the fence, their silent cries for help drowned in the purple darkness. Those lives were extinguished, their bodies becoming sacrifices, lying on a magic circle glowing with evil. Kim Siwoo stood in the center of the sacrificial circle, the air around him thick with dark energy and death. From the shadows, a white-robed figure oversaw the cruel ritual from above the corpses. The hood fell back, revealing a skeleton with glowing purple eyes. A lich presiding over the slaughter. The lich waved its hand, summoning a dragon-shaped shadow beast from the sacrificial circle itself, with a black smudge on his cheek. Kim Si-woo looked directly at the abomination before him. Unfazed, he looked down at a victim, indignation rising as he realized the ritual's purpose was to summon a demon. Determination burning in his eyes, Kim Si-woo realized they were conspiring to summon a demon king with human lives. Two shadow beasts roared, lunging towards him to protect their master's ritual. Kim Si-woo's amber eyes flashed with blue light, divine power beginning to surge. He unleashed a lightning strike, purifying power, tearing through one of the dark beasts. Amidst the storm of holy energy, Kim Si-woo stood firm while the remaining monster disintegrated into dust. Despite the failed summoning, the lich faced Kim Si-woo, a defiant attitude evident in its fiery purple eyes. The lich declared it had subdued this land, mocking the late arrival of the Reman servant. The scene blurred, replaying an image of Kim Si-woo in the past. A pope from another world, back in reality. Kim Si-woo realized the enemy knew of his origin from Eden, a glint in his eyes. The lich recounted that they had lost their foothold in Eden due to Kim Si-woo's appearance, and a mysterious figure had led them here, with dark energy. The lich described this world as a chaotic place, a perfect home in the eyes of their guide. An illustration showed humans in conflict, easily tempted to sacrifice each other. Kim Si-woo pondered, realizing that among the demons he had encountered, none were from Eden. Raising suspicion of a new incident, to cut short the narration, Kim Si-woo lunged and grabbed the lich by the collar, demanding to know the location of the one it had just mentioned. With blue holy energy glowing in his hand, Kim Si-woo threatened to finish off the lich immediately. The lich smiled defiantly, declaring its role was over and that this world would also collapse like Eden. An illustration appeared, showing those who only sought power, asserting that this time even the goddess could not help. Kim Si-woo froze, realizing the lich knew the truth that he and Reman could not communicate. Kim Si-woo regained his composure, questioning the source of the lich's confidence, asserting that this place was different from Eden. The lich revealed that its object of faith had shown it an unstoppable future, an image of a mysterious man appearing. Kim Si-woo retorted, asserting that the goddess he believed in also knew about this world's future. An image of Reman appearing in his mind. The lich roared that it was too late, its body beginning to disintegrate in an explosion of dark energy, an end it reserved for the solitary one. Kim Si-woo reached out in despair as the enemy's dark magic dissipated, unable to extract more information. Suddenly, the lich's final magic erupted from the ground, trapping Si-woo in the center of a massive purple magic circle. His eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the eerie light as he realized the scale of this suicidal attack. From the magic circle, a swarm of shadowy creatures soared up, surrounding Si-woo in a chaotic vortex. The entire horde of monsters burst from the building, forming a colossal pillar of dark energy visible from afar. Amidst the lingering chaos, Si-woo realized the enemy had sacrificed themselves to unleash this final blow. He surveyed the devastated room, knowing that a quiet escape was now impossible. A flicker of pain crossed Si-woo's face as the scene brought back a somber memory. His focus immediately returned when he discovered a group of survivors being held captive, his objective instantly shifting, determined to save them. Si-woo clasped his hands together, concentrating his divine power. He hovered in midair, releasing a halo of sacred blue light. Forming a protective circle, his gaze settled on two trembling children. Realizing they might be victims of the human trafficking ring from the orphanage, his divine light intensified, shattering the cages that held the victims captive. Enveloped in the warm light, the two children looked up with a faint glimmer of hope. Siwoo looked down at them, his expression filled with empathy and regret for arriving late. Overwhelmed by the sudden liberation, the little girl burst into sobs, tears of anguish and relief streaming down her face. Kim Siwoo, in his priestly vestments with a smudge on his cheek, extended his hand with a holy aura, his gaze reassuring the newly rescued. On the floor, the surviving victims, including children, sighed in relief, the tension finally dissipating from their faces. Rushing footsteps echoed as a team of people in business attire ran to the scene. The door was kicked open as members of the Goblin Guild poured in, led by a man with an aggressive demeanor, amidst pools of blood. The leader of the Goblin Guild confronted Kim Siwoo, now in civilian clothes, demanding his identity. Kim Siwoo calmly faced the spear-equipped formation, questioning if they were from the Goblin Guild. The group's leader vehemently declared that Kim Siwoo had trespassed on their territory and would not be able to leave. With a knife-sharp gaze, Kim Siwoo implied that the Goblin Guild itself would be held responsible for what had transpired. A fully armored knight suddenly appeared, issuing an undeniable command to lower their weapons. The knight placed a hand on the aggressive leader's shoulder, forcing him to step back in astonishment. The knight turned, bowing respectfully before Kim Siwoo, who stood with his arms casually crossed. All the Goblin Guild members froze as they realized they were facing Pope Kim Siwoo, an irregular. Through his helmet, the knight signaled that he and Kim Siwoo had met before. A mysterious smile flickered on Kim Siwoo's lips, indicating he recognized the person before him. The knight removed his helmet, revealing his identity as Oh Junwoo, the team leader. Oh Junwoo formally bowed and apologized to Kim Siwoo for his team's inexperienced reaction. Kim Siwoo smiled amicably, stating that he had been looking forward to meeting Oh Junwoo. Oh Junwoo confirmed that he remembered Kim Siwoo and admitted to having been helped by him in the past. Siwoo's thoughts brought forth an image of Oh Junwoo, confirming him as an S-rank hunter from the Daeho Guild whom he had previously encountered. Siwoo noticed that Junwoo's demeanor was now completely different, exuding the confidence of a high-ranking hunter. Suddenly, the aggressive Jungak team leader rushed forward, urgently reporting a yellow code to Oh Junwoo. Before he could finish his sentence about the order to eliminate all survivors, a hand firmly gripped his collar. Without a word of warning, Oh Junwoo decisively slammed his subordinate to the ground, stopping the reckless action. Oh Junwoo turned back, bowing formally to apologize to Kim Siwoo, while his subordinate coughed violently on the floor. Kim Siwoo accepted the apology, calmly remarking that Oh Junwoo was a stricter boss than he appeared. Junwoo smiled in response, while Siwoo crossed his arms, showing appreciation for his work style. Siwoo's smile vanished, his eyes sharpening as he demanded an explanation for the shoot all survivors order. Oh Junwoo bowed his head, avoiding Siwoo's gaze, his expression becoming tense. He explained that Yellow Code was a protocol for deadly contamination cases, aimed at preventing spread in a worst-case scenario. Kim Siwoo crossed his arms, smiling ironically as he repeated the phrase worst-case scenario. His gaze fell to the blood-stained ground and dark remnants, implying that he knew exactly what had happened. The scene shifted to a monochrome image of the rescued victims. As Siwoo pointed out that Junwoo had not inquired about them at all, Kim Siwoo leaned close to Oh Junwoo, face to face, with a confident, knowing smile, posing a silent, probing question. Kim Siwoo's sharp gaze asserted his authority, an implicit warning that this was Daeho Guild's territory, but he remained unfazed. Behind them, the Jonggak Guild members stood frozen like statues, not daring to interfere in the confrontation between the two greater powers. A gruesome image appeared in the space, showing the shadows of victims lying scattered within a magic circle. A silent question about the Daeho Guild's ignorance. Oh Junwoo bowed his head, sweat pouring down, clearly burdened by the pressure of Kim Siwoo's question. Oh Junwoo's hand trembled, a sign of intense internal struggle. Kim Siwoo looked directly at Oh Junwoo, his gaze seemingly piercing his soul, then ordered him to leave. A conditional leniency to resolve the situation. Oh Junwoo placed a hand on the resisting Jungak team leader's shoulder, asserting that they would handle the aftermath and had already called the Bureau of Awakened. Kim Si-woo's thoughts appeared as he judged Oh Junwoo not to be evil. Otherwise, a power of judgment would have been activated. A faint memory surfaced, where Luna Levinton had once felt goodwill towards Oh Junwoo, showing her consistent ability to see through people's true nature. Back in reality, Kim Si-woo made an offer, suggesting advice to Oh Junwoo upon seeing his confusion. With a friendly yet calculating smile, Kim Si-woo reiterated his invitation to visit his temple, a sanctuary for troubled souls. Kim Si-woo and Oh Junwoo faced each other one last time. An offer for a deeper conversation extended, sowing the seeds for a downfall that began with a small crack. Oh Junwoo clenched his jaw, a difficult decision having just been made. After accepting the advice with a brief thank you, Oh Junwoo turned and walked away. Kim Si-woo watched Oh Junwoo's retreating back, wondering if this pawn would move according to the plan he had laid out. Amidst the city night, ambulance sirens echoed, signaling the aftermath of a human sacrifice tragedy that had just been averted. An official reported the situation to Kim Si-woo as medical personnel loaded a covered body into an ambulance. Kim Si-woo calmly pledged that the Reman order would pray for the victims, a statement that brought some relief to the official. Immediately after, Si-woo's expression turned cold upon hearing the report of only 12 survivors, a number that contradicted what he had seen. Realizing someone had suspiciously disappeared, Si-woo quietly turned and walked into the night to investigate on his own. In another hidden corner of the city, a mysterious man with purple hair, hooded, bowed his head as if contemplating something. The purple-haired man stood upright, an ominous purple energy enveloping him in the dark alley. At the same time, in a magnificent building, an important press conference was held to expose the truth. On a tablet, an image of Oh Junwoo was displayed, signaling that he would be the one to expose the full corruption of the Jungak Alliance. Before the cameras, Oh Junwoo bravely declared he would expose everything, while also thanking the person who gave him courage. In a luxurious room, Kim Si-woo, now in his priestly vestments, watched the press conference on screen with Luna Levinton. Si-woo looked at the news report about Oh Junwoo's revelations, admitting that Junwoo's actions were faster than he had anticipated. The next news report exposed orphanage director Lee Won-young's selling of children to the black market, a scandal that shook society. Luna Levinton commented on the matter, but Si-woo merely replied that the problem had been very serious even before it was exposed. Illustrative images showed that members of the Daeho Guild had deliberately ignored the crimes occurring right within their territory. Oh Junwoo's train of thought was revealed, showing that his decision to blow the whistle as an S-rank hunter had ignited this earthquake. Kim Si-woo pondered, concluding that his actions had weakened the Jungak Alliance. His expression hardened, pointing commandingly as he expressed concern about the enemy's altar and the escaped minion. Luna Levinton stepped forward, her face resolute as she accepted the mission to hunt down the fugitive with Leo. The atmosphere shifted as Kim Si-woo cheerfully welcomed a guest at his elaborately decorated door. Kim Dong-shik, representative of the Bureau of Awakened Abilities, sat opposite Si-woo to officially begin the post-incident discussion. Dong-shik presented a report, confirming the existence of the altar created by the Purifiers. He continued his report, revealing the shocking detail that the United States had known about the threat and only privately informed the Reman order, bypassing the South Korean government. The report was shown to contain sensitive information from Aiden, listing the names of involved companies and politicians. Elsewhere, Minister Yoo Se-eun-ho read the same report, his face shadowed as he absorbed the feeling of humiliation. His hand clenched, crumpling the edge of the paper in a silent, shameful rage. Despite his internal turmoil, the minister gave a decisive order, requesting an official thank you for America's help in a sarcastic tone. Back in the meeting, Kim Dong-shik bowed slightly, acknowledging the government's reliance on Si-woo's assistance, overwhelmed by the nation's sense of incompetence. Dong-shik slumped onto the table, but Si-woo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to look forward. Dongshik's head shot up in surprise as Siwoo revealed that a Purifier member had escaped and Luna was hunting them down. Siwoo formally proposed an alliance, offering holy relics for magic detection in exchange for government assistance in tracking down the enemy. With the agreement signed, Kim Siwoo looked ahead with cold determination, confident that he had now altered the course of events. Kim Dongshik presented the shift in the balance of power in South Korea, his expression calculating. A symbolic image of Kim Siwoo in priestly vestments appeared behind a legal document, illustrating his growing role and power. Siwoo turned, a subtle and knowing smile on his lips as he realized the absolute backing from the president. He gazed thoughtfully at a pixelated map of South Korea forming in his palm, contemplating his new sphere of influence and the issues it would bring. Siwoo questioned Kim Dongshik with a sharp gaze, receiving an enthusiastic and firm nod in return. Dongshik's face became serious as he announced the president's decision to allocate a massive additional budget. From the opposite side of the long table, Siwoo expressed skepticism about the budget's source, and Dongshik admitted the nation's tight financial situation. Dongshik's expression became highly excited as he revealed the government's bold plan to issue bonds to fund Siwoo. A humorous imagined scene appeared, showing Dongshik presenting Siwoo with a bouquet. While the real Siwoo was stunned by the audacity of the political sphere, Dongshik interlaced his fingers, calmly explaining that this was the new reality of the world of power. Siwoo saw through the situation, realizing that this bond issuance move indicated the president had an urgent plan to execute. Sitting opposite, Dongshik confirmed Siwoo's deductions, stating that a detailed report would be sent soon. Siwoo pondered, realizing that strengthening the Bureau of Awakened Abilities would also indirectly benefit the Reman Order. A powerful superimposed image showed Siwoo resolutely standing over a shocked President So Shinwoo, symbolizing their shared goal of purging the enemy. The scene shifted to a tablet displaying Oh Junwoo's press conference, showing that the plan had begun to be executed. Kim Siwoo's amber eyes gleamed with determination. He brought a hand to his chin, resolving to expose the true face of the hidden enemy. Kim Siwoo, in his priestly vestments, clasped his hands together, realizing the undeniable connection between himself and the mysterious hooded enemy from Eden. With iron determination shining in his amber eyes, Siwoo accepted the challenge, ready to step into the newly opened rift. The scene shifted to a quiet apartment complex under the night sky, his temporary refuge. Outside the building, reporters and bodyguards had gathered, their presence disrupting the quiet night. Back home, Siwoo collapsed onto the sofa in his pajamas, exhausted from the continuous battles. Inwook, his housemate, looked worriedly at the motionless Siwoo, checking if he was all right. Siwoo woke up, lamenting with Inwook about a world that wouldn't grant him a peaceful day after the incidents at the black market and the orphanage. Inwook quietly pondered, worried that Siyun had been deeply traumatized by what she had witnessed. In her bedroom, Siyun slept peacefully, unaware of everyone's worries. Siwoo lay on the couch, arms crossed in thought, his mind concerned for Luna's safety and Snow's presence. Inwook announced the crowd outside, making Siwoo sit up abruptly, both concluding that it was time to move. Inwook asked Siwoo about informing Siyun and their grandmother about the move, worried that Siyun would be sad. Contrary to expectations, Siyun sat reading with a cheerful expression, accepting the change as an opportunity for growth. Inwook recounted Siyun's surprising reaction to Siwoo, humorously remarking that she might be like their grandmother. Siwoo was startled to hear that their grandmother had gone with Emma Miller to Yeoju, a risky trip. To reassure Inwook, Siwoo pulled out his phone, showing him something that astonished Inwook: a steaming hot pot of doenjang stew, filled with tofu and vegetables. On the phone screen, Aiden Howard sent a reassuring message that Siwoo's grandmother had cooked the stew and everything was fine. Siwoo replied with skepticism about Aiden's translation skills. Just as Aiden sent a short video clip, Inwook's jaw dropped in astonishment as he looked at the phone screen. The video showed Aiden Howard splitting wood with superhuman strength. While Emma Miller and Go Yoon-young sat observing calmly, Siwoo gave a thumbs up, reassuring Inwook that Aiden would personally protect their grandmother. With a serene expression, Siwoo announced that they would soon be saying goodbye to their current home. He explained that moving would allow Luna and Leo to visit more comfortably. Outside, their apartment building stood firm under the night sky, a symbol of their family home. At the same time, in another neighborhood, night fell upon a dilapidated and impoverished scene. Sickly residents, including children, wandered listlessly in the alley, their dry coughs echoing. Among them, Luna Leventon stood, observing the surrounding misery with a pensive gaze. She pondered the harsh truth that a perfect world would render religion meaningless. Memories took her back to the past, where a younger Luna cheerfully waved to the children in her village. In the memory, she was tenderly bandaging an injured person. Back in reality, Luna realized that the sight of the suffering children reminded her of her own childhood. Black boots walked on the ground, stained with an eerie purple hue. Luna Leventon arrived before a church enveloped by a dark aura, her red hair glowing in the night. She narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation with suspicion. Realizing something was wrong, a woman with short brown hair cautiously stepped out, asking Luna's identity. The woman raised her hand, urgently warning of a dangerous plague and asking Luna to leave immediately. A loud noise echoed from the nearby building, signaling trouble. The woman startled and turned back, while Luna remained standing with her arms crossed. Unfazed, Luna's red eyes flashed with determination. She had understood the gravity of the situation. A swarm of bat-like shadowy creatures suddenly soared into the sky from the church area. Luna smiled coldly, telling herself that this mission would not be easy after witnessing the disaster that had occurred. At the same time, in a modern government office building, an emergency meeting was underway. A video was projected, beginning with a desperate scream from a detained person. A man with bloodshot eyes and fangs screamed, frantically clinging to the bars of his cell. Kim Dong-shik presented the video, showing many infected individuals being held in a quarantine facility in North Daejeon. The video showed the infected zone, where the plague had erupted and spread rapidly in just a few days. A high-ranking official with a tense expression, after reviewing the report, made a decisive decision to contact the Reman Order. A high-ranking official closed their eyes wearily, forced to admit that they needed Kim Si-woo's help once again. Elsewhere, a hideous entity with countless limbs twitched in a dark purple space. The entity transformed, its form melting like a viscous liquid. Its mouth opened, revealing a set of human-like but utterly grotesque teeth. A swarm of bats with bloodshot eyes flew out from the darkness. They poured out from the monster's gaping mouth like a river of death. Immediately after, the monster's body was squeezed and crushed by an invisible force. Another entity with countless glowing red eyes observed, confirming that a lich had been destroyed. The multi-eyed entity continued to watch, realizing that although the ritual was successful, one of its altars had disappeared. A blue system window appeared, announcing a new quest named Plague for Kim Si-woo on the highway at night. A van was approaching the epicenter in northern Daejeon. Inside the van, Kim Si-woo, Luna Leventon, Leo Ruman, and Kim Dong-shik discussed a strange spreading illness. An illustration appeared, showing an infected person with bloodshot eyes and grayish-blue skin screaming behind bars. Kim Si-woo looked at the quest window, considering the reward of 10,000 holy points. He turned to thank Luna Leventon for tracking down the target faster than the government. Luna smiled in response, but her eyes gleamed with a mix of determination and regret, as if she felt she should have acted sooner. The van passed through a gloomy village, shrouded in a purple, sickly mist, signaling an unfolding disaster. From behind the wheel, Kim Dong-shik explained that they were entering the Daejeon epidemic zone. An illustration showed emaciated refugees, including adults and children, living in extreme destitution. Luna Leventon gazed out thoughtfully, understanding the severity of the situation. With a face heavy with responsibility, Kim Dong-shik admitted the government's shortcomings in addressing the aftermath. Kim Si-woo questioned from the back seat, delving deeper into the connection between the plague and holy power. Leo Ruman, with sharp eyes behind his monocle, revealed that the origin of the pandemic was a single demon, the demon king of gluttony. An image of a horrifyingly transformed victim appeared, mouth agape in insatiable hunger, illustrating the nature of the curse. Luna Leventon further explained that those severely infected would transform into lower-level demons, spreading the disease. She pointed to a marked sacrificial victim, warning that the demon was performing a ritual to summon the Demon King. Kim Si-woo confirmed the threat, linking it to a similar disaster they had once faced in Eden. A colossal shadow of the Demon King of Gluttony appeared in memory, symbolizing the fierce battle of the past. Kim Si-woo asserted with a resolute expression that holy power was the only effective method of counteraction. Luna Levinton outlined the plan of action, emphasizing the need to find the plague demon hiding among humans. Luna playfully praised Kim Si-woo, who only gave a wry smile, leaving Kim Dong-shik utterly bewildered by their interaction. The van finally arrived, stopping in front of a brick church. The mission's objective was now in sight. Kim Si-woo gave his final instructions to Kim Dong-shik before turning his back and stepping into the danger zone. Kim Si-woo and Leo Ruman cautiously entered a silent hall. Observing the unusual quietness around them, a little girl holding a hooked stick suddenly appeared, confronting Kim Si-woo and Luna Levinton. The girl screamed and swung her stick to attack, but Kim Si-woo easily dodged with a teasing smile. A hand suddenly grabbed the girl's collar from behind, stopping her attack. Leo Ruman easily lifted the struggling girl, informing Kim Si-woo, held firmly. The girl accused them of being demons who came to infect everyone. Kim Si-woo was stunned by the accusation, while Luna Levinton seemed highly amused. Luna Levinton playfully pointed to herself, teasing the bewildered Kim Si-woo about being called a demon. A man rushed out in a panic, calling the girl's name, Heeman. Upon seeing her held by Kim Si-woo's group, the man was stunned to recognize the strangers in his church. Kim Si-woo turned back, confirming to the man that he was indeed the pastor caring for the plague victims. Leo Ruman gently placed Heeman on the ground after the pastor requested her release. The pastor quickly embraced the frightened Heeman to comfort her. Heeman sobbed an apology in the pastor's arms, and a holy light unexpectedly flashed from her back. Kim Si-woo stared at Heeman, realizing she was protected by a seed of holy power that did not belong to his order. Kim Si-woo placed his hand on his chest, a solemn gesture, to introduce his group from the Reman Order, there to assist in the fight against the plague. Pastor Seo, with a tired but relieved expression, placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. Pastor Seo explained that Heeman's vigilance was due to an attack by infected individuals that morning, whose ghostly traces still lingered on the path outside. Kim Si-woo politely requested to enter the church to assess the situation, his eyes showing genuine concern. After a moment of hesitation, Pastor Seo turned, gesturing for them to follow. Pastor Seo led Kim Si-woo's group into a dark room where beds were lined up. He revealed that the children sleeping in the beds were all orphans, victims of the plague, and trapped there due to quarantine orders. A child's hand revealed blackened fingertips, an alarming sign of their illness and malnutrition. A dark, demonic energy, invisible to the naked eye, emanated from the sleeping children, signaling a curse deeper than ordinary illness. Kim Si-woo turned to Pastor Seo, his amber eyes sharpening as he realized the gravity of the problem. Asking if he was bearing all of this alone, Pastor Seo admitted the difficulty, explaining that besides himself, only an assistant and Heeman were immune to the disease. Kim Si-woo turned away, silently contemplating the challenges faith presented, while the holy energy within him began to resonate with the despair of the place. He approached a child's bedside, his silhouette casting a shadow over the frail form immersed in cursed sleep. With empathy, Kim Si-woo reassured the pastor that he had done all he could, and this was not a burden one person could handle alone. Kim Si-woo suddenly turned back, asking about any strangers who had recently visited the church, but Pastor Seo confirmed that none of them had contact with the children. Ignoring the words, Kim Si-woo placed his glowing hand on a child's forehead, a circle of purifying magic appearing to diagnose and counter the dark curse from within. Kim Si-woo released a stream of pure holy power, blue energy enveloping his hand, as the gluttony curse was removed from the sleeping child. A system notification confirmed the success. Pastor Seo was speechless, unable to believe his eyes at the miracle that had just occurred. Relief and astonishment made Pastor Seo collapse, completely overwhelmed by the incredibly easy healing. With boundless gratitude, Pastor Seo bowed deeply to Kim Si-woo, an action that spoke 1,000 words of thanks. Kim Si-woo and Luna Levinton stood side by side, sharing a solemn look as they observed the situation. The church door swung open, and a familiar voice echoed, signaling a return. A woman, the pastor's assistant, entered with a bag of medicine in her hand, hastily asking about the situation, unaware that everything had changed. The assistant smiled, hopefully, wishing that the last bit of fever medicine could help. The assistant recognized Luna Levinton and greeted her, while Luna responded politely. Pastor Seo pointed towards Kim Si-woo's group, explaining to the bewildered assistant that they were the benefactors who had saved the children. The assistant's face lit up with joy, and she immediately offered to change the children's sweat-soaked clothes. Without a moment's hesitation, the assistant walked towards the children's beds to care for them. Her hand gently reached out, intending to place it on a child's forehead to check. As quick as lightning, Luna Levinton's hand shot out, gripping the assistant's wrist and stopped abruptly. The assistant appeared utterly bewildered by Luna Levinton's cold, watchful gaze. Luna Levinton raised her hand, blue energy radiating like a silent warning. Without hesitation, she blocked Lee Hee-sun's hand, which was reaching for a child. The blue energy from Luna's hand erupted, repelling the imposter's intent. With a powerful shove, Luna knocked Lee Hee-sun to the floor. Luna stood guard, her eyes blazing with absolute protection, a warning that no one was allowed to pass. On the ground, Lee Hee-sun's eyes turned fiery red, and a dark aura began to emanate from her body. Luna's actions were decisive, pushing the enemy away to create a safe distance. Kim Si-woo stepped forward to intervene, but Luna merely raised her fist in response, asserting that her actions were necessary. Hearing the commotion, Pastor Seo rushed into the room in a panic. The pastor hurried to help Lee Hee-sun up, completely unaware of the danger she was concealing. As he helped his assistant, Pastor Seo froze, sensing a cold, evil energy. An extremely powerful, invisible force flung Pastor Seo backward. He was thrown hard against the wall, dust flying everywhere. After the impact, Lee Hee-sun slowly stood up, hideous spider legs sprouting from her back, her body beginning to deform in the shadows. Luna turned to the stunned Pastor Seo, her eyes coldly questioning, forcing him to face the truth. Pastor Seo sat slumped on the ground, his face distraught, unable to believe that the assistant he trusted was a monster. Lee Hee-sun hunched over, grotesque, demonic limbs sprouting from her back as she flashed a sinister smile. Her eyes fiery red, revealing her true form with purple skin and fangs. Lee Hee-sun looked up, her eyes filled with hatred and evil enlightenment. Kim Si-woo crossed his arms, his gaze sharp and judgmental, questioning her twisted faith. Lee Hee-sun's hand completely transformed into a demonic claw, twitching menacingly. Screaming in rage at her ruined plan, Lee Hee-sun lunged forward to attack. Luna Levinton extended her hand, summoning a mace shimmering with holy light to block the threat. Her hand gripped the mace tightly, pure holy energy radiating intensely. A blue light enveloped Luna Levinton, transforming her everyday attire into a magnificent holy knight's armor. Clad in holy armor, Luna Levinton plunged down from above, aiming directly at Lee Hee-sun, who was surrounded by dark energy. Luna Levinton's eyes blazed with cold determination, without a hint of hesitation before striking. Struck by a surge of holy power, Lee Hee-sun's body began to disintegrate in extreme agony. Luna Levinton swung her mace in a powerful arc, delivering a finishing blow to the demon's shadowy form. Standing over the dissolving remnants of her enemy, Luna Levinton maintained her stance, while Kim Si-woo calmly observed from behind. Lee Hee-sun's head shattered, an unspoken apology dying amidst the gushing blood. Luna Levinton gritted her teeth, a fleeting expression of disgust crossing her face as she witnessed the enemy's demise. Fresh blood splattered onto the wall, marking the brutal end of the confrontation. Luna Levinton grinned, brandishing her mace excitedly, forcing Kim Si-woo to signal her to calm down. Nearby, Pastor Seo trembled as he looked at the grotesque corpse lying on the bed. At their feet lay the distorted corpse of a victim, evidence of an evil sacrificial ritual. With a solemn expression, Kim Si-woo explained that the children had been chosen as sacrifices. In despair, Pastor Seo bowed, his head, praying in self-reproach for his helplessness. Luna approached, her stern gaze questioning the pastor's wavering faith. She turned away, a silent rebuke delivered, urging him to act instead of lament. Siwoo smiled faintly, defending Luna's blunt yet well-intentioned attitude. He explained that it was thanks to Pastor Seo's holy power that they were able to find this hideout. Pastor Seo looked up, realizing that his silent efforts had finally paid off. A tear rolled down his cheek, expressing deep relief and gratitude. He turned away, acknowledging the generosity of those of a different faith. Kim Siwoo stood there with a faint halo, accepting the pastor's confession. With his faith restored, Pastor Seo returned to the altar, feeling the presence of the deity he had always served. Siwoo looked at him with understanding, affirming that he had known of his true faith from the beginning. Pastor Seo smiled serenely, acknowledging that Kim Siwoo's reputation preceded him. In Pastor Seo's mind, the ideal image of a blue-haired savior appeared, one who possessed absolute power yet showed benevolence. Kim Siwoo responded to those unspoken doubts, asserting that power derived from faith, regardless of the deity, always creates miracles. Outside the church, the sky was stained an ominous purple, signaling that danger still lingered. Kim Siwoo entrusted the children's protection to Pastor Seo and Leo, his gaze directed towards the back of the church, where the source of the demonic energy was hidden. He resolutely stepped into the backyard to confront the threat himself. Before him was a larger-than-expected horde of undead lurking in the shadows. Kim Siwoo froze as an undead head suddenly exploded from an external attack. Amidst the encirclement, Luna Leventon, covered in monster blood, raised her golden mace, chiding him for his delay. Without hesitation, she swung her weapon horizontally, creating a purple streak of light that annihilated the enemies. Witnessing the scene, Kim Siwoo could only smile helplessly at her enthusiasm. After the battle, Luna casually propped her foot on a corpse, took a swig of water, and acted more like a thug than a holy knight, prompting Siwoo to tease her. Luna was extremely excited by Siwoo's remark, who merely sighed and reminded her to wipe the blood from her face. Luna's words startled Kim Siwoo. He quickly pointed, denying something from their shared past. His eyes suddenly narrowed, a forgotten memory rushing back. Reality blurred, taking him back to the first moment he met a young, timid Luna Leventon in a nun's habit. Kim Siwoo's thoughts took him back to the past, where a young, timid Luna Leventon bowed before him with admiration and determination. In the memory, Kim Siwoo stood opposite the young nun in a magnificent church, recalling her shyness before he became the Pope. Luna's iconic image appeared, her back turned as she walked away in her armor, showing her transformation from a nun into a powerful warrior after accompanying him. Back in reality, Kim Siwoo startled with a naive expression, wondering if it was his fault. While a small image of Luna mocked him, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of plague demons, indicating a fierce battle had just concluded. The ground suddenly shook and cracked, signaling a new threat rising from below. Kim Siwoo and Luna Leventon looked up, facing a repulsive monster, a giant eye with purple tentacles emerging. From the eye's pupil, smaller, more grotesque tentacles began to sprout, indicating its transformation. Both stood firm, recognizing the monster's silhouette as the enemy they had to face. Recognizing the old enemy from Eden, Luna Leventon tightened her grip on the mace, painful memories resurfacing. Luna's eyes blazed with hatred and iron determination, ready for the confrontation. Horrifying memories flooded back, showing the monster using its tentacles to absorb victims in Eden. In another flashback, young Luna tried to protect someone from the monster's deadly tentacles. Back in the present, Luna's blood-stained mace was plunged into the ground, a testament to vengeance fulfilled and a declaration for the coming battle. Luna Leventon stepped forward, her body radiating an aura of power, her eyes resolute as she offered to lead the attack.